Floodgate by Alistair MacLean. Prologue. The two oddly similar incidents, although both happening on the night of February the 3rd, and both involving army ammunition storage installations, had no discernible connection. The occurrence at De Doorns in Holland was mysterious, spectacular, and tragic. The one at Metnitz in Germany was a good deal less mysterious, unspectacular, and faintly comic. 3 soldiers were on guard at the Dutch ammunition dump, set in a concrete bunker 1.5 kilometers north of the village of De Doorns, when about 1:30 in the morning, the only 2 citizens who were awake in the village reported a staccato burst of machine pistol fire. It was later established that the guards were carrying machine pistols, followed immediately by the sound of a gigantic explosion, which was later found to have blasted in the earth a crater 60 meters wide by 12 deep. Houses in the village suffered moderately severe damage, but there was no loss of life. It was presumed that the guards had fired at intruders and that a stray bullet had triggered the detonation. No traces of the guards or supposed intruders were found afterwards. In Germany, a group calling themselves the Red Army faction, a well-known and well-organized band of terrorists, claimed that they had easily overcome the 2-man guard at the US NATO arms dump near Metnitz. Both men, it had been claimed, had been drinking, and when the intruders had left, both were covered with blankets. It had been a bitterly cold night. The US Army denied the drinking allegation, but made no mention of the blankets. The intruders claimed that they had acquired a quantity of offensive weapons, some so advanced that they were still on the secret list. The US Army denied this. The West German press heavily favored the intruders' account. When it came to penetrating army bases, the Red Army faction had an impressive record. When it came to protecting them, the US Army had an unimpressive one. The Red Army faction customarily lists the nature of their thefts in meticulous detail. No such details of the alleged secret weapons were published. It has been assumed that, if the faction's account was true, the US Army, or the US Army through the German government, had issued a stop order to the press. Chapter 1. It is clear that it is the work of a madman. Yonder young, tall, lean, grey, ascetic, and the general manager of Schiphol Airport looked and sounded very gloomy indeed, and, in the circumstances, he had every justification in looking and sounding that way. Insanity. A man has to be deranged, unhinged, to perform a wanton, mindless, pointless, and purposeless task like this. Like the monkish professor he so closely resembled, de Jong tended to be precise to the point of pedantry, and, as now, had a weakness for pompous tautology. A lunatic. One sees your point of view, de Graaf said. Colonel van der Graaf, a remarkably broad man of medium height with a deeply trenched, tanned face, had about him an imperturbability and an unmistakable cast of authority that accorded well with the chief of police of a nation's capital city. I can understand and agree with it, but only to a certain extent. I appreciate how you feel, my friend. Your beloved airport, one of the best in Europe. Amsterdam Airport is the best in Europe. De Jong spoke as if by rote, his thoughts elsewhere. Was. And will be again. The criminal responsible for this is, it is certain, not a man of a normal cast of mind. But that does not mean that he is instantly certifiable. Maybe he doesn't like you, has a grudge against you. Maybe he's an ex-employee fired by one of your departmental managers for what the manager regarded as a perfectly valid reason, but a reason with which the disgruntled employee didn't agree. Maybe he's a citizen living close by, on the outskirts of Amsterdam, say, or between here and Aalsmeer, who finds the decibel level from the aircraft intolerably high. Maybe he's a dedicated environmentalist who objects, in what must be a very violent fashion, to jet engines polluting the atmosphere, which they undoubtedly do. Our country, as you are well aware, has more than its fair share of dedicated environmentalists. Maybe he just doesn't like our government's policies. De Graaf ran a hand through his thick, iron-grey hair. Maybe anything. But he could be as sane as either of us. Maybe you'd better have another look, Colonel, de Jong said. His hands were clenching and unclenching, and he was shivering violently. Both of those were involuntary, but for different reasons. The former accurately reflected an intense frustration and anger. The latter was due to the fact that, when an ice-cold wind blows east-northeast off the Aalsmeer, and before that from Siberia, the roof of the main concourse of Schiphol Airport was no place to be. As sane as you or I? Would you or I have been responsible for this atrocity? Look, Colonel. Just look. De Graaf looked. Had he been the airport manager, he reflected, it would hardly have been a sight to gladden his heart. Schiphol Airport had just disappeared, its place taken by a wave-rippled lake that stretched almost as far as the eyes could see. The source of the flooding was all too easy to locate. Close to the big fuel storage tanks, just out with the perimeter of the airport itself, a wide breach had appeared in the dike of the canal to the south. The debris, stones and mud that were scattered along the top of the dike on either side of the breach left no doubt that the rupture of the containing dike had not been of a natural or spontaneous origin. The effect of the onrush of waters had been devastating. The airport buildings themselves, though flooded in the ground floors and basements, remained intact. The damage done to the sensitive electric and electronic machinery was very considerable, and would almost certainly cost millions of guilders to replace, but the structural integrity of the buildings was unaffected. Schiphol Airport is very solidly built and securely anchored to its foundations. Aircraft, unfortunately, when not operating in their natural element, are very delicate artifacts, and, of course, have no means at all of anchoring themselves. A momentary screwing of de Graaf's eyes showed that this was all too painfully evident. Small planes had drifted away to the north. Some were still floating aimlessly around. Some were known to be sunk and out of sight, and two had their tailplanes sticking up above the water. Those would have been single-engine planes, carried head-first by the weight of the engines in their noses. Some two-engine passenger jets, 737s and DC-9s, and three-engine planes, Trident 3s and 727s, had also moved and were scattered randomly over a large area of the airfield, their noses pointing in every which direction. Two were tipped on their sides, and two others were partially submerged, with only parts of their upper bodies showing. Their undercarriages had collapsed. The big planes, the 747s, the TriStars, the DC-10s, were still in situ, held in position by their sheer massive weight. These planes, fueled, can weigh between 300 and 400 tons. Two, however, had fallen over to one side, presumably because the undercarriages, distant from the onrush of water, had collapsed. One did not have to be an aeronautical engineer to realize that both planes were write-offs. Both port wings were angled upwards, at an angle of about 20 degrees, and only the roots of the starboard wings were visible, a position that could only have been accounted for by the fact that both wings must have broken upwards somewhere along their lengths. Several hundred yards along a main runway, an undercarriage projecting above the water showed where a Fokker Friendship, accelerating for takeoff, had tried to escape the floodwaters and failed. It was possible that the pilot had not seen the approach of the floodwaters. Possible, but unlikely. It was more likely that he had seen them, reckoned that he had nothing to lose either way, continued accelerating, but failed to gain lift-off speed before being caught. There was no question of his plane having been engulfed. In those initial stages, according to observers, there had been only an inch or two of water fanning out over the airfield, but that had been enough to make the Fokker aquaplane, with disastrous results. Airport cars and trucks had simply drowned under the water. The only remaining signs of any wheeled vehicles were the projecting 3 or 4 steps of aircraft boarding ramps and the top of a tanker. Even the ends of 2 crocodile disembarkation tubes were dipped forlornly into the murky waters. De Graaf sighed, shook his head, and turned to de Jong, who was gazing almost sightlessly over his devastated airfield, as if still unable to comprehend the enormity of what had happened. "You have a point, Jon. You and I are sane, or at least I think the world at large would think so, and it is not possible that we could have been responsible for such appalling destruction. But that doesn't mean that the criminal responsible for this wanton destruction is insane. We will doubtless find, either through our own efforts or because he chooses to inform us, that there was a very compelling reason for what he did. I shouldn't have used the word wanton there. You shouldn't have used words like mindless and pointless. This is no random, arbitrary, spur-of-the-moment act of an escaped mental patient. This is a deliberately calculated act designed to produce a deliberately calculated effect." Reluctantly, as if by a giant effort of will, de Jong looked away from the flooded airfield. "Effect? The only effect it has on me is one of sheer outrage. What other effects could there be? Do you have any suggestions?" "None. I've had no time to think about it. Don't forget, I've only just come to this. Sure, we knew yesterday that this was promised, but, like everyone else, I thought the idea was so preposterous as to be not worth considering. But I have 2 other suggestions. I suggest that we'll achieve nothing by staring out over Lake Schiphol, and I suggest we're not going to help anyone or anything by hanging around here and getting pneumonia." De Jong's briefly pained expression showed what he thought of the term Lake Schiphol, but he made no comment. The staff canteen was an improvement on the rooftop, inasmuch as there was no wind, but it wasn't all that much warmer. All electric heating had inevitably been short-circuited, and the butane heaters that had been brought in had as yet had a minimal effect on the chilled atmosphere. An abundance of hot coffee helped. Something rather more sustaining, de Graaf reflected, would have been in order, but for those with a taste for schnapps or Jonge Jenever, the presence of the airport manager had a markedly inhibiting effect. As became his ascetic appearance, de Jong was a lifelong teetotaler, a difficult thing to be in Holland. He never made a point of this, he had never even been heard to mention this, but somehow people just didn't drink anything stronger than tea or coffee when de Jong was around. De Graaf said, "Let's summarize briefly what we know. It has to be brief because we know virtually damn all. 3 identical messages were received yesterday afternoon, 1 to a newspaper, 1 to the airport authorities, in effect Mr. de Jong, 1 to the Rijkswaterstaat of the Ministry of Transport and Public Works." He paused briefly and looked across at a burly, dark-bearded man who was placidly polluting the atmosphere with smoke from what appeared to be a very ancient pipe. "Ah, of course, Mr. van der Koer, the Rijkswaterstaat Deputy Projects Engineer. How long to clear up this mess?" Van der Koer removed his pipe. "We have already started. We seal off the breach in the canal with a metal sheeting, a temporary measure only, of course, but sufficient. After that, well, we do have the best and biggest pumps in the world. A routine job. How long? 36 hours at the outside. There was something very reassuring about Decour's calm and matter-of-fact approach. Provided, of course, that we get a degree of cooperation from the tugboat men, barge men, and private owners whose boats are at the moment resting on the mud at the bottom of the canal. The boats that settled on an even keel are no problem. Those which have fallen over on their sides could well fill up. I suppose self-interest will ensure cooperation. The Graaf said, any loss of life in the canal, or anybody hurt. One of my inspectors reports a considerable degree of high blood pressure among the skippers and crews of the stranded craft. That apart, no one was harmed. Thank you. The messages came from a man or a group signing themselves FFF. It was not explained what those initials were meant to stand for. The intention, it was said, was to demonstrate that they could flood any part of our country whenever they wished by blowing up a strategically placed dike, and that accordingly they intended to give a small-scale demonstration that would endanger no one and cause as little inconvenience as possible. As little inconvenience. Small scale. De Jong was back at his fist-clenching. I wonder what the devil they would regard as a large-scale demonstration. The Graaf nodded. Quite. They said the target was Schiphol, and that the flooding would come at 11 a.m. Not 1 minute before 11, not 1 minute after. As we know, the breach was blown at precisely 11 a.m. At police headquarters, quite frankly, this was regarded as a hoax. After all, who in his right mind would want to turn Schiphol Airport into an inland sea? Perhaps they saw some symbolic significance in their choice. After all, the Dutch Navy defeated the Spanish Navy at this very spot, when the present Schiphol really was a sea. A hoax or not, we took no chances. The canal was the obvious choice for any saboteur, so we had both sides of the north bank of the canal closely examined. There were no signs of any kind of disturbance that could have indicated a preparation for the blowing of the dike. So we assumed it was some kind of practical joke. The Graaf shrugged, arms uplifted. As we know too late, nothing was further from the mind or minds of the FFF than fun and games. He turned to the man seated on his left side. Peter, you've had time to think. Have you had any idea? Sorry, gentlemen, sorry. Some of you may not know my colleague here, Lieutenant Peter van Effen. Lieutenant van Effen is my senior detective lieutenant. He is also an explosives expert and, for his sins, the head of the city's bomb disposal squad. Have you figured out yet how it was done? Peter van Effen was an unremarkable figure. Like his boss, he was just over medium height, uncommonly broad, and looked suspiciously as if he were running to fat. He was in his mid or late 30s, had thick dark hair, a dark moustache, and an almost permanent expression of amiability. He didn't look like a senior detective lieutenant. In fact, he didn't even look like a policeman. Many people, including quite a number of people in Dutch prisons, tended to take Van Effen's easygoing affability at its face value. It didn't take much figuring, sir. Anything's easy with hindsight. But even had we the foresight, there was nothing we could have done about it anyway. We'll almost certainly find that 2 boats were tied up bow to stern alongside the north bank. Unusual, but there's no law, say, against an engine breakdown and a sympathetic owner of a passing vessel stopping to lend a hand. I should imagine that we'll find that those boats were almost certainly stolen, because there is traffic on the canal and any habitual waterway user would have been able to identify them. The 2 boats would have been very close or even overlapping, leaving a clear, hidden area where scuba divers would work. If this took place during dusk or night time, as I'm sure it did, they would have bright lights on deck, and when you have those on, anything below gunwale level is in deep shadow. They would have had a drilling machine, something like the ones you use on oil rigs, only of course this one would have been on a very small scale and operated horizontally, not vertically. It would have been electrically powered, either by batteries or a generator, because the exhausts of a petrol or diesel plant make a great deal of noise. For an expert, and there are literally hundreds of experts operating on or around the North Sea, this would have been a childishly simple operation. They would drill through to, say, a foot of the other side of the dike. We may be sure they would have taken very careful measurements beforehand, withdraw the bit, and insert a waterproof canvas tube packed with explosives, maybe just plain old-fashioned dynamite or TNT, although a real expert would have gone for Amatol beehives. They would then attach an electrical timing device, nothing elaborate, an old-fashioned kitchen alarm clock will do very well, plug the hole with mud and gravel, not that there would be a chance in a million of anyone ever looking there, and sail away. I could almost believe, Mr. Van Effen, that you masterminded this operation yourself, Van der Koor said. So that's how it was done. It's how I would have done it, and within the limits of a slight variation, that's how they did it. There is no other way. Van Effen looked at de Graaf. We're up against a team of experts, and the person directing them is no clown. They know how to steal boats, they know how to handle them, they know where to steal drilling equipment, they know how to use that equipment, and they're obviously at home with explosives. No wild-eyed, slogan-chanting cranks among this lot. They're professionals. I've asked head office to notify us immediately if they receive any complaints from factories, wholesalers, or retailers of the theft of any equipment from the manufacturers or distributors of drilling equipment. Also to notify us of the theft of any vessels from that area. And beyond that, de Graaf said, nothing. We have no leads. De Graaf nodded and looked down at the paper he held in his hands. That message from the mysterious FFF. No indication whatsoever as to the reason behind this threatened, now actual, sabotage. Just a warning that nobody should be at ground level at 11 a.m. this morning, and that all planes should be flown out yesterday afternoon or evening to adjacent airfields, as the needless destruction of property formed no part of their plans. Very considerate of them, I must say. And even more considerate, Jon, was the phone call you got at 9 o'clock this morning urging you to evacuate all those planes immediately. But of course we all knew it was a hoax, so we paid no attention. Would you recognize that voice again, Jon? Not a chance. It was a woman's voice, a young woman, and speaking in English. All young women speaking English sound the same to me. Fist clenched, de Jong gently thumped the table before him. They didn't even hint at the reason for carrying out this monstrous action. What have they achieved by this action? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I repeat that any persons who behave in this fashion have to be mentally unbalanced. Van Effen said, I'm sorry, sir, I disagree. I do agree with what the colonel said on the roof. They're almost certainly as sane as anyone. No one who is mentally unbalanced could have carried out this operation. And they are not, as I said, wild-eyed terrorists throwing bombs in crowded marketplaces. In 2 separate warnings they did their best to ensure that neither human lives nor property would be put at risk. That was not the behavior of irresponsible people. And who, then, was responsible for the deaths of the 3 people who lost their lives when that Fokker friendship cartwheeled and crashed on takeoff? The saboteurs, indirectly. One could equally well say that you were, also indirectly. It might be argued you might at least have considered the possibility that the threat was not a hoax, taken even the most remote possibility into account, and refused permission for the Fokker to take off at exactly 11 a.m. But that permission was given, personally, I understand, by you. It is as certain can be that the saboteurs had carefully checked landing and takeoff schedules and made sure that there were no planes either taking off or landing at or near that time. That Fokker was the private plane of a German industrialist and was therefore not listed on the scheduled departures. I suggest, Mr. de Jong, that it's futile to ascribe the blame for those 3 deaths to anyone. Sheer bad luck, an unfortunate coincidence in timing, an act of God, call it what you like. There was nothing planned, nothing calculated, no motive behind those deaths. It was nobody's fault. De Jong had substituted finger-drumming for table-thumping. If those evil men were as considerate as you say, why didn't they postpone the explosion when they saw people boarding the plane? Because we don't know that they were in a position to see anything, and even if they were almost certainly unable to do anything about it. Had the explosives been activated by a radio-controlled device, sure, they could have stopped it. But as I told you, I'm pretty certain it was an electrical timer, and to deactivate that, they would have had to assemble a boat, scuba gear and diver, and all in broad daylight in a matter of minutes. In the time available, that would have been impossible. There was a faint but unmistakable sheen of sweat on de Jong's forehead. They could have phoned a warning. Van Effen looked at de Jong for a long moment, then said, "How much attention did you pay to the previous warning this morning?" De Jong made no reply. "And you've just said that the saboteurs have achieved nothing, absolutely nothing by their action. I know you're upset, sir, and it seems unfair to press the point, but can you really be so naive as to believe that? They've already made a considerable achievement. They have achieved the beginnings of a climate of fear and uncertainty, a climate that can only worsen with the passing of the hours. If they've struck once, apparently without a blind bit of motivation, are the chances not high that they will strike again? If they do, when? If they do, where? And above all, there's the why. What overpowering reason do they have to behave as they do?" He looked at de Graaf. "Soften up the victim, but keep him in suspense as to your purpose in behaving in this fashion. It's a novel form of blackmail, and I see no reason why it shouldn't work. I have the strong feeling that we are going to hear from the FFF in the very near future. Not to state the reasons for acting as they do, certainly not to make any specific demands. Dear me, no, not that. That's not the way you conduct psychological warfare. One turns the wheel that stretches the rack very, very slowly over a calculated period of time. Gives the victim time to ponder more deeply about the hopelessness of his situation while his morale sinks lower and lower. At least that's how I believe they operated in the Middle Ages, when using the actual instrument, of course." De Jong said sourly, "You seem to know a lot about the workings of the criminal mind." "A little," Van Effen smiled agreeably. "I wouldn't presume to tell you how to run an airport." "And what am I to understand from that?" "Mr. Van Effen just means that a cobbler should stick to his last." De Graaf made a placatory gesture with his hand. "He's the author of the now-established textbook on the psychology of the criminal mind. Never read it myself. So, Peter, you seem sure that the FFF will contact us very soon, but not to tell us about themselves or their objectives. Tell us what? The where and the when? Their next, demonstration? What else?" A profound and rather gloomy silence was ended by the entrance of a waiter who approached de Jong. "Telephone, sir. Is there a Lieutenant Van Effen here?" "Me." Van Effen followed the waiter from the canteen and returned within a minute and addressed himself to de Graaf. Duty Sergeant. Apparently 2 men reported their boats missing some hours ago. Pleasure boat owners. The sergeant who took their complaint didn't think it necessary to notify our department. Quite right, of course. The boats have now been recovered. One, it would seem, was taken by force. The boats are in our hands. I told them to take a couple of fingerprint men aboard, return the boats to the owners, but not allow the owners aboard. If you can spare the time, sir, we can interview the 2 owners after we leave here. They live less than a kilometer from here. A promising lead, yes? No. I don't think so either. However, no stone unturned. We may as well go now, and... He broke off as the same waiter reappeared and approached him. Phone again, for you this time, Colonel. De Graaf returned in a matter of seconds. Jon, have you such a thing as a shorthand typist? Of course. Jan? Sir? A blond youngster was on his feet. You heard the Colonel? Yes, sir. He looked at de Graaf. What shall I say? Ask her to take that phone call and type it out for me. Peter, you have clairvoyance, the second sight. The FFF? Indeed. The press, I need hardly say. The FFF have their publicity priorities right. Usual anonymous phone call. The sub-editor who took the call was smart enough to tape-record it, but I'd be surprised if that is of the slightest hope. A fairly lengthy statement, I understand. Shorthand is not my forte. Let us possess our souls in patience. They had possessed their souls for not more than 4 minutes when a girl entered and handed a typewritten sheet to de Graaf. He thanked her, looked briefly at the sheet, and said, Action this day would appear to be their motto. This, I understand, is their statement in full, and a fairly arrogant example of its kind it is, too. This is what the FFF says. Next time, perhaps, the responsible citizens in Amsterdam will listen to what we say, believe what we say, and act accordingly. It is because you did not believe what we said that a misadventure occurred today. For this misadventure we hold Mr. de Jong entirely responsible. He was given due warning and chose to ignore that warning. We deplore the unnecessary deaths of the 3 passengers aboard the Fokker Friendship, but disclaim all responsibility. It was not possible for us to arrest the explosion. De Graaf paused and looked at Von Effen. Interesting. Very. So they had an observer. We'll never find him. He could have been in the airport, but hundreds of people who don't work here visit here every day. For all we know, there could have been someone outside the airport with a pair of binoculars. But that's not what is interesting. The 4 first aid men who brought in the most seriously injured passengers did not know at the time whether the 3 men who were later pronounced dead were in fact dead or alive. 2 of them, I understand, died after admission, but none was officially pronounced dead until the doctors certified them as such. How did the FFF know? Neither the doctor nor the first aid men could have been responsible for leaking the news, for they would be the obvious suspects and all too easily checked on. Apart from them, the only people who knew of those deaths are in this room. Von Effen looked leisurely around the 16 men and 3 women seated at the canteen tables, then turned to de Jong. It hardly needs spelling out, does it, sir? We have an infiltrator here, an informant. The enemy has a spy in our camp. Again he carried out the same slow survey of the room. I do wonder who it can be. In this room? De Jong looked both disbelieving and unhappy at the same time. I don't have to repeat the obvious, do I? De Jong looked down at his hands, which were now tightly clasped on the table. No, of course not. But surely, well, we can find out. You can find out. The usual rigorous inquiries, is that it? Trace the movements of every person in this room after the Fokker crashed, Find out if anyone had access to the phone or indeed used a phone. Sure, we can do that. Pursue the rigorous inquiries. We'll find nothing. You'll find nothing? De Jong looked his perplexity. How can you be so sure in advance? Because, de Graaf said, the lieutenant has a policeman's mind. Not a bunch to be underestimated, are they, Peter? They're clever. De Jong looked from de Graaf to von Effen, then back to de Graaf. If someone would kindly explain. Simple, really, de Graaf said. It hasn't occurred to you that the FFF didn't have to let us know that they knew of the deaths. Gratuitous information, if you like. They would know that we would know this. They would know, as the lieutenant has just pointed out, that we would know that someone had informed them, and that someone would have to be one of us. They would be certain that we would check on the possibility of someone here having made a phone call, so they made certain that no one here made a phone call. He passed the word on to an accomplice who was not in this room. The accomplice made the call. I am afraid, Jon, that you have another mole burrowing away inside here, maybe even more. You are aware, of course, that every word of our conversation will be reported back to the FFF, whoever they may be. We will naturally go through the motions and make the necessary routine inquiries. As von Effen says, we will, of course, go a blank. But it all seems so pointless, de Jong said. Why should they be so devious so as to achieve nothing? They're not really devious, and they do achieve something. A degree of demoralization, for one thing. More important, they are saying that they are a force to be reckoned with, that they can infiltrate and penetrate security when they so choose. They are giving the message that they are a highly organized group, one that is capable of carrying out any threats that it chooses to make, and one that is to be ignored at our peril. Speaking of threats and perils, let's return to the FFF's latest phone call. They go on to say, we are sure that the Dutch people are well aware that, in the face of an attacker determined to bring it to its knees, it is the most defenseless nation in the world. The sea is not your enemy. We are, and the sea is our ally. You will not need reminding that the Netherlands has about 1,300 kilometers of sea dikes. A certain Cornelius Ripma, president of the Seapolder Board in Leeuwarden in Friesland, is on record as saying some months ago that the dikes in his area consist of nothing more than layers of sand, and that if a big storm comes, they are certain to break. By a big storm, one would assume that it would have to be a storm of the order of the one that breached the Delta defenses in 1953 and took 1,850 lives. Our information supplied to us by the Rijkswaterstaat is that— What? Van der Koer, red-faced and almost incoherent with anger, was on his feet. Are those devils daring to suggest that they got information from us? Dastardly! Impossible! Let me finish, Mr. van der Koer. Can't you see that they're using the same technique again, trying to undermine confidence and demoralize? Just because we know that they have contacts with one or more of Mr. de Jong's staff is no proof that they have any with your people. Anyway, there's worse to come. They go on. Our information is that a storm of not more than 70% of the power of the 1953 one would be sufficient to breach the dikes. Mr. Reepma was talking about vulnerable dikes. Of the Netherlands' 1,300 kilometers of dikes, almost exactly 300 have deteriorated to a critical condition. By the best estimates, no repairs will be carried out to the threatened dikes for another 12 years, that is to say 1995. All we propose to do is to accelerate the advent of the inevitable. De Graaf paused and looked around. A chilled hush seemed to have fallen over the canteen. Only 2 people were looking at him. The others were either gazing at the floor or into the far distance. In both cases, it was not difficult to guess that they didn't like what they saw. The dikes cannot be repaired because there is no money to repair them. All the money available, or likely to be available in the future, is being sunk or will be sunk into the construction of the East Scheldt storm surge barrier, the last link in the so-called Delta Plan designed to keep the North Sea at bay. The costs are staggering. Due to gross original underestimates, cost overruns, and inflation, the likely bill will probably be in excess of 9 billion guilders. And this massive sum for a project that some engineering experts say will not work anyway. The project consists of 63 lock gates fitted between enormous 18,000-ton freestanding concrete pillars. The dissident experts fear that heavy seas could shift the pillars, jam the locks, and render the barrier inoperable. A shift of 2 centimeters would be enough. Ask Mr. van der Koer of the Rijkswaterstaat. De Graaf paused and looked up. Van der Koer was on his feet again, every bit as apoplectic as on the previous occasion. The thought was inevitable that Van der Koer's normal air of pipe-puffing imperturbability was a very thin veneer indeed.
"Lies!" he shouted. "Rubbish! Balderdash! Defamation! Calumny! Lies! I tell you, lies!"
"You're the engineer in charge. You should know. So really there's no need to get so worked up about it." De Graaf's tone was mild, conciliatory. "The dissidents the FFF speak about, they have no hydraulic engineering qualifications?"
"The dissidents? A handful. Qualifications? Of course. Paper qualifications. Not one of them has any practical experience as far as this matter is concerned."
Van Effen said, "Does anybody have on this project? Practical experience, I mean? I understood that the East Scheldt involved completely untested engineering techniques, and that you are, in effect, moving into the realms of the unknown." He raised a hand as Van der Koer was about to rise again. "Sorry, this is all really irrelevant. What is relevant is that there is a mind or minds among the FFF that is not only highly intelligent but has a clear understanding about the application of practical psychology. First, they introduce the elements of doubt, dismay, dissension, and the erosion of confidence into Schiphol. Then they apply the same techniques to the Rijkswaterstaat. And now, through the medium of every paper in the land, this evening or tomorrow morning, and doubtless through television and radio, they will introduce the same elements into the nation at large. If you ask me, they have, or will have, achieved a very great deal in a very short space of time. A remarkable feat. They are to be respected as strategists, if not as human beings. I trust that the traitor in our midst will report that back to them." "Indeed," de Graaf said, "and I trust the same traitor will understand if we don't discuss the steps we plan to undertake to combat this menace. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to the final paragraph of their message, and incidentally, no doubt, to introduce some more of what the lieutenant referred to as doubt, dismay, dissension, erosion of confidence, or whatever. They go on to say, in order to demonstrate your helplessness and our ability to strike at will, wherever and whenever we choose, we would advise you that a breach will be made in the Texel Sea Dyke at 4:30 p.m. this afternoon."
"What?"
The word came simultaneously from at least half a dozen people. "Shook me a bit, too," de Graaf said. "That's what they say. I don't for a moment doubt them. Brinkman," this to a uniformed young police officer, "contact the office. No urgency, probably, but check that people on the island know what's coming to them. Mr. von der Kur, I'm sure I can leave it to you to have the necessary men and equipment to stand by. He consulted the sheet again. Not a big operation, they say. We are sure that damage will be minimal, but it might behove the citizens of Oosterend and de Waal to stand by their boats or take to their attics shortly after 4:30. Very shortly. Damned arrogance. They end up by saying, "We know that those names will give you a fairly accurate idea as to where the charges have been placed. We defy you to find them." "And that's all?" Von der Kur said. "That's all. No reasons, no explanations for these damned outrages, no demands, nothing?" "Nothing. I still say we're up against a bunch of raving maniacs. And I say that we're up against clever and very calculating criminals who are more than content to let us stew in our own juice for the time being. I wouldn't worry about the demands if I were you. Those will come in due time, their time. Well, nothing more we can achieve here. Not on reflection that we have achieved anything. I bid you good day, Mr. de Jong, and hope that you'll be back in operational services sometime tomorrow. It'll take days, I suppose, to replace the machinery ruined in your basements." On their way out, von Effen made a gesture to de Graaf to hold back. He looked casually around to make sure that no one was within earshot and said, "I'd like to put tails on a couple of gentlemen who are in that room." "Well, you don't waste time, I will say. You have, of course, your reasons. I was watching them when you broke the news of the proposed Tessel breach. It hit them. Most of them just stared away into space, and those who didn't were studying the floor. All of them, I assume, were considering the awful implications. 2 did neither. They just kept on looking at you. Maybe they didn't react because it didn't come as any news to them. Straws. You're just clutching at straws. Isn't that what a drowning man is supposed to do? With all the water that's around, present and promised, you might have picked a less painful metaphor." "Who?" "Alfred von Rees." "Ah, the Reichsvaterstaat's locks, weirs, and sluices man. Preposterous. Friend of mine. Honest as the day's long. Maybe the Mr. Hyde in him doesn't come out until after sunset. And Fred Clausen." "Clausen? Schiphol security chief? Preposterous." "That's twice. Or is he a friend of yours, too?" "Impossible. 20 years unblemished service. The security chief?" "If you were a criminal and were given the choice of subverting any one man in a big organization, who would you go for?" De Graaf looked at him for a long moment, then walked on in silence. Chapter 2. Baccarin and Decker were the names of the 2 boat owners who had been involuntarily deprived of their vessels during the previous night. As it turned out, they were brothers-in-law. Baccarin was phlegmatic about the borrowing of his boat and not particularly concerned by the fact that he had not yet been allowed to examine his boat to see what damage, if any, had been done to it. Decker, by contrast, and understandably, was seething with rage. He had, as he had informed de Graaf and von Effen within 20 seconds of their arrival at his suburban home, been rather roughly handled during the previous evening.
"Is no man safe in this God-forsaken city?"
He didn't speak the words, he shouted them, but it was reasonable to assume that this was not his normal conversational custom.
"Police, you say you are? Police? Ha! Police! A fine job you do of guarding the honest citizens of Amsterdam. There I was, sitting in my own boat and minding my own business, when those 4 gangsters—"
"Moment," von Effen said. "Were they wearing gloves?"
"Gloves?"
Decker, a small, dark, intense man, stared at him in outraged disbelief.
"Gloves? Here am I, the victim of a savage assault, and all you can think of—
gloves. Something in Van Effen's tone had reached through the man's anger. One could almost see his blood pressure easing a few points.
Gloves, eh? Funny that. Yes, they were. All of them.
Van Effen turned to a uniformed sergeant. Bernard. Yes, sir, I'll tell the fingerprint men to go home. Sorry, Mr. Decker, tell it your way. If there was anything that struck you as unusual or odd, let us know.
It was all bloody odd,
Decker said morosely. He had been, as he had said, minding his own business in his little cabin when he had been hailed from the bank. He'd gone on deck, and a tall man— it was almost dark, and his features had been indistinguishable— had asked him if he could hire the boat for the night. He said he was from a film company and wanted to shoot some night scenes, and offered 1,000 guilders. Decker had thought it extremely odd that an offer of that nature should have been made at such short notice and with night falling. He had refused. Next thing he knew, 3 other men had appeared on the scene. He had been dragged from the boat, bundled into a car, and driven to his home. Van Effen said, "Did you direct them?"
"Are you mad?"
Looking at the fiery little man, it was impossible to believe that he would volunteer information to anyone. "So they've been watching your movements for some time. You weren't aware that you were under surveillance at any time?"
"Under what?"
"Being watched, followed, seeing the same stranger an unusual number of times."
"Who'd watch and follow a fishmonger?" "Well, who would think they would? So, they hauled me into the house."
"Didn't you try to escape at any time?"
"Would you listen to the man?"
Decker was justifiably bitter.
"How far would you get with your wrists handcuffed behind your back?"
"Handcuffs?"
"I suppose you thought that only police used those things. So they dragged me into the bathroom, tied my feet with a clothesline, and taped my mouth with elastoplast. Then they locked the door from the outside."
"You were completely helpless?"
"Completely."
The little man's face darkened at the recollection. "I managed to get to my feet, and a hell of a lot of good that did me. There's no window in the bathroom. If there had been, I don't know of any way I could have broken it, and even if I had, there was no way I could shout for help, was there? Not with God knows how many strips of plaster over my mouth. 3 or 4 hours later, I'm not sure how long it was, they came back and freed me. The tall man told me they'd left 1,500 guilders on the kitchen table, 1,000 for the hire of the boat, and 500 for incidental expenses." "What expenses?"
"How should I know?"
Decker sounded weary.
"They didn't explain. They just left."
"Did you see them go? Type of car, number, anything like that?"
"I did not see them go. I did not see their car, far less its number."
Decker spoke with the air of a man who is exercising massive restraint.
"When I say they freed me, I meant that they had unlocked and removed the handcuffs. Took me a couple of minutes to remove the strips of elastoplast, and damnably painful it was, too. Took quite a bit of skin and my moustache with it, too. Then I hopped through to the kitchen and got the bread knife to the ropes around my ankles. The money was there all right, and I'd be glad if you put it in your police fund, because I won't touch their filthy money. Almost certainly stolen anyway. They and their car, of course, were to hell and gone by that time."
Van Effen was diplomatically sympathetic. "Considering what you've been through, Mr. Decker, I think you're being very calm and restrained. Could you describe them?"
"Ordinary clothes, raincoats, that's all."
"Their faces?"
"It was dark on the canal bank, dark in the car, and by the time we reached here they were all wearing hoods. Well, 3 of them. 1 stayed on the boat."
"Slits in the hoods, of course." Van Effen wasn't disappointed. He'd expected nothing else.
"Round holes, more like."
"Did they talk among themselves?"
"Not a word. Only the leader spoke."
"How do you know he was the leader?"
"Leaders give orders, don't they?"
"I suppose." Would you recognize the voice again? Decker hesitated. I don't know. Well, yes, I think I would. Ah, something unusual about his voice? Yes, well, he talked funny Dutch. Funny? It wasn't, what shall I say, Dutch. Poor Dutch, is that it? No, the other way around. It was very good. Too good. Like the newsreaders on TV and radio. Too precise, yes? Book Dutch. A foreigner, perhaps? That's what I would guess. Would you have any idea where he might have come from? There you have me, Lieutenant. I've never been out of the country. I hear often enough that many people in the city speak English or German or both. Not me. I speak neither. Foreign tourists don't come to a fishmonger's shop. I sell my fish in Dutch. Thanks anyway. Could be a help. Anything else about this leader, if that's what he was? He was tall. Very tall. He tried his first half-smile of the afternoon. You don't have to be tall to be taller than I am, but I didn't even reach up to his shoulders. 10, maybe 12 centimeters taller than you are. And thin, very, very thin. He was wearing a long raincoat, a blue it was, that came way below his knees, and it fell from his shoulders like a coat hanging from a coat hanger. The hoods had holes, you say, not slits. You could see this tall man's eyes? Not even that. This fellow was wearing dark eyeglasses. Sunglasses? I did ask you to tell me if there was anything odd about those people. Didn't you think it odd that a person should be wearing a pair of sunglasses at night? Odd? Why should it be odd? Look, Lieutenant, a bachelor like me spends a lot of time watching movies and TV. The villains always wear dark glasses. That's how you can tell they're villains. True. Van Effen turned to Decker's brother-in-law. I understand, Mr. Baccarin, that you were lucky enough to escape the attentions of those gentlemen. Wife's birthday, in town for a dinner and show. Anyway, they could have stolen my boat any time, and I would have known nothing about it. If they were watching Max here, they would have been watching me, and they'd know that I only go near my boat on weekends. Van Effen turned to de Graaf. Would you like to see the boat, sir? Do you think we'll find anything? No. Well, might find out what they've been doing. I bet they haven't left one clue for hard-working policemen to find. Might as well waste some more time. The brothers-in-law went in their own car, the two policemen in Van Effen's, an ancient and battered Peugeot with a far-from-ancient engine. It bore no police distinguishing marks whatsoever, and even the radio telephone was concealed. De Graaf lowered himself gingerly into the creaking and virtually springless seat. I refrain from groaning and complaining, Peter. I know there must be a couple of hundred similar wrecks rattling about the streets of Amsterdam, and I appreciate your passion for anonymity. But would it kill you to replace or reupholster the passenger seat? I thought it lent a nice touch of authenticity, but it shall be done. Pick up anything back in the house there? Nothing that you didn't. Interesting that the tall, thin man should be accompanied by a couple of mutes. It has occurred to you that if the leader, as Decker calls him, is a foreigner, then his henchmen are also probably foreigners, and may very well be unable to speak a word of Dutch. It had occurred to me, and it is possible. Decker said the leader gave orders which would give one to understand that they spoke, or at least understood, Dutch. Doesn't necessarily follow, of course. The orders may have been meaningless and given only to convince the listener that the others were Dutch. Pity that Decker has never ventured beyond the frontiers of his own homeland. He might, I say just might, have been able to identify the country of origin of the owner of that voice. I speak 2 or 3 languages, Peter, you even more. Do you think if we'd heard this person speaking, we'd have been able to tell his country? There's a chance. I wouldn't put it higher than that. I know what you're thinking, sir. The tape recording that this newspaper sub-editor made of the phone call they received. Chances there would be much poorer. You know how a phone call can distort a voice, and they don't strike me as people who would make such a fairly obvious mistake. Besides, even if we did succeed in guessing at the country of origin, how the hell would that help us in tracking them down? De Graaf lit up a very black cheroot. Von Effen wound down his window. De Graaf paid no attention. He said, "You're a great comforter. Give us a few more facts, or let's dig up a few more, and it might be of great help to us. Apart from the fact, not yet established, that he may be a foreigner, all we know about this lad is that he's very tall, built along the lines of an emaciated garden rake, and has something wrong with his eyes." "Wrong? The eyes, I mean, sir?" "All we know for certain is that he wears sunglasses at night time. Could mean anything or nothing. Could be a fad. Maybe he fancies himself in them. Maybe, as Decker suggested, he thinks sunglasses are de rigueur for the better-class villain. Maybe, like the American president's Secret Service bodyguards, he wears them because any potential malefactor in a crowd can never know whether the agent's eyes are fixed on him or not, thereby inhibiting him from action. Or he might be just suffering from nyctalopia." "I see. Nyctalopia. Every schoolboy knows, of course. I am sure, Peter, that you will enlighten me at your leisure." "Funny old word to describe a funny old condition. I am told it's the only English-language word with two precisely opposite meanings. On the one hand, it means night blindness, the recurrent loss of vision after sunset, the causes of which are only vaguely understood. On the other hand, it can be taken to mean day blindness, the inability to see clearly except by night, and here the causes are equally obscure. A rare disease, whatever meaning you take, but its existence has been well attested to. The sunglasses, as we think of them, may well be fitted with special correctional lenses. It would appear to me that a criminal suffering from either manifestation of this disease would be laboring under a severe occupational handicap. Both a housebreaker who operates by daylight and a burglar who operates by night would be a bit restricted in their movements if they were afflicted, respectively, by day or night blindness. Just a little bit too far-fetched for me, Peter. I prefer the old-fashioned reasons. Badly scarred about the eyes, cross-eyed. Maybe he's got a squint. Maybe an eye whose iris is streaked or party-coloured. Maybe wall-eyed, where the iris is so light that you can hardly distinguish it from the white, or where the pupils are of two different colours. Maybe a sufferer from exophthalmic goiter, which results in very protuberant eyes. Maybe he's only got one eye. In any event, I guess he's suffering from some physical abnormality by which he would be immediately identifiable without the help of those dark glasses. So now all we've got to do is to ask Interpol for a list worldwide of all known criminals with eye defects. There must be tens of thousands of them. Even if there were only 10 on the list, it still wouldn't help us worth a damn. Chances are good, of course, that he hasn't even got a criminal record. Von Effen pondered briefly. Or maybe they could give us a list of all albino criminals on their books. They need glasses to hide their eyes. The lieutenant is pleased to be facetious, de Graaf said morosely. He puffed on his cheroot, then said, almost wonderingly, By Jove, Peter, you could be right. Ahead, Decker had slowed to a stop, and now Von Effen did also. 2 boats were moored alongside a canal bank, both about 11 or 12 meters in length, with 2 cabins and an open poop deck. The 2 policemen joined Decker aboard his boat. Baccarin boarded his own, which lay immediately ahead. Decker said, Well, gentlemen, what do you want to check first? De Graaf said, how long have you had this boat?
6 years.
In that case, I don't think Lieutenant von Effen or I will bother to check anything. After 6 years, you must know every corner, every nook and cranny on this boat, so we'd be grateful if you'd do the checking. Just tell us if there is anything here, even the tiniest thing that shouldn't be here, or anything that's missing that should be here. You might first be so good as to ask your brother-in-law to do the same aboard his boat. Some 20 minutes later, the brothers-in-law were able to state definitely that nothing had been left behind and that, in both cases, only 2 things had been taken: beer from the fridges and diesel from the tanks. Neither Decker nor Baccarin could say definitely how many cans of beer had been taken. They didn't count such things. But both were adamant that each fuel tank was cut down by at least 20 liters. 20 liters each, von Effen said. Well, they wouldn't have used 2 liters to get from here to the airport canal bank and back. So they used the engine for some other purpose. Can you open the engine hatch and let me have a torch? Von Effen's check of the engine room battery was cursory, seconds only, but sufficient. He said, Do either of you 2 gentlemen ever use crocodile clips when using or charging your batteries? You know, those spring-loaded grips with the serrated teeth? No? Well, someone was using them last night. You can see the indentations on the terminals. They had the batteries in your 2 boats connected up. In parallel or series, it wouldn't have mattered. They'd have been using a transformer. And ran your engines to keep the batteries charged. Hence the missing 40 liters.
I suppose, Decker said, that was what that gangster meant by incidental costs.
I suppose it was. De Graaf lowered himself, not protesting too much, into the springless, creaking passenger seat of the ancient Peugeot, just as the radio telephone rang. Von Effen answered, then passed the phone across to de Graaf, who spoke briefly, then returned the phone to its concealed position.
I feared this, de Graaf said. He sounded weary. My minister wants me to fly up with him to Texel, taking half the cabinet with him, I understand.
Good God, those rubbernecking clowns! What on earth do they hope to achieve by being up there? They'll only get in everyone's way, gum up the works, and achieve nothing. But then, they're practiced in that sort of thing.
I would remind you, Lieutenant von Effen, that you are talking about elected ministers of the Crown.
If the words were intended as a reprimand, de Graaf's heart wasn't in it. A useless and incompetent bunch. Make them look important, perhaps get their name in the papers, might even be worth a vote or 2 among the more backward of the electorate. Still, I'm sure you'll enjoy it, sir.
De Graaf glowered at him, then said hopefully, I don't suppose you'd like to come, Peter?
You don't suppose quite correctly, sir. Besides, I have things to do.
Do you think I don't?
De Graaf looked and sounded very gloomy. Ah, but I'm only a cop. You have to be a cop and a diplomat. I'll drop you off at the office. Join me for lunch? Like to, sir, but I'm having lunch at an establishment, shall we say, where Amsterdam's chief of police wouldn't be seen dead. La Caracha, it's called. Your wife and daughters wouldn't approve, sir.
Business, of course.
Of course. A little talk with a couple of our friends in the Krakers. You asked me a couple of months ago to keep it discreet, apart from an official eye on them. They report occasionally, usually at La Caracha.
Ah, the Krakers.
Haven't had much time to think of them in the past 2 months.
And how are our disenchanted youth, the anti-everything students, the flower men, the hippies, the squatters,
and the drug pushers and gun runners? Keeping a suspiciously low profile these days. I must say I feel happier. No, that's not the word. With this unusual peace and quiet and uncharacteristic inactivity, I feel there's trouble brewing somewhere.
You're not actually looking for trouble, Peter?
I've got the nasty feeling I'm going to find it anyway. Looking will be quite unnecessary. Yesterday afternoon, when that call came from the FFF, I sent 2 of our best people into the area. They might come across something. An off chance, but the crime in Amsterdam is becoming more and more centralized in the Krakow area. The FFF, would you say, qualify as criminals? Birds of a feather. Well, maybe, but the FFF seem like pretty smart boys, maybe too smart to associate with the Krakers, who could hardly be called the intellectual titans of crime. The FFF. So far, we've got a pretty tall fellow, with maybe something wrong with his eyes and maybe of foreign extraction. We've practically got it all wrapped up. Sarcasm ill becomes you. All right, no stone unturned. Any action is better than nothing. What's the food like at La Caracha? For that area, surprisingly good. I've had a few meals. He broke off and looked at de Graaf. You are going to honor us at the table, sir? Well, I thought, as chief of police. Of course. Delighted. And no one will know where I am. De Graaf seemed cheered at the prospect. That damned radiophone can ring its head off for all I care. I won't be able to hear it. Nobody else will be able to hear it either. That damned phone, as you call it, will be switched off the moment we park. How do you think the Dockland citizens are going to react when they hear a phone go off in this relic? They drove off. By and by, de Graaf lit another cheroot. Von Effen lowered his window, and de Graaf said, You have, of course, checked up on the proprietor of La Caracha. What's he called? He prefers to be known just as George. I know him moderately well. He's held in high regard among the local people. A kindly man, a do-gooder, charitable, an upstanding citizen, you would say? He's reputed to be a ranking member of 3, perhaps 4, successful criminal organizations. Not drugs, not prostitution. He despises those and won't touch them. Robbery, it is said, is his forte, usually armed, with or without violence, according to the amount of resistance offered. He himself can be extremely violent. I can testify to that personally. The violence, of course, was not directed at me. You have to be out of your mind to attack a police lieutenant, and George is very far from being out of his mind. You do have a genius for picking your friends, associates, or whatever you call them, Peter. De Graaf puffed at his cheroot, and if he was ruffled in any way, he didn't show it. Why isn't this menace to society behind bars? You can't arrest, charge, try and convict a man on hearsay. I can't very well go up to George with a pair of handcuffs and say, People have been telling me stories, and I have to take you in. Besides, we're friends. You've said yourself that he can be excessively violent. You can pull him in on that. No, he's entitled to eject any person who is drunk, abusive, uses foul language, or is guilty of causing an affray. That's the limit of George's violence. Ejection, usually 2 at a time. The law says he can. We are the law. Sounds an interesting character. Unusual, one might say. 2 at a time, eh? Wait till you see, George. And how do you propose to introduce me? No need to emphasize the police connections, just Colonel de Graaf. This is, shall we say, a semi-official visit. I may be recognized. Colonel, there isn't a self-respecting criminal in this city who wouldn't recognize you at a distance of half a kilometer. When their kids are misbehaving, they probably whip out your picture, show it to their offspring, and tell them if they don't mend their ways, the bogeyman will come and get them. Extremely witty. You're not exactly unknown yourself, Peter. I'd be curious to know what the, criminal element hereabouts think about you. You don't have to be curious. They think I'm bent. The unprepossessing entrance to La Caracha was located halfway down a lane so narrow that not even a car could enter it. The cracked plaster of the tiny entrance porch, the fading and peeling paint belied the bar-room that lay beyond. This was well lit and clean, with gleaming knotted pine walls, half a dozen tables, each with 4 small armchairs instead of the usual metal or plastic seats, a semicircular bar flanked by fixed stools, and beyond the bar, the barman. When one looked at him, one forgot about the rest of the room. He was huge, very tall and very broad. He probably weighed in at about 130 kilos. He wore a rather splendid Mexican sombrero. One assumed there was some connection between the barman's headgear and the vaguely Latin American name of the restaurant. A white shirt, a black string tie, an open black waistcoat, and black leather trousers. The absence of a gun belt and a holstered Peacemaker Colt struck a discordant note. The eyes were dark, the bushy eyebrows black, and the equally black moustache, equally bushy, luxuriant, and dropping down past the corners of his mouth, perfectly complemented the spectacular sombrero. The craggy face appeared to have been hacked from granite by an enthusiastic but ungifted stonemason. He was the epitome of all those wanted portraits that used to adorn the walls of 19th-century Western American saloons. "That's George?" Von Effen didn't bother to answer the superfluous question. "When he ejects them 2 at a time, I assume he uses only one hand." George caught sight of them and hurried round the corner of the bar, a wide, welcoming smile revealing startlingly white teeth. The nearer he approached, the bigger he seemed to become. His hand was outstretched while he was still quite some distance away. "Welcome, Peter, my friend, welcome. And Colonel van der Graaf. My word, this is indeed an honor." He pumped the colonel's hand as if he were a twin brother he hadn't seen for 20 years. De Graaf smiled. "You know me, then?" "If there is anyone in this city who doesn't recognize our commissioner of police, he must either be blind or never read newspapers or magazines. Peter, as of this moment, my reputation is made." He looked at de Graaf and dropped his voice. "Provided, of course, that this is not an official visit." "Purely unofficial," de Graaf said. "Regard me as the lieutenant's guest." "It is my pleasure to celebrate this auspicious occasion," George said. "Boreltje, Jonge Jenever, whiskey, beer, wine. La Caracha has an excellent wine cellar. No better in Amsterdam. But I recommend my Bessen Jenever, gentlemen. Ice just beginning to form on the top." He touched his lips. "Incomparable." So it proved, and in the quantities that George supplied it, the Bessen Jenever, red currant gin, was as formidable as it was incomparable. George remained with them for a few minutes, discoursing freely on a variety of subjects, but mainly and inevitably about the dike breach that had brought back into existence the long-vanished Haarlem Lake. "No need to look for the perpetrators of this crime among the professional criminals of the Netherlands." George sounded very positive. "I use the word professional because one would have to exclude the pitifully amateurish criminals among the crackers, hot-headed madmen capable of any atrocity, no matter how many innocents suffer in the name of their crazy and woolly ideals, totally immoral lunatics, mindless idiots who love destruction for destruction's sake. But they are not Dutchmen, though they may have been born in this country. They're just members of a terminally sick subculture that you'll find in many other countries. But I don't think they're responsible for the Schiphol flooding. However much one may deplore the action of the saboteurs, one has to admire the clear-headed intelligence that lies behind it. Nobody with a clear-headed intelligence would ever dream of associating with the retarded morons who make up the crackers.
Though that's not to say the crackers couldn't be employed in some subordinate capacity, where they wouldn't be allowed to know enough to do any damage. But no Dutchman, however criminally minded, would or could have been responsible. Every Dutchman is born with the belief, the certain knowledge, that our dikes are inviolable. It is an act of faith. I am not... what is the word, gentlemen? I am not xenophobic, but this is a foreign-inspired idea being carried out by foreigners. And it's only the beginning. There will be further atrocities. Wait and see.
We won't have to wait long, de Graaf said. They're going to breach the Texel Sea Dike at 4:30 this afternoon. George nodded, as if the news had come as no surprise to him.
So soon, so soon. And then the next dike, and then the next, and the next. When the blackmail demands come, as come they must, for nothing other than blackmail can lie behind this, they will be horrendous.
He glanced towards his bar, where a group of men were making urgent signals that they were dying of thirst.
You will excuse me, gentlemen.
An extraordinary fellow, de Graaf said. He would have made a splendid politician. He could hardly be accused of being at a loss for words. Strange type to be a criminal, alleged to be associated with violence. He's an intelligent and clearly well-educated man. So, on the other hand, were a number of famous, notorious rather, and highly successful criminals in the past. But I find him especially intriguing. He seems well into the criminal mind, but at the same time he thinks and speaks like a cop. And he got onto the possibility that those criminals might come from another country in a fraction of the time that it took us to arrive at the possibility. And, unlike us, he had nothing to help or guide him towards that conclusion. Maybe you and I are fractionally less clever than we like to think we are. Maybe you should hire George on an ad hoc basis, substantive rank of sergeant, as a dike breach investigator. Rather a fine title, don't you think? The title is fine, the idea is not. Set a thief to catch a thief, the idea never did work. Do not jest with your superior in his hour of need. Speaking of need, when do we eat? Let's ask. George had returned with fresh supplies of Besnieneva. We'd like lunch, George.
The Colonel will eat here. La Caracha is doubly honored. This table will do.
I'm expecting Vasco and Anna Marie.
Of course.
George picked up the drinks tray and led the way up 4 steps into a dining room, bright, cheerful, and so small that it held only 2 tables. George produced a menu.
Everything is excellent. The Rode Kool met Rolpens is superb.
Shall we have the superb, Peter? De Graaf said. Fine. And George, as our chief of police is with us, I think the expense account could stand to a bottle of reasonable wine.
Reasonable? Do I believe my ears? A superb wine to go with a superb dish and strictly on La Caracha. A Chateau Latour, perhaps. I have said there is no better cellar than mine in the city. Equally beyond dispute is the fact that I have far the best Bordeaux cellar.
George handed them their aperitifs.
Sharpen your appetites, gentlemen. Annelise, I promise, will excel herself.
When George left, de Graaf said, Who's Annelise? His wife. Less than half his size. He's terrified of her. A wonderful cook. She is aware of his, what shall we say, extracurricular activities? She knows nothing. You mentioned a Vasco and an Anna Marie. Those, I assume, are your informants. George seems to know about them. He knows them pretty well. They're friends. Does he also know that they're working undercover for you? Van Effen nodded, and de Graaf frowned. Is this wise? Is it politic? Is it, damn it, even professional? I trust George. Maybe you do, I don't have to. To say you have the best Bordeaux cellar in Amsterdam is to make a pretty large claim. That would cost money, a great deal of money. Is he into the hijacking and smuggling rackets too, or does he earn enough from his extracurricular activities to buy honestly on the open market? Look, sir, I never said George was a rogue, thief, crook, gangster, or whatever. I was only quoting the neighborhood opinion of him. I wanted you to make up your own mind about him. I do think you already have, only you still have reservations, owing to the fact that you have a nasty, devious, suspicious mind, which is why I suppose you're the city's chief of police. An aliaser knows nothing about George's extracurricular activities, as you call them, because there are none. George has never earned an illegal guilder in his life. He's totally straight, and if every man in Amsterdam were as honest as he is, you'd join the unemployed by nightfall. I was certain you'd caught on to this when you said he thought and spoke like a cop. He is, or was, a cop, and a damn good one. A sergeant in line for his inspectorate when he decided to retire last year. Phone the chief of police in Groningen and find out who he'd give a bag of gold for to have back on his staff. I am staggered, de Graaf said. He didn't look staggered. He just sat placidly puffing his cheroot and sipping his bessen jenever, as if Von Effen had been discussing the weather or crops. Different. Yes, different. He didn't say what was different. Might have given me some kind of warning, though. Thought you'd guess, sir. He's got cop written all over him. At least he had, until he grew his moustache after retirement. Any specialities? Drugs and counter-terrorism. I should have said drugs, then counter-terrorism. Drugs? The only drug in the province of Groningen comes out of a gin bottle. Here's the place for him. Or, if I take you rightly, was. Why was he taken off? Who took him off? Nobody. Nature took him off. To be a successful drugs cop, you have to be able to merge unobtrusively into your background. You've seen him. He wasn't built to merge into anything. What's more, they've never even seen a terrorist up north. They're not all that thick on the ground down here either, sir. Maybe that's why George resigned. No challenge, nothing left for him to do. A waste. An intelligence like that devoting its life to serving up superfluous calories to already overweight Amsterdammers could be useful. Maybe there's something to your idea of ad hoc recruitment. In an emergency, could always have him co-opted. Yes, sir. I thought that to co-opt anyone you required a committee, a quorum. There's only one committee and quorum in the Amsterdam police force, and I'm it. If you think he could be of help, just ask me. In fact, don't bother to ask me. I'm hungry. Ah, yes. George normally serves up hors d'oeuvre. Maybe he thought there was no urgency. He surveyed de Graaf's ample frame. Superfluous calories. However, he rose, opened a wooden cupboard door to reveal a refrigerator, opened this and said, half a smoked salmon, smoked trout, mountain ham, gouda, edam, and a few other odds and ends. There are no limits to the heights you might reach, my boy. Sometime later, the first sharp edge of his appetite temporarily blunted, he said, if you're too busy or too cowardly to accompany me to Texel, may one ask what you intend to do? Depends on what I learn from Anna-Marie and Vasco. If, of course, anything. On balance, however, I think I'll go and do what poor George couldn't, merge unobtrusively among the crackers in their garden suburb. You? You're mad. The unchallenged bête noire of crackerdom. 2 minutes after your arrival, all activity and conversation will wither on the vine. I've been there more than once in the past, and the vine has remained unaffected. I don't wear this rather nice pinstripe you see before you, or my official uniform. I wear another uniform, My Crocker uniform. I don't think I've ever discussed my wardrobe with you before. Von Effen sipped some more Bessenjenever. I've a sealskin jacket with lots and lots of tassels and a coonskin hat with a wolverine's tail attached to the back. Rather dashing, really. De Graaf closed his eyes, screwed them tightly shut, and then opened them again. The trousers are made of some other kind of skin, I don't know what it is, with lots of little leather strips down the sides. Moccasins, of course. Those were a mistake. The moccasins, I mean. They leak. Then my hair and moustache are blonde. Not platinum, you understand. That would attract too much attention. The rest of your outfit doesn't. The dye is impervious to any rainstorm. You have to use a special detergent to get it off, a painful process. Then I wear half a dozen rings, solid brass, on my right hand. That the hand you hit people with? Among other things, I'm a Greenpeace, anti-nuclear, environmental pacifist. I also have a multicolored bead necklace, double chain, and an earring. Only one earring, two are passé. This, someday, I must see. I can get you one like it, if you like. De Graaf closed his eyes again and was saved further comment by the arrival of George with lunch. George served the Rodecol Meteoropens, opened the Chateau Latour with a suitably reverential air, and departed. The meal was a simple one, red cabbage, rolled spiced meat and sliced apple, but, as George had promised, splendidly cooked. As was customary in Amsterdam, there was enough food for 4. The wine, also as George had promised, was superb. They had just finished when George brought in coffee. Anna-Marie is outside. Bring her in, please. Anna-Marie was a young lady of undeniably striking appearance. She wore a roll-necked pullover of indeterminate colour, which had once perhaps been white. It was about 4 sizes too large for her, a defect she had tried to remedy by hauling a 3-inch studded belt tightly about her midriff. As she had a rather slender waist, the effect was incongruous in the extreme. She resembled nothing so much as a potato bag that had been tied around the middle. The faded and patched blue jeans were fashionably frayed at the cuffs, and she teetered, rather than walked, into the room on a pair of stained, short leather boots with ludicrously pointed high heels. The condition of her streaky blonde hair showed that she regarded combs as an unnecessary luxury. The jet-black mascara had been applied with a heavy hand, as had the turquoise eyeshadow. The ghastly pallor of her face, which could only have been caused by an over-enthusiastic application of some cheap powder, was in stunning contrast to the 2 circular red patches on her cheeks, which equally owed nothing to nature. The lipstick was purple, and the blood-red nail varnish, which showed to advantage when she removed the cigarette holder from between her stained teeth, was chipped and flaking. The nose-wrinkling smell of her cheap perfume suggested that she had been bathing in it, although the impression was overwhelming that she hadn't bathed in anything for a very long time. Her brass earrings tinkled as she teetered. Von Effen looked at de Graaf, but de Graaf didn't look at him. He was either mesmerized or petrified by the apparition before him. Von Effen cleared his throat loudly. "This is Anna-Marie, sir." Yes, Anna-Marie." De Graaf was still staring at her, and it was by a visibly conscious effort of willpower that he turned his head to look at Von Effen. Of course, Anna-Marie. But there are 1 or 2 things I haven't had the opportunity yet to discuss with you, and—" "I understand, sir. Anna-Marie, my dear, would you mind for a few minutes? I'm sure George will give you something." She blew a long puff of smoke, smiled, and tottered from the room. "Anna-Marie, my dear," de Graaf sounded and looked appalled. "Anna-Marie, my dear, you in your Crocker uniform and that—"
That creature? What a couple you would make. Level-headed, I always thought you. Eminently sensible. This must be some kind of joke. Where on earth did you pick up that hussy, that harlot, that harridan, that ghastly spectacle? God, that makeup, that bordello perfume.
It's not like you, sir, to go by appearances.
Snap judgment, snap judgment? Those preposterous shoes, that filthy jersey that was built for a gorilla.
A very practical jersey, sir. That way no one would suspect the existence of the Beretta automatic she carries strapped beneath her waist.
A Beretta? That creature, that spectacle, she carries an automatic. That caricature of a human being carries a gun. You must be mad. He drew deeply on his cheroot. No, you're not mad. I'm not complaining, Peter, but it's been a shock to my system.
I can see that, sir. Should have warned you, I suppose. She does have rather an effect on people who make her acquaintance for the first time. That awful harridan is in fact a rather lovely young lady, or would be if she soaked in a bath for about an hour. She's very nice, charming really, intelligent, speaks 4 languages, is a university graduate, and is also a lady policewoman from Rotterdam. Don't you see, sir, I'm making a point. If she can fool the chief of police, who has become chief of police by, among other things, being fooled by fewer people than anyone else around, she can fool anyone.
How did you come by this paragon?
Exchange basis. Not a very fair exchange, really. I knew she'd spent 6 months underground in Rotterdam, and we had no one comparable up here. It wasn't easy, but my opposite number down there is a friend of mine. Why wasn't I informed of this? Because you gave me a free hand, remember? I would have informed you if there'd been anything to report. So far there has been nothing. Didn't want to bother you with trifles.
De Graaf smiled. I doubt whether the young lady would care to be called a trifle. Have her in, would you?
Von Effen did so, and de Graaf waved her courteously to a seat.
Sorry you were kept waiting. You know who I am?
Of course. Colonel von de Graaf, my boss. The slightly husky voice was low and pleasant, at complete variation with her appearance.
Lieutenant von Effen told you?
He didn't have to, sir. I work for him, and I know he works for you. And I've seen your picture dozens of times.
That outfit you're wearing, Anne-Marie, don't you feel it makes you look rather conspicuous?
Among the people I'm supposed to be investigating? I can assure you, sir, that compared to some of the clothes worn there, mine are low-key, positively understated. Isn't that so, Peter?
Ah, Peter, is it? A lowly ranker addresses my senior lieutenant by his given name?
On orders, sir. We've been out a couple of times together.
Among your,
friends? Yes, sir.
I wish I'd seen that.
We do form a rather striking couple. I told Anne-Marie that it would be unwise to call me lieutenant in such company, but to call me Peter, and always think of me as Peter. That way you don't make mistakes. Someone drummed this into me years ago. I was the drummer. I understand that you carry a gun, young lady. You can use it? I was trained at the police range. Ever used it? No. And I must admit I hope I never have to. Would you use it? I don't know. If it was to stop someone from killing a person, well, perhaps yes. But I couldn't kill a person. I don't like guns. I'm afraid I'm not very brave, sir.
Nonsense. Your sentiments do you credit. Feel exactly the same way myself. And it takes a brave girl to venture into Crackerland.
She half smiled. That's where the roll neck comes in so useful. They can't see the pulse in my neck.
Rubbish. How are things among your friends? Anything untoward or exciting afoot?
They're not a very exciting lot, sir. Rather dull, really. Most of them are not the social rebels, the anti-authority stormtroopers they would like to be thought to be. Of course, there are the drug pushers and drug users, and there is a hard core that trade in armaments, selling Russian small arms to the Irish Republican Army and other disaffected elements. but Peter has told me not to bother about the arms-running side. Disaffected elements? I rather like that. So, Peter, the young lady does not concern herself with gun-running? Why? You ask me, sir? America, Russia, Britain, France trade in arms legally to the tune of billions of dollars yearly. The Israelis do it, as do the Iranians, Libyans, and God knows how many other countries, all with their government's blessings. Who are we to become all God-fearing, moralistic, and holier-than-thou when private enterprise moves in on a tiny scale? Anyway, I know you're not really interested in that side, and that the only things you really are interested in are drugs and those mysterious and increasing threats to the royal family and members of the government. Yes, of course. Anything interesting to report on any of those fronts? Anna-Marie shook her head. Vasco, you've heard of Vasco? Yes, never met him, though. Supposed to meet him today. In fact, I thought I was meeting him with you. I thought so, too. We'd arranged to meet in a cafe close by here almost an hour ago. No signs, which is most unlike Vasco. This friend of yours, he's a dyed-in-the-wool true-blue cracker? Well, he seems to be, but he can't be, can he? They have some kind of leaders, nobody with any personality or charisma, a kind of loose council, and Vasco appears to be a member or close to it. But he says he's basically against them, and I believe him. After all, he works for you. Sort of. But you're in two minds about him? My intelligence, if I have any, says that, well, I'm ambivalent about him. My instincts trust him. Peter? Her instincts are right. He's a cop. Detective Sergeant. A policeman? Anna-Marie's lips were compressed, her eyes angry. Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't be childish, Van Effen said. You told him you were a policewoman? She didn't answer, and de Graaf said hastily, It's the need-to-know principle, my dear. He didn't even tell me. I take it he thinks I didn't need to know. You were about to say something about Vasco. Yes, it could be important, I don't know. He told me late last night that he thought he had a lead. He said he had been approached by one of the council, a person who knew that he, Vasco, moved quite often about the outside world. To them, everything beyond their suburban boundaries is the outside world. He said he was being taken to a meeting about midnight to meet someone important. I don't know who the person was. Van Effen said, Who was the person who approached him? Can you describe him? I can describe him all right. Short, balding, pepper-and-salt beard, and a bad squint in his right eye. De Graaf looked at Van Effen. Another eye disorder, but this one for real. This person have a name? Julius. Julius what? She hesitated. Julius Caesar. I know it's crazy, but then they're crazy. Nobody out there ever uses his real name. Right now, as far as names are concerned, they're going through an historical phase. That's the kind of follow-my-leader sheep they are. We've got Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, Charlemagne, Lord Nelson, Helen of Troy, Cleopatra. I could go on. They go for macho men or beautiful women, everything that they're not. Anyway, Julius Caesar. Van Effen said, And that's all you know? No indications as to what kind of lead it was? No. She pursed her lips. That's not to say that he didn't know. An odd comment to make, de Graaf said. What do you mean? Nothing. I just don't know whether he knows or not. Dear me, de Graaf studied her quizzically. You don't trust your fellow officer? He doesn't trust me. Well, once again, dear me, this does make for a happy relationship in the field. Van Effen said, Sergeant Vestenbrink doesn't distrust her. It's just that 3 years working undercover tends to make you secretive, a loner. Westenbrink, is it? I thought I knew all my sergeants. He's from Utrecht, sir. You cast a wide net. Lieutenant von Effen, Annemarie, works on the same principle as Vasco, whose name I feel quite certain is not Vasco. The need to know. How can you be hurt when you see me being treated in this cavalier fashion? George entered, apologized, picked up a phone set from a side table and placed it in front of Annemarie. She lifted the receiver, listened to the crackling voice for all of 2 minutes, said, "Thank you, 5 minutes," and hung up. Von Effen said, "The Hunter's Horn, I presume. What's the message from Vasco?" "The Hunter's Horn?" De Graaf frowned. "I trust that's not the Hunter's Horn, that there's only one, establishment of that name in Amsterdam. Beggars can't be choosers. Apart from La Caracha, it's our only safe house in Amsterdam. A private connection, Colonel. The fair name of the Amsterdam Police Department remains unbesmirched." "Not to know," De Graaf muttered. "Not to know." "You're half right," Annemarie said, almost reluctantly. "It was the Hunter's Horn, but it wasn't Vasco." "Never said it was. I said, what's the message from Vasco?" "It was Henri." "Henri, sir, is the owner. Vasco is under observation, but whoever's tailing him wasn't to know that it's virtually impossible to follow Vasco without Vasco being aware of it. So he couldn't come here. The person or persons following him would have raised their eyebrows if they saw you here. They'd have gone into shock if they'd found me, which would have been a small disaster for us and the end of the usefulness of both Vasco and yourself. So the only place left for Vasco was the Hunter's Horn. Even there he couldn't use the telephone, for he would still be being watched. So he wrote a small note for Henri, who did the telephoning. You're to ask me a question, and you're to give Henri my answer inside 5 minutes." Annemarie sighed. "Did you have to spoil it for me?" Then she brightened. "But you didn't get it all, did you?" "I'm brilliant at deducing the obvious. I'm not clairvoyant. The rest, what I didn't get, can wait, including the reasons why Vasco is going to call me back." "I didn't say that." Henri did. "The message." She made a moo. It went like this: "Two tails, understand can't ditch, meet to De Graaf interrupted." What was that meant to mean? "Westenbrink's shorthand, I imagine," Von Effen said. "Only 2 ways of getting rid of his tails. He could throw them into the nearest canal, which he's perfectly capable of doing, or he could easily have lost them, which he is again perfectly capable of doing. Either course of action would have ended any connection he succeeded in making." Annemarie went on. "Meet 2, 3 men, 4:30, Hunter's Horn." She pushed across a piece of paper. "Stefan Danilov," Von Effen read. "Pole. Rodom. Explosives expert. Oil well fires. Texas." "Clear enough?" "Interesting, sir?" "It is indeed. How do you feel about blowing up banks?" "Should be interesting to see the law from the other side. They'll bring along a Polish speaker, of course." Annemarie said, "You think this is a Polish criminal group?" "No, just to check on me." "But if they speak to you in—" "If they speak to him in Polish, my dear," De Graaf said, "he'll answer in Polish, in which language he's very fluent. Your friend from Utrecht, Peter, of course knew this." Annemarie said, But you'll be recognized. Everybody in that ghetto knows you. I mean, knows who you are." "Ninny. Sorry, but please, if you think I'm going to present myself as Lieutenant von Effen, you can't be feeling too well. I shall, in the best traditions, as befits the circumstances, be heavily disguised. I shall put on about 20 kilos. I have a suit and shirt designed to cope with the excess of avoirdupois, fatten my cheeks, tint hair and moustache, wear a sinister scar and a black leather glove. That's to disguise the fearful scars and burns I sustained when, let me see, yes, of course, when I was putting out this oil fire in Saudi Arabia, or wherever. It's remarkable what a single black glove does. It becomes the focal point for identification in nearly everyone's mind, and if you're not wearing it, you're not you, if you follow me. And don't call Krakadom a ghetto. It's an insult to decent Jews. I didn't mean to, I know, I'm sorry. Call Henri, tell him it's okay, and to let a few minutes pass before giving Vasco the nod. She made the call and hung up. Everything seems all right. A few minutes. She looked at Von Effen. You already have all the details you want? Why have Vasco make the call? Why have Vasco make the call? Von Effen tried to look patient. Vasco goes back every afternoon to this empty block of flats that they've taken over under so-called squatters' rights. He's been under surveillance since his meeting with the council, or whatever they call themselves, since last night, and it's a safe assumption that he'll remain under surveillance until the time of the meeting in the Hunter's Horn. How's he supposed to have communicated with me to arrange this meeting? Telepathy? De Graaf cleared his throat and looked at Anna-Marie. You must forgive our lieutenant his old-world gallantry. Do you go back to the dreadful place now? Very soon. And you stay there overnight? She gave a mock shudder. There are limits, sir, to my loyalty to the police force. No, I don't sleep there at nights. No raised eyebrows among the fraternity? Not at all, sir. I have a gentleman friend who comes calling for me every evening. The Krakers understand this sort of thing. And you go back in the morning? Yes, sir. She put a hand to her mouth to cover a smile, but de Graaf had seen it. You are amused, young lady. His tone had lost some warmth. Well, yes, I am a little, sir. Your voice and expression of disapproval and disappointment. This friend is really a very gallant gentleman, especially as he's married. Inevitably. De Graaf was not amused. He takes me to his cousin's house, leaves me there, and comes for me in the morning. That's why he's gallant, because he's very much in love with his own wife. His cousin, Colonel de Graaf, is a lady. De Graaf said, The chief of police is in his usual condition, namely, out of his depth. He was noticeably relieved. You will, of course, Peter, have carried out a check on this cousin, this lady? No, I have not. Von Effen spoke with some feeling. I wouldn't dare. De Graaf frowned briefly, then leaned back and laughed. Behold our intrepid lieutenant, Anna-Marie. He's terrified of his young sister. So, you're staying with Julie. You know her then, sir? My favorite lady in all Amsterdam, except, of course, for my wife and 2 daughters. I'm her godfather. Well, well. The phone rang. Von Effen picked it up and listened for perhaps half a minute, then said, Can anyone overhear my voice if I speak? Apparently nobody could, for Von Effen said, Say that you'll give me half a minute to think it over. At the end of that period, Von Effen spoke again. Say to me, Stefan, I swear to you it's no police trap. My life on it, and if it were a police trap, what would my life be worth then? Don't be silly. A few moments later, Von Effen said, That was fine. Will you be coming with them? Fine. Be sure to tell whoever comes with you, I'm sure it won't be the gentlemen who have you under surveillance at the moment, that I have a police record in Poland and have a United States extradition warrant out against me. I shall be wearing a black leather glove. He hung up. Nice touch about the police record and extradition warrant, de Graaf said. Nice criminal touch and 2 statements they have no way of checking on. You will be carrying a gun, I assume? Certainly, it would be expected of me, and I'll have it in a shoulder holster that should make it obvious to even the most myopic that I am armed. Anna-Marie said doubtfully, Perhaps they will take it off you before discussions start. Just as a precaution, I mean. One must take a chance about those things. I shall be brave. Pater means, de Graaf said dryly, is that he always carries a second gun. It's like his single-glove theory, that people only concentrate on one thing at a time. It's in that book of his, I'm sure. If a person finds a gun on you, he's got to be almost pathologically suspicious to start looking for another. It's not in the book. I don't put thoughts like those in criminal minds. Curious, sir, that we'll both be engaged in something interesting at exactly 4:30. You and the minister, schnapps in hand, peering down at the Texel sea dike from the safety of your helicopter seats, while I am entering the lion's den. I'd switch with you any time, de Graaf said morosely. I should be back from Texel by 6. Damn all I can do up there anyway. Let's meet at 7. Provided we both survive. You, the schnapps, me, the lions. The 444 would be in order, sir. De Graaf didn't say that the 444 would be in order. On the other hand, he didn't say it wouldn't. Chapter 3. The Chinook helicopter, a big, fast, experimental model on demonstration loan from the U.S. Army of the Rhine, suffered from the same defect as other, smaller and less advanced models, in that it was extremely noisy, the rackety clamour of the engines making conversation difficult and at times impossible. This wasn't helped by the fact that it had 2 rotors instead of the customary one. The passengers were a very mixed bag indeed. Apart from de Graaf and his Justice Minister, Robert Condestable, there were 4 cabinet ministers, of whom only the Minister of Defence could claim any right to be aboard. The other 3, including incredible reputation, were aboard only because of the influence they wielded and their curiosity about things that in no way concerned them. Much the same could have been said about the senior Air Force officer, the brigadier and rear admiral who sat together behind de Graaf. Flight evaluation purposes had been their claim. The evaluation tests had been completed a week ago. They were along purely as rubberneckers. The same could be said of the 2 experts from the Rijkswaterstaat and the 2 from the Delft Hydraulics Laboratory. Superficially, it would have seemed their presence could be more than justified, but as the pilot had firmly stated that he had no intention of setting his Chinook down in floodwaters, and the experts, portly gentlemen all, had indicated that they had no intention of descending by winch or rope ladder only to be swept away, it was difficult to see how their presence could be justified. The handful of journalists and cameramen aboard could have claimed a right to be there, but even they were to admit later that their trip had hardly been worthwhile. The Chinook, flying at no more than 200 meters and about half a kilometer out to sea, was directly opposite Oosterend when the sea dike broke. It was a singularly unspectacular explosion. A little sound, a little smoke, a little rubble, a little spray. But effective enough for all that. The Waddenzee was already rushing through the narrow gap and into the polder beyond. Less than half a kilometer from the entrance to the gap, an ocean-going tug was already headed towards the breach. As the pilot turned his Chinook westwards, presumably to see what the conditions were like in the polder, de Graaf leaned over to one of the Rijkswaterstaat experts. He had to shout to make himself heard. "How bad is it, Mr. Okese? How long do you think it will take to seal off the break?" "Well, damn their souls! Damn their souls! Villains! Devils! Monsters!" Okese clenched and unclenched his hands. "Monsters, I tell you, sir! Monsters!" Okese was understandably upset. Dikes, the construction, care and maintenance of, were his raison d'etre. "Yes, yes, monsters," de Graaf shouted. "How long to fix that?" "Moment." Okese rose, lurched forwards, spoke briefly to the pilot, and lurched his way back to his seat. "Got to see it first. Pilot's taking us down." The Chinook curved round, passing over the waters flooding across the first reaches of the polder, and came to hover some 15 meters above the ground and some 20 meters distant. Officer pressed his nose against a window. After only a few seconds he turned away and gave the wave-off signal to the pilot. The Chinook curved away inland. "Clever fiends!" Officer shouted. "Very clever fiends! It's only a small breach, and they chose the perfect moment for it. What does the time of day matter? It matters very much. Rather, the state of the tide matters. They didn't pick high tide, because that would have caused heavy flooding and great destruction. So they can't be all that villainous." Officer didn't seem to hear him. "And they didn't pick low tide because they knew, how I can't even guess, that we would do what we are just about to do, and that is to block the gap with the bows of a vessel, which is what we are about to do with the bows of that ocean-going tug down there. At low water, the tug probably wouldn't have found enough water to get close to the dike." He shook his head. "I don't like any of this." "You think our friends have inside information?" "I didn't say that. I suggested that to your friend yonder young, that those people have either an informant in or somebody employed in the Reichsvaterstaat." "Ridiculous! Impossible! In our organization, preposterous!" "That's more or less what Jon said. Nothing's impossible. What makes you think your people are immune to penetration? Look at the British Secret Service, where security is supposed to be a religion. They're penetrated at regular intervals and with painful frequency. If it could happen to them with all their resources, it's 10 times more likely to happen to you. Oh, that's beside the point. How long to seal the breach? The tug should block off about 80% of the flow. The tide's going out. We've got everything ready to hand. Concrete blocks, matting, divers, steel plates, quick-setting concrete. A few hours. Technically a minor job. That's not what worries me." De Graaf nodded, thanked him, and resumed his seat beside Condestall. "Officer says it's no problem, sir. Straightforward repair job." "Didn't think it would be a problem. The villains said there would be minimal damage, and they seem to mean what they say. That's not what worries me. That's what Officer has just said. The worry is, of course, that they can carry out their threats with impunity. We're in an impossible situation. What would you wager, sir, that we don't receive another threat this evening? Nothing. There's no point in wondering what those people are up to. They'll doubtless let us know in their own good time. And there's no point, I suppose, in asking you what progress you've made so far." De Graaf concentrated on lighting his cheroot and said nothing. Sergeant Westenbrink wore an off-white boiler suit, unbuttoned from throat to waist to show off a garishly patterned and coloured Hawaiian shirt, a Dutch bargee's cap, and a circular brass earring. Compared to those among whom he lived and had his being, Vasco von Effenthorpe looked positively underdressed, but was still outlandish enough to make himself and the 2 men sitting opposite him across the table in the booth in the Hunter's Horn look the pillars of a respectable society. One of them, clad in an immaculately cut dark grey suit, was about von Effen's age, darkly handsome, slightly swarthy, with tightly curled black hair, black eyes, and when he smiled, which was often, what appeared to be perfect teeth. Any Mediterranean country, von Effen thought, or at the outside not more than 2 generations removed. His companion, a short, slightly balding man, perhaps 10 or 15 years older than the other, wore a conservative dark suit and a hairline moustache, the only really and slightly unusual feature in an otherwise unremarkable face. Neither of them looked the slightest bit like a bona fide member of the criminal classes, but then few successful criminals ever did. The younger man, he went, it seemed, by the name of Romero Agnelli, which might even have been his own, produced an ebony cigarette holder, a Turkish cigarette, and a gold-inlaid onyx lighter, any of which might have appeared affected or even effeminate on almost any man. With Agnelli, all three seemed inevitable. He lit the cigarette and smiled at Van Effen. "You will not take it amiss if I ask one or two questions." He had a pleasant baritone voice and spoke in English. "One cannot be too careful these days." "I cannot be too careful any day. If your question is pertinent, of course I'll answer it. If not, I won't. Am I accorded the same privilege?" "Certainly." "Except you can ask more what you consider pertinent questions than I can." "I don't quite understand." "Just that I take it that we are talking on a potential employer-employee relationship. The employer is usually entitled to ask more questions." "Now I understand. I won't take advantage of that. I must say, Mr. Danilov, that you look more like the employer class yourself." And indeed, Van Effen's overstuffed suit and padded cheeks did lend a certain air of prosperity. It also made him look almost permanently genial. "Am I mistaken in thinking that you carry a gun?" "Unlike you, Mr. Agnelli, I'm afraid I'm not in the habit of patronizing expensive tailors." "Guns make me nervous." The disarming smile didn't show a trace of nervousness. "Guns make me nervous, too. That's why I carry one in case I meet a man who is carrying one. That makes me very nervous." Van Effen smiled, removed his Beretta from its shoulder holster, clicked out the magazine, handed it to Agnelli, and replaced his pistol. "That do anything for your nerves?" Agnelli smiled. "All gone." "Then they shouldn't be." Van Effen reached below the table and came up with a tiny automatic. A Lilliput, a toy in many ways, but lethal up to 20 feet in the hands of a man who can fire accurately. He tapped out the magazine, handed this in turn to Agnelli, and replaced the Lilliput in its ankle holster. "That's all. 3 guns would be just too much to carry about." "So I should imagine." Agnelli's smile, which had momentarily vanished, was back in place. He pushed the 2 magazines across the table. "I don't think we'll be requiring guns this afternoon." "Indeed? But something would be useful." Van Effen dropped the magazines into a side pocket. "I always find that talking—" "Beer for me," Agnelli said, "and for Helmut too, I know." 4 beers, Van Effen said. "Vasco, if you would be so kind." Vasco rose and left the booth. Agnelli said, "Known Vasco long?" Van Effen considered. "A proper question. 2 months. Why?" Had they, Van Effen wondered, been asking the same question of Vasco? Idle curiosity. Agnelli, Van Effen thought, was not a man to indulge in idle curiosity. "Your name really is Stefan Danilov?" "Certainly not, but it's the name I go by in Amsterdam." "But you really are a Pole." The elder man's voice, dry and precise, befitted his cast of countenance, which could have been that of a moderately successful lawyer or accountant. He also spoke in Polish. "For my sins?" Van Effen raised an eyebrow. "Vasco, of course." "Yes. Where were you born?" "Radom." "I know it. Not well. A rather provincial town, I thought." "So I've heard." "You've heard? But you lived there?" 4 years. When you're 4 years old, the provincial town is the center of the world. My father, a printer, moved to a better job. Where? Warsaw. Aha! Aha yourself. Von Effen spoke in some irritation. You sound as if you know Warsaw, and you are now going to find out if I know it. Why, I can't imagine. You're not by any chance a lawyer, Mr. I'm afraid I don't know your name. Paderewski. I am a lawyer. Paderewski. Given time, I would have thought you could have come up with a better one than that. And I was right, eh? A lawyer. I wouldn't care to have you acting for my defense. You make a poor interrogator. Agnelli was smiling, but Paderewski was not. His lips were pursed. He said brusquely, You know the tin-roofed palace, of course? Of course. Where is it? Dear me, what have we here? The Inquisition? Ah, thank you. He took a glass from a tray that a waiter, following Vasco, had just brought into the curtained booth and lifted it. Your health, gentlemen. The place you're so curious about, Mr. Paderewski, is close by the Vista on the corner of the Wiebrze-Gedanske and the Slasko-Dabrowski Bridge. He sipped some more beer. Unless they've moved it, of course. Some years since I've been there. Paderewski was not amused. The Palace of Culture and Science, Parade Square, it's too big. What do you mean? Too big to have been moved, I mean. 2,300 rooms are a lot of rooms. A monstrosity. The wedding cake, they call it. But then, Stalin never did have any taste in architecture. Stalin, Agnelli said, his personal gift to my already long-suffering countrymen. So Agnelli spoke Polish too. Where's the Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw? It's not in Warsaw. Młociny, 10 kilometers to the north. Von Effen's voice was now as brusque as Paderewski's had been. Where's the Nikkei? You don't know. What's the Nikkei? You don't know? Any citizen of Warsaw knows it's the name given to the heroes of Warsaw Monument. What's Zamenhof Street famous for? An increasingly uncomfortable Paderewski made no reply. The Ghetto Monument. I told you you'd make a lousy lawyer, Paderewski. Any competent lawyer, for the defense or the prosecution, always prepares his brief. You didn't. You're a fraud. It's my belief that you've never even been in Warsaw, and you just spent an hour or so studying a gazetteer or guidebook. Von Effen placed his hands on the table as if preparatory to rising. I don't think, gentlemen, that we need detain each other any longer. Discreet inquiries are one thing, offensive interrogation by an incompetent another. I see no basis here for mutual trust, and, quite honestly, I need neither a job nor money. He rose. Good day, gentlemen. Agnelli reached out a hand. He didn't touch Von Effen. It was just a restraining gesture. Please sit down, Mr. Danilov. Perhaps Helmut has rather overstepped the mark, but have you ever met a lawyer who wasn't burdened with a suspicious, mistrustful mind? Helmut, or we, just happened to choose the wrong suspect. Helmut, in fact, has been in Warsaw, but only, as you almost guessed, briefly and as a tourist. I personally don't doubt you could find your way about Warsaw blindfolded. Paderewski had the look of a man who wished he were in some other place, any place. A blunder. We apologize. That's kind. Von Effen sat down and quaffed some more beer. Fair enough. Agnelli smiled. Almost certainly a double-dyed villain, Von Effen thought, but a charming and persuasive one. Now that you've established a degree of moral ascendancy over us, I reinforce that by admitting that we almost certainly need you more than you need us. Not to be outdone, Von Effen smiled in turn. You must be in a desperate way. He lifted and examined his empty glass. If you just poke your head round the corner, Vasco, and make the usual SOS. Of course, Stefan. There was an unmistakable expression of relief on his face. He did as asked, then settled back in his seat. No more interrogation, Agnelli said. I'll come straight to the point. Your friend Vasco tells me that you know a little about explosives. Vasco does me less than justice. I know a great deal about explosives. He looked at Vasco in reproof. I wouldn't have thought you would discuss a friend. That's me, Vasco, in case you've forgotten. With strangers. I didn't. Well, I did, but I just said it was someone I knew. No harm. Explosives, as I say, I know. Diffusing bombs, I know. I'm also fairly proficient in capping wellhead oil fires, but you wouldn't be approaching me in this fashion if that was your problem. You'd be on the phone to Texas, where I learned my trade. No oil fires, Agnelli smiled again. But diffusing bombs, well, that's something else. Where did you learn a dangerous trade like that? Army, Van Effen said briefly. He didn't specify which army. You've actually diffused bombs? Agnelli's respect was genuine. Quite a number. You must be good. Why? You're here. I am good. I'm also lucky, because no matter how good you are, the bomb you're trying to defuse may be your last one. Peaceful retirement is not the lot of a bomb disposal expert. But, as I assume you have no more unexploded bombs than you have oil wells, then it must be explosives. Explosives experts in Holland are not in short supply. You have only to advertise. That I should be approached in a clandestine fashion can only mean that you are engaged in activities that are illegal. We are. Have you never been? Engaged, I mean? All depends upon who defines what is illegal and what is not, and how they define it. Some people hold definitions which are different from mine and wish to discuss the matter with me. Very tiresome they can be, those alleged upholders of justice. You know what the British say? The law is an ass. Van Effen considered. I think I put that rather well. You've hardly committed yourself. May one ask, delicately of course, whether this discussion you are avoiding has anything to do with your vacationing in Amsterdam? You may. It has. What do you want me to blow up? Agnelli raised his eyebrows. Well, you can be blunt. Almost as blunt as you can be, shall we say, diplomatic. That's an answer. An explosives expert is good for only one thing, exploding things. You wish me to explode something? Yes or no? Yes. Two things. Banks, boats, bridges, anything of that kind, I'll blow up and guarantee a satisfactory job. Anything that involves injury, far less death, to any person, I won't have any part of. You won't ever be called upon to do any such thing. That's also a guarantee. The second thing? I don't seek to flatter you when I say that you're an intelligent man, Mr. Agnelli. Highly intelligent, I should think. Such people are usually first-class organizers. To seek the help of a last-minute unknown to help you execute some project that may have been in the planning stage for quite some time doesn't smack to me of preparation, organization, or professionalism, if I may say so. You may. A very valid point. In your position, I would adopt the same disbelieving or questioning attitude. You have to take my word for it that I am a member of a highly organized team, but as you must well know, the best laid plans, etc. An unfortunate accident. I can explain to your satisfaction, but not just at this moment. Will you accept our offer? You haven't made one yet. Will you accept an offer of a job in our organization on, if you wish, a permanent basis, on what I think you'll find a very satisfactory salary plus commission basis, your special responsibility being the demolition of certain structures, those structures to be specified at a later date? Sounds very businesslike, and I like the idea of commissions, whatever they may be. I agree. When do I start and what do I start on? You'll have to bear with me a little, Mr. Danilov. My brief for this afternoon is only of a limited nature, to find out if, in principle, you are prepared to work with us, which I'm glad to say you seem to be. I have to report back. You will be contacted very shortly, sometime tomorrow, I'm sure. You are not the leader of this organization? No. You surprise me. A man like you acting as a lieutenant? Well, this leader I must meet. You shall, I promise. How will you contact me? No phones, please. Certainly not. You will be our courier, Vasco? My pleasure, Mr. Agnelli. You know where to reach me any time. Thank you. Agnelli stood up and gave his hand to Van Effen. A pleasure, Mr. Danilov. I look forward to meeting you tomorrow. Helmut Paderewski didn't offer to shake hands. As the door closed behind them, Sergeant Westenbrink said, I need another beer, Lieutenant. Pater, always Pater. Sorry, that was pretty close. The ice was very thin at times. Not for a practiced liar. I rather gather that you've given them the impression that I'm a desperate and wanted criminal. I did mention that there was the odd extradition warrant out for you, but I didn't forget to emphasize your generally upright and honest nature when dealing with your fellow criminals, of course. Of course. Before you get the beer, I have a phone call to make. Well, get it anyway. Von Effen went to the bar and said to the man behind it, Henri, a private call if I may. Henri, the proprietor, was a tall, gaunt man, sallow of countenance and lugubrious of expression. You in trouble again, Peter? No, I hope someone else will be soon. Von Effen went into the office and dialed a number. Friano, the manager, please. I don't care if he is in conference, call him. It's Lieutenant Von Effen. He hung on for a few moments. Charles, do me a favor, book me in as from a fortnight ago. Enter it in the book, will you, in the name of Stefan Danilov. And would you notify the receptionist and doorman? Yes, I expect people to be inquiring. Just tell them. Many thanks. I'll explain when I see you. He returned to the booth. Just booked myself, Stefan Danilov, that is, into a hotel. Agnelli pointedly did not mention anything about where I might be staying, but you can be sure that he'll have one of his men on the phone for the next couple of hours if need be, trying to locate me in every hotel or pension in the city. So he'll know where you are, or where you're supposed to be. Vasco sighed. It would help if we knew where they were. Should know soon enough. There's been 2 separate tales on them ever since they left the Hunter's Horn. Von Effen, appearance returned to normal, asked the girl at the Telegraph's reception desk for the sub-editor who had taken the FFF's telephone message. This turned out to be a fresh-faced and very eager young man. Mr. Morales, Von Effen said. Police. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Von Effen, isn't it? I've been expecting you. You'll be wanting to hear the tapes. Maybe I should tell you first that we've just had another message from the FFF, as they call themselves. Have you now? I suppose I should say the devil you have, but I'm not surprised. It was inevitable. Happy tidings, of course. Hardly. The first half of the message was given over to congratulating themselves on the Tessel job, how it had happened precisely as they had predicted with no loss of life. The second half said there would be scenes of considerable activity on the North Holland Canal, 2 kilometers north of Alkmaar, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. That, too, was inevitable. Not the location, of course, just the threat. You've taped that, too? Yes. That was well done. May I hear them? Van Effen heard them twice over. When they were finished, he said to Morelis, "You've listened to those, of course?" "Too often." Morelis smiled. "Fancied myself as a detective. Thought maybe you would give me a job, but I've come to the conclusion that there's more to this detecting business than meets the eye." "Nothing struck you as odd about any of the tapes?" "They were all made by the same woman, but that's no help." "Nothing odd about accents, tones, no nuances that struck you as unusual?" "No, sir. But I'm no judge. I'm slightly hard of hearing. Nothing serious, but enough to blunt my judgment, assuming I had any." "Mean anything to you, Lieutenant?" "The lady is a foreigner. What country, I've no idea. Don't mention that around." "No, sir. I rather like being a sub-editor." "We are not in Moscow, young man. Put those tapes in a bag for me. I'll let you have them back in a day or two." Back in his office, Van Effen asked to see the duty sergeant. When he arrived, Van Effen said, "A few hours ago I asked for a couple of men to be put on a Fred Classen and Alfred von Reis. Did you know about this, and if you did, do you know who the two men were?" "I knew, sir. Detective Voigt and Detective Tinderman." "Good. Either of them called in?" "Both. Less than 20 minutes ago. Tinderman says von Reis is at home and seems to have settled in for the evening. Classen is still on duty at the airport, or at least he's still at the airport, so nothing yet, sir." Van Effen looked at his watch. "I'm leaving now. If you get any word from either, a positive, not negative report, call me at the Dikke en Thees. After 9, call me at home." Colonel van der Graaf came from a very old, very aristocratic and very wealthy family, and was a great stickler for tradition, so it came as no surprise to Van Effen when he approached their table wearing dinner jacket, black tie, and red carnation. His approach bore all the elements of a royal progress. He seemed to greet everyone, stopped to speak occasionally, and waved graciously at those tables not directly in his path. It was said of de Graaf that he knew everybody who was anybody in the city of Amsterdam. He certainly seemed to know everybody in the Dikke en Thees. 4 paces away from Van Effen's table he stopped abruptly, as if he had been transfixed. But in fact it was his eyes that were doing the transfixing. That the girl who had risen from the table with Van Effen to greet de Graaf had this momentarily paralyzing effect not only on de Graaf but on a wide cross-section of the males of Amsterdam and beyond was understandable. She was of medium height, wore a rather more than well-filled ankle-length grey silk gown, and no jewellery whatsoever. Jewellery would have been superfluous, and no one would have paid any attention to it anyway. What caught and held the attention, as it had caught the riveted attention of the momentarily benumbed colonel, was the flawless, classical perfection of the features, a perfection only enhanced, if this were possible, by a slightly crooked eye tooth, which was visible when she smiled, which seemed to be most of the time. This was no simpering and empty-headed would-be Miss Universe contender, churned out with repetitive monotony by a Californian-style production line. The finely chiseled features and delicately formed bone structure served only to emphasize her character and intelligence. She had gleaming auburn hair, great hazel eyes, and a bewitching smile. It had, at any rate, bewitched the colonel. Van Effen cleared his throat. "Colonel van der Graaf, may I introduce Miss Mayer, Miss Anne Mayer?" "My pleasure, my pleasure." De Graaf grabbed her outstretched hand in both of his and shook it vigorously.
My word, my boy, you are to be congratulated. Where did you find this entrancing creature?
There's nothing to it, really, sir. You just go out into the darkened streets of Amsterdam, stretch out your hands, and, well, there you are.
Yes, of course. Naturally.
He had no idea what he was saying. He seemed to become aware that he had been holding and shaking her hand for an unconscionably long time, for he eventually and reluctantly released it.
Remarkable. Quite remarkable.
He didn't say what he found remarkable, and didn't have to.
You cannot possibly live in this city.
Little, my dear, escapes the notice of a chief of police, and I think it would be impossible for you to be overlooked even in a city of this size.
Rotterdam.
Well, that's not your fault. Peter, I have no hesitation in saying that there can be no more stunningly beautiful lady in the city of Amsterdam. He lowered his voice a few decibels.
In fact, I would come right out and say that she is the most stunningly beautiful in the city, but I have a wife and 2 daughters, and these restaurants have ears.
You must be about the same age as my daughters. May I ask how old you are? You must excuse the Colonel, Van Effen said. Policemen are much given to asking questions. Some chiefs of police never stop. The girl was smiling at de Graaf while Van Effen was speaking, and once again Van Effen could have been addressing a brick wall. 27, she said. 27. Exactly the age of my elder daughter, and Miss Anne Mayer. Bears out my contention. The younger generation of Dutchmen are a poor, backward, and unenterprising lot. He looked at Van Effen as if he symbolized all that was wrong with the current generation, then looked again at the girl. Odd. I know I've never seen you, but your voice is vaguely familiar. He looked at Van Effen again and frowned slightly. I look forward immensely to having dinner with you, but I thought... Well, Peter, there were 1 or 2 confidential business matters that we had to discuss. Indeed, sir, but when you suggested we meet at 7 o'clock, you made no exclusions. I don't understand. The girl said, Colonel? Yes, my dear. Am I really such a hussy, a harlot, paladin, and ghastly spectacle? Or is it because you don't trust me that you wish to speak privately with Peter? De Graaf took a pace forward, caught the girl by the shoulders, removed one hand to stop a passing waiter, and said, A younger Geneva, large. Immediately, Colonel. De Graaf held her shoulders again, stared intently into her face. He was probably trying to equate or associate the vision before him with the creature he had met in La Caracha. Shook his head, muttered something to or about the same nameless deity, and sank into the nearest chair. Van Effen was sympathetic. It comes as a shock, I know, sir. Happened to me the first time. A brilliant make-up artist, don't you think? If it's any consolation, sir, she also fooled me once. But no disguise this time. Just a wash and brush up. He looked at her consideringly. But, well, yes, rather good-looking. Good-looking? Ah. De Graaf took the jonge Geneva from the waiter's tray and quaffed half the contents at a gulp. Ravishing. At my age, systems shouldn't be subjected to such shocks. Anna Marie? What do I call you? Whichever. Anne. My dear, I said such dreadful things about you. It is not possible. Of course it's not. I couldn't believe Peter when he said you had. Van Effen waved a hand. A loose translation, shall we say. Very loose. Wisely, de Graaf did not pursue the subject. And what in heaven's name is a girl like you doing in a job like this? I thought it was an honourable profession. Yes, of course, but what I meant was, well, what the Colonel means, Van Effen said, is that you should be an international stage or screen star, presiding over a Parisian salon, or married to an American oil millionaire, a billionaire if you like, or a belted English earl. Too beautiful, that's your trouble. Isn't that it, Colonel? Couldn't have put it better myself. Dear me, Anne smiled. Doesn't say much for your Amsterdam girls. You mean you only employ ugly girls? De Graaf smiled for the first time that evening. I am not to be drawn. The chief of police is famed for his powers of recovery. But you, among those dreadful crackers and dressed like harlot? Hussy? If you like, yes. He put his hand on hers. This is no place for a girl like you. Must get you out of it. Police is no place for you. One has to earn a living, sir. You need never earn a living. That, Anne, is a compliment. I like what I'm doing. De Graaf didn't seem to have heard her. He was gazing at some distant object out in space. Van Effen said to the girl, Watch him. He's at his most cunning when he goes into a trance. I am not in a trance, De Graaf said coldly. What did you say your surname was? Mayer. You have a family? Oh yes, the usual. Parents, sisters, 2 brothers. Brothers and sisters share your interest in law and order? Police, you mean? No. Your father? Again, police. She smiled as a person smiles when recalling someone of whom they are very fond. I couldn't imagine it. He's in the building business. Does he know what kind of business you're in? She hesitated. Well, no. What do you mean, well, no? He doesn't, does he? Why? Why? She seemed to be on the defensive. He likes us to be independent. Would he approve of what you're doing? And that was no answer you gave me. Would he approve of his darling daughter mingling with the crackers? Is this what it's like to be a suspect, sir, and to be grilled? Am I supposed to have done something wrong? Of course not. Would he approve? The entranced colonel of a few minutes previously could have belonged to another world. No. You put me in a quandary. I don't like you being in this. You apparently do. Your father wouldn't. To whom should I listen? You or your father? The question hardly arises, sir. You don't know my father. Child. What does that mean? I don't understand. I know your father. Very well. We've been friends for over 30 years. Impossible. You can't know him. You've only just met me, and you didn't even know me. She was no actress and was visibly upset. This is a trick of some kind. Anna-Marie. Van Effen touched her arm. If the colonel says he's a friend of your father, then he is. Come on, sir. I know. When next you write or phone, Anne, if you ever do, give my warmest regards to David Joseph Karlmann Mayer. Her eyes widened. She opened her mouth as if to speak, closed it again, and turned to Van Effen. I think it's my turn for a jonge Jenever. De Graaf looked at Van Effen. My old friend David? We've gone sailing, fishing, skiing, hunting over the years. We were even up exploring the Amazon before this young lady here was born. Owns a huge construction company. He also owns one of the biggest cement factories in the Netherlands, oil refineries, tankers, an electronics firm, and God knows what else. One has to earn a living, sir, he mimicked. Earn a living? Cruel, cruel landlord, throwing the poor orphan out into the snow. Ah! He turned to look at the maitre d' at his elbow. Good evening. The young people will choose for me. But first another younger Geneva. He looked at Anna-Marie. Must have something to cry into. They say gin is best. After the orders had been taken and the maitre d' and his minions departed, Von Effen said, "You have a scenario, sir, and you don't like what you see." "I don't like it at all. Two things. If anything happens to this young lady, well, David Mayer's wrath is fearful to behold, and it's considerably worse to be the object of it. Secondly, disguise or no disguise, Anne's identity may be discovered. It can happen, as you know all too well, Peter. A slip of the tongue, an unguarded reference, some careless action. There are too many possibilities. What a windfall for a penniless cracker, or even worse, a professional kidnapper. Her father would pay 5-10 million guilders to get her back. Do you like it, Peter?" Von Effen made to speak, then glanced at the waiter who stood by his side. "Lieutenant von Effen, phone." Von Effen excused himself. The Graf said, "Well, do you like it?" "Not the way you put it, but I don't want to seem impertinent, sir, to disagree with my boss, but I think you put it too strongly. I've been doing this kind of work for some months in Rotterdam, and nothing has ever happened to me there. And while there may be no crackers down there, the criminal element are a great deal tougher than they are here. I'm sorry, Colonel, but I think you exaggerate the dangers. I'm rather good at disguises. You as much as said so yourself. I have a gun. Best, of course, is that no one in Amsterdam knows me." "I know you." "That's different. Peter says that you know everyone, and you must admit that it was a very remote chance that you knew my father." "I could have found out easily enough." "Peter knows?" "Only my name, not who I am, not until you spoke about it just now." I must say he didn't seem particularly surprised. She smiled. He could, of course, have been unconcerned or uninterested. "You're fishing for compliments, my dear." She made to protest, but he held up his hand. "In your case, indifference is impossible. The lieutenant cares very much for people. That doesn't mean he goes around showing it all the time. It's a learned habit. I know he didn't know. I'm equally sure Julie does." "Ah, Julie, your favorite lady in all Amsterdam?" "I now have 2 favorite ladies in all Amsterdam, with usual provisos, of course." "Your wife and daughters, of course." "Of course. Don't stall. You're very good at stalling, you know, Anne, at diverting me from the topic at hand, which is you, and don't give me those big innocent eyes." "Julie knows," she said. "How did you know that, sir?" "Because I know Julie. Because she's clever. Because she's a woman. Living so close to you, she's bound to notice things that others wouldn't. Clothes, jewelry, personal possessions, things the average working girl wouldn't have. Even the way you speak. Fine by me. If Julie knows, she'd never tell anyone. I'll bet she's never even told her brother." "You like living there?" "Very much. And Julie also very much. I think she likes me too. I have the honor to sleep in the bedroom that used to be Peter's. I believe he left about 6 years ago." She frowned. I asked her why he'd left. It couldn't have been an argument. They're obviously terribly fond of each other. But she wouldn't tell me, just said I'd have to ask Peter. "Did you ask him?" "No." She shook her head very firmly. "One doesn't ask the lieutenant personal questions." "I agree that he does rather give that impression. He is quite approachable, really. No secret about his departure. He left to get married. Marianne, loveliest girl in Amsterdam, even although I do say it about my own niece." "She's your niece?" "Was." The Graf's voice was somber. "Even in those days, Peter was the best, most able cop in the city. Far better than I am, but for God's sake don't tell him so. He broke up a particularly vicious gang of people who specialized in a nice mixture of blackmail and torture. 4 brothers they were, the Annecies. God knows where they got their name from. Peter put 2 of them away for 15 years. The other 2 just vanished. Shortly after the conviction of the 2 brothers, someone, almost certainly one or both of the 2 brothers that had not been brought to justice, placed in Peter's weekend canal boat a huge bomb wired up to the ignition switch, same technique as was used by the murderers who assassinated Lord Mountbatten. As it happened, Peter wasn't aboard his boat that weekend, but Marianne and their 2 children were. Dear God! The girl's hands were clenched. How awful! How dreadful! And every 3 months or so since that time, he receives a postcard from one of the 2 surviving Annecy brothers. Never any message, just a drawing of a noose and a coffin, a reminder that he's living on borrowed time. Charming, isn't it? Horrible, just horrible. He must be worried to death. I know I would. Wondering every night when I go to sleep, if I could sleep, whether I would wake up in the morning. I don't think he worries much. If he did, he'd never show it, and I know he sleeps very well. But that's the reason, although he never mentions it, why he doesn't return to live with Yulie. He doesn't want her to be around when the bomb comes through his window. What a way to live! Why doesn't he emigrate somewhere, live under an assumed name? If you ever get to know Peter von Effen, really know him, I mean, you'll wonder why you ever asked that question. Anne, you have an enchanting smile. Let me see it again. She gave a puzzled half-smile. I don't understand. He's coming back. Let me see how good an actress you are. And indeed, when von Effen returned to the table, she was smiling, a person at ease with the world. When she looked up and saw the expression, more accurately, the total lack of expression on his face, she stopped smiling. About to ruin our dinner, are you, Peter? De Graaf shook his head. And such a splendid meal we've ordered. Not quite. Von Effen smiled faintly. Might put us off our 3rd bottle of Bordeaux or Burgundy or whatever. Perhaps even the 2nd bottle. First, let me put you briefly in the picture as to what happened earlier today. Yes, sir, I'll have some wine. I feel I could do with a mild restorative. I've been offered a job at, I'm sure, a far higher salary than I'm ever likely to get in this police force, to blow something up. What, I don't know. Could be the Amsterdam-Rotterdam Bank, for all I know. Maybe a boat, bridge, barge, barracks, maybe anything. Haven't been told yet. As you know, Vasco had brought those 2 characters to the Hunter's Horn this afternoon. Prosperous and respectable citizens, but then no successful criminal ever looks like one. We were all very cagey and crafty, toing and froing, sparring and giving nothing away for most of the time. Then they made me this definite offer of a job, and I accepted. They said they would have to report back to their superiors, but would definitely contact me tomorrow and give me details of the job to be done, and what my rewards would be for this. Vasco was to be the courier, so we shook hands like gentlemen and parted with expressions of goodwill and mutual trust. I had 2 sets of tails waiting at a discreet distance from the Hunter's Horn. I've had a report. Goodwill and mutual trust, Anna-Marie said. De Graaf waved a hand. We tend to use figurative terms in our profession. Proceed, Peter. I've had news of both sets of tales. The first said that they lost Anieli and Paderewski. That's what they call themselves. Good God, De Graaf said. Anieli and Paderewski, a famous industrialist and a famous pianist. Aren't they original? That's what I thought. Lost them in a traffic jam, they say. Claimed that they hadn't been spotted. Pure accident. The report about the other 2 makes me wonder, to say the least. About the other two, the Graf said, not from. About. They were found in a darkened alley, barely able to call for help, barely conscious, unable to move and both in agony. Both men had had both kneecaps smashed, a sign used in Sicily and certain American cities that some people don't iron bars. They're under surgery. Neither man will be able to walk for months. Neither will ever be able to walk properly again. Nice, isn't it, sir? And a new development in our fair city. Another instance, one supposes, of the steady advance of American culture. Crippled. Anna-Marie's voice was low, barely above a whisper. Crippled for life. How can you joke about such things? I'm sorry. Van Effen looked at her, saw that some colour had gone from her face, and pushed her glass closer to her. Take some. I'll join you. Joking? I can assure you I never felt less funny in my life. And it's not just an American practice, sir. It's become a very popular pastime in Northern Ireland in the past 2 or 3 years. So your other tales were almost certainly given the slip and nothing accidental about it. De Graaf sampled his Bordeaux, and the distressing news didn't appear to have upset him unduly, for he smacked his lips appreciatively. Excellent. Our friends seem to have a considerable expertise in both evasive and direct action. Professionals, and gone to ground. Ah, all is not lost, the Chateaubriand. You said you would share this with me, my dear. She appeared to give a tiny shudder. I know it's trite, silly, but I don't think I could eat a thing. Maybe the moles will come out of their burrows tomorrow, Van Effen said. I'm still hoping that they will keep their promise and make contact with me. Anna-Marie stared at him almost blankly. You must be mad, she said in a low voice. She seemed genuinely puzzled. Either they'll come and give you the same treatment, perhaps worse, perhaps dispose of you permanently, or they won't come at all. After they carried out that savage attack on those poor men, they could have examined them and found out that they were policemen. They must have been carrying something that would identify them as policemen, even guns. Were they carrying guns? Van Effen nodded. Then they'll know you're a policeman, because they'll know you must have had them followed since they left the Hunter's Horn. You like the idea of suicide? She reached out and touched de Graaf's wrist. You mustn't let him do it, sir. He'll be killed. Your concern does you credit. It was Van Effen who answered, and he seemed quite unmoved by her plea, but quite uncalled for. The villains don't necessarily know that I set the tails on their tracks. They might not even have noticed them until long after they'd left the Hunter's Horn, and would have no reason to connect me with them. That's one thing. The other thing is the fact that though the Colonel is your father's friend, that doesn't give the father's daughter the right to advise the Colonel. A fledgling policewoman, a chief of police. It would be laughable if it weren't so presumptuous. She looked at him, her eyes hurt as if she had been struck, then lowered her gaze to the tablecloth. De Graaf looked at Van Effen, shook his head slightly, then took the girl's hand. Your concern does do you credit. It does. But it doesn't give me much credit in your eyes. None. Look at me. She looked at him, the hazel eyes at once solemn and apprehensive. Van Effen is absolutely correct. The foxes have to be flushed from their covers, and this, at the moment, seems the only way to do it. So Peter will go. I would never order him to go, and with my consent. Good heavens, girl, do you think I would use him as live bait? A lamb to the slaughter? A Daniel in the lion's den? A tethered goat for the tiger? My word, I do have a way with metaphors. I guarantee, my girl, that when and if the meeting does take place, both the Hunter's Horn and the surrounding area will be alive with invisible armed men. invisible to the ungodly. Beta will be as safe as a man in a church."
"I know. I'm silly. I'm sorry."
"Pay no attention to the Colonel's comforting words," Von Effen said. "I shall probably be riddled with bullets. Police bullets. Unless it's pointed out to them that I'm in disguise. Ironic if they shot the wrong man. Same outfit as before. Just let them concentrate on the black glove. That's me." A waiter approached their table. "Sorry, Lieutenant, there's another call for you." Von Effen was back inside 2 minutes. Well, no surprise, surprise. The FFF again. Mysterious message, no doubt stepping up their demoralizing campaign. They say there could be some havoc wreaked along the North Holland Canal tomorrow at Alkmaar at 9 a.m., but they have made no guarantee that there will be. All they have promised is that there will be some quite considerable activity. The Graaf said, "That was all?" "All." "I see. Seems utterly pointless and meaningless. What the devil do you think they're up to now?" "It's not pointless, that's just the point, to make us wonder and worry about just what the devil they are up to now. They want to create uncertainty, confusion, and demoralization, and it would seem to me that they're going the right way about it. Speaking of the FFF, sir, how was your pleasure trip to Texel this afternoon?" "Complete waste of time. I was accompanied, as you more or less predicted, by a bunch of old women." "You don't intend to be at Alkmaar at 9 a.m. tomorrow?" "I intend to be in Amsterdam at 9 a.m. tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? Lurk around and nab anyone who looks as if he is acting suspiciously, such as gloating over the scene of the crime?" An unpromising course of action. "You've got friends in the university, sir? Specifically in the linguistics department?" The Graaf said to Anna-Marie, "I'm supposed to look startled at this sudden switch and ask, 'Why on earth do you ask that?'" He looked at Von Effen. "Well, why on earth do you ask that?" "I listened to the FFF's tapes in the Telegraph's office earlier on this evening. A woman's voice, a young woman, I would say, and not Dutch, I'm sure." "Interesting. Very. Back to our mysterious foreigners again. Any educated guesses as to the country of origin of the caller?" "That's the trouble, sir. I speak the odd language, sure, but I'm not what you might call an educated linguist. Regional accents, nuances, pronunciation, that is quite definitely not my field." "And you think the university could help?" "It's a chance, sir. As you say, no stone unturned. The tapes are in my office." "I'll do what I can. You may as well get to your feet, Beta. A purposeful waiter comes your way." Von Effen rose, met the waiter, spoke briefly, and moved on. When he took his seat again, he said, "The opposition is stirring, whatever opposition that might be. That was my hotel, the Trianon. Message relayed through the office, of course." The Graaf said patiently, "And how long have you been staying in the Trianon, Lieutenant? You have been evicted from your own apartment?" "The register book says that I have been there for 2 weeks. I arranged that about 5 o'clock this afternoon." "Dear, dear. Falsifying register books is a civil offence. I've no time to be arrested at the moment. Romero Agnelli or one of his men must have been very busy phoning around, and have at last located me as staying at the Trianon. They have posted a watcher in the shadows, in a little old Fiat, actually. I've arranged for another watcher to watch the original. Well, I can't disappoint them. I shall turn up there later on tonight." "You lead an active life," the Graaf said. "I assume that you do not intend to spend the night there." "You assume correctly, sir. I shall park my car at the back of the hotel, where I shall be picked up by a police taxi and deposited at the front door. Then I pass through the hotel, exit by the rear entrance, and drive home. It's a nuisance, no more." "And here again," De Graaf said, comes your own private and personal nuisance. My word, you are popular tonight. Von Effen looked, sighed, rose, spoke briefly to the waiter again, and disappeared towards the telephone booths. The same opposition stirs yet again, he said on his return. Ah, brandy. Thank you, sir. That was Sergeant Westenbrink. Vasco. Message again via the office, of course. Agnelli has been in touch with him. They would, they say, very much like to meet me at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Same place. This can mean one of two things. I know what it means, de Graaf said. Either they're onto us or they're not onto us. It is quite possible that they had no idea that they were being shadowed ever since leaving the Hunter's Horn this afternoon. On the other hand, it's perfectly possible that they did know. If they did, they can have only one purpose in wanting to meet you, to see how much you know, what danger your knowledge offers, and how best they can eliminate this danger. It should, I imagine, be all very discreet, and if they suspect you, and suspect that you in turn suspect them, they're being clever, for in that case one would have expected them to opt for a neutral rendezvous. But if they suspect you're an undercover policeman or working as an agent for the police, then they must automatically suspect that the Hunter's Horn is a police hangout. But of course to go elsewhere would be to tip their hand that they know. De Graaf sighed. All very devious and complicated. Designed to spread confusion and doubt on all hands. Maybe they've been taking lessons from the FFF. Or vice versa. Another brandy, Peter? No? In that case, I suggest we be on our way. I expect we shall be having a rather long day tomorrow. Do you have any particular plan for this young lady tomorrow? I shall think up some onerous task by and by. As yet, no. De Graaf pondered. You, Anne, are of course seen quite often in the company of Sergeant Westenbrink. She smiled. I find it difficult to think of him other than as Vasco. Yes, of course. We have to talk, and it seems the best, and also the easiest, thing to do it openly. Quite. Do you come and go as you like there? Of course. That's the whole point of being us. No hours, no rules, no regulations. You do as you like. You're as free as the air. It would cause no undue comment if you were not to turn up for a day, even 2 days. No, she hesitated. Am I supposed to be intelligent and guess what you're getting at, sir? You're intelligent enough. It's just that you lack the training and experience to have a nasty, devious, suspicious mind such as is possessed by Lieutenant von Effen, and I hope you always will. Anna-Marie shook her head almost imperceptibly, then looked questioningly at von Effen, who said, The Colonel is right, you know. I don't know. That is, I'm sure he's right, but I don't know what he's right about. If you're having fun with me, I don't think it's very fair. We aren't having fun with you, Anna-Marie. Teasing or diminishing people is not our idea of having a good time. Look, all this is a matter of connections. It's at least possible, I'd say a 50-50 chance, that Agnelli and company are onto us. In that case, Vasco is also under suspicion because he introduced them to me. And because you are known to associate with Vasco, you, in turn, come under suspicion. What the Colonel's suggesting is that you lie low for a day, maybe even 2. Depends how things develop. I have the feeling, irrational perhaps, that the development is going to be very rapid indeed. It's not a pleasant thought for the Colonel or myself that you should fall into those people's hands. Think of those 2 detectives, the tails who ran out of luck. We already know that those people are ruthless, that the inflicting of pain is a matter of indifference to them. It may even be a downright pleasure. How would you care to be taken by them and tortured? I am not trying to scare you, Anna-Marie. I'm talking about something that's halfway between a possibility and a probability. I think I've already told you. Her voice was very quiet. I'm not particularly brave. And then they'd know who it was they had on their hands. They'd be over the moon. Another lovely blackmailing trump in their hands in addition to their still undisclosed trumps. Apart from your own health, you'd be putting us in an impossibly difficult situation. Couldn't have put it better myself, the Graf said. She smiled faintly. I'm a coward. I'll do what I'm told. Not told, my dear, not told, the Graf said. Just a suggestion. Again the faint smile. It sounds like a very good suggestion to me. Where shall I stay? With Yuli, of course, von Effen said. An unobtrusive armed guard will be lurking in the vicinity. But before you go into Purda, as it were, there's one thing I want you to do for me. Of course. I want you to go to Vasco in the morning. Tell him what we've told you, and tell him to disappear. I know where he'll disappear to, and I'll contact him there when it's safe to. I'll do that. She was silent for a moment. When you asked me to do something for you, and I said, of course, well, I wish now I hadn't. You see what you've done to me, Peter. I'm a quivering wreck. You're not quivering, and for a wreck you look in pretty good shape to me. You may be jumped on there, and then your gallant fellow crackers would look the other way. Yes. We are accustomed to those injustices, are we not, Colonel? Nothing will happen to you. You'll be under constant surveillance, and by constant I mean 60 seconds every minute. The trusty Lieutenant von Effen, suitably disguised, not the hunter's horn disguise, of course, and lumbered with his usual arsenal. There's a thought for you, Colonel. I think I'll carry a third gun tomorrow when I meet Agnelli and his friend, or friends. They already know that you carry 2 guns, the Graf said, and so their minds will of course be preconditioned against the idea of you carrying a third. It'll be in your book, of course. Of course it's not. One mustn't put such thoughts in the minds of the criminal element. But yes, that's the idea. So no problem, Anna-Marie. I won't be further away than 5 meters at any time. Well, that's nice. But you put all sorts of unpleasant thoughts in my head. I could be jumped on, in your words, anywhere and any time between here and Yuli's house. More injustice. No worry. I will transport you there in the safety and comfort of my own limousine. Limousine, the Graf said. Comfort, my God. He bent a solicitous eye on the girl. You have, I trust, not forgotten your air cushion. I don't understand, sir. You will. They left the restaurant and walked along the street until they came to the Colonel's car, parked as usual in a no-parking area. De Graaf kissed the girl in what he probably regarded as an avuncular fashion, said good night, and climbed into his gleaming Mercedes. The back seat of his Mercedes. Colonel de Graaf inevitably had a chauffeur. Anna-Marie said, I understand now what the Colonel meant about an air cushion. A trifling inconvenience, von Effen said. I'm having it fixed. Orders. The Colonel complains. The Colonel does like his comforts, doesn't he? It may not have escaped your attention that he was built for comfort. He's very kind, isn't he? Kind and courteous and considerate. It's no hardship to be all those things when the object of them is as beautiful as you. You do have a nice turn of speech, Lieutenant. Yes, I do, rather. She was quiet for a moment, then said, But he is rather a snob, isn't he? A fearful snob. In the interests of discipline, I must speak severely. You can't expect me to condone, far less agree with, denigrating remarks about our Chief of Police. That wasn't meant to be denigrating. It was just an observation. I refuse to get to the stage where I must watch every word I say. This is still an open society. Or is it? Well, well. Go on, say it. Spoken with spirit, or something like that. I don't think I will. But you're about as wrong with your snobism as you were about your warm-hearted Arthur bit. Arthur? Our chief's first name. Never uses it. I've never figured out why. Regal connotations. Sure, he's kind and thoughtful. He's also tough, shrewd, and ruthless, which is why he is what he is. And he's no snob. Snobs pretend to be what they are not. His is a very ancient, very aristocratic, and very wealthy lineage, which is why you'll never find me contesting a restaurant bill with him. He was born with the knowledge that he was different, the 1% of the 1%. Never occurs to him to question it. He's convinced that he radiates the spirit of democracy. Tough or not, snob or not, I like him. She spoke as if that settled the matter, without specifying what the matter was. Arthur, as you may have observed, has a way with the ladies, especially when he's off duty, which is what he considers himself to be tonight. Are you never off duty? Am I always a policewoman? Never thought about it that way, but I will. Think about it, I mean. You're too kind. She lapsed into silence and remained that way for the rest of the drive. Only Van Effen spoke. He called up his office and requested an armed guard for his sister's house. It was not difficult to understand why de Graaf had said that Julie van Effen was his favourite lady in all Amsterdam. With her hair dark and shining as a raven's wing, a delicately moulded face and high, rather Slavonic cheekbones, she was far more than just merely good-looking, but her attraction for de Graaf, as for a great many others, almost certainly lay in her laughing dark eyes and laughing mouth. She was almost permanently good-humoured, except when she encountered injustice, cruelty, meanness, selfishness, and quite a few other things of which she disapproved, when she could become very stormy indeed, and seemed to love the whole world with the exception of those who encountered her formidable disapproval. She was one of those rare people who radiated happiness, a quality that more than tended to conceal the fact that below it all lay a fine intelligence. Cabinet ministers do not habitually employ dim-witted secretaries, and Julia was a cabinet minister's secretary, private, personal, confidential, and discreet. She was also very hospitable, and wanted to cook them a meal as soon as they had entered. It was easy to believe that this multi-talented young lady was also a cordon bleu chef, which in fact she was. She then offered sandwiches, and desisted only when she learned that they had already eaten. The Dicker and Tace, was it? Well, the police always did know how to look after themselves. For a working girl, it's new herring, red cabbage, and sausage. For this particular working girl, Van Effen said, it's the ministerial canteen, a gourmet's paradise, so I'm told. We cops aren't allowed near the place, of course. Julie, alas, has no willpower. Well, you've only to look. Julie had, in fact, as nearly perfect a figure as it was possible to imagine. She treated this badinage with a lofty contempt, ruffled his hair in the passing, and went to the kitchen to prepare some coffee and a café schnapps. Anna-Marie looked after her departing form, turned to Van Effen and smiled. She can wrap you round her little finger any time, can't she? Any time and any day, Van Effen said cheerfully, and, alas, she knows it. Minx is the word for her. Something I have to show you in case you're in the house alone. He led her to a picture on the wall and pushed it to one side to reveal a red button set flush with the wallpaper. What's known to the trade as a personal attack button. If you think you're in danger, suspect it, or even sense it, you press this button. A patrol car will be here within 5 minutes. She tried to make light of it. Every housewife in Amsterdam should have one of those. As there are 100,000 housewives in Amsterdam, maybe 2 for all I know, it would come a mite expensive. Of course. She looked at him, and didn't or couldn't smile any more. I've been with the 2 of you a few times now, And one would have to be blind and deaf not to realize that you're just potty about your kid sister. Tut, tut. I can but sigh. Is it so obvious? I hadn't finished. You didn't have that installed just because you love her. She's in danger, isn't she? Danger? He caught her by the shoulders so tightly that she winced. Sorry. He eased his grip, but left his hands where they were. How do you know? Well, she is, isn't she? In danger, I mean. Who told you? Yulie? No. The Colonel? Yes, this evening. She looked at him, her gaze moving from one eye to the other. You're not angry, are you? No. No, my dear, I'm not angry. Just worried. I'm not a healthy person to know. Yulie knows about the danger? Of course. Does she know about the postcards? He looked at her thoughtfully and didn't change his expression as she put her hands on his shoulders and made as if to shake him in exasperation, which was a silly thing to do, as Van Effen was built along very solid lines. Well, does she? Yes, it would be difficult for her not to. The postcards come to this address. One of the Annecy brothers' ways of getting to me. Dear God, this is dreadful. How can she be so happy? She put her head against his shoulder as if she were suddenly tired. Can she? The old saying, I suppose. Better to laugh than to cry. You're not about to cry, are you? No. The old saying doesn't quite apply here. She always was a happy child, only now she has to work at it. Yulie came in with the coffee, stopped abruptly and cleared her throat. Isn't it a little early in the evening? She laid the tray down. I hope the deafness is a temporary affliction, I said. She stopped again, the expression on her face showing her concern, moved swiftly to where they stood, put an arm round Anna-Marie, and gently turned her head until she could see her face. Tears. Full of tears. She pulled a lace handkerchief from her sleeve cuff. What's this ruffian been up to? This ruffian hasn't been up to anything, Van Effen said mildly. Anna-Marie knows everything, Yulie. Marianne, the kids, you, me, the Annecies. The Colonel, I'll be bound. You'll be bound right. Yulie said, I know, Anna-Marie, it's a shock. To come all at once, it's a shock. At least it came to me bit by bit. Come, I have the sovereign remedy, a double schnapps in your coffee. You're very kind. If I could be excused. She turned and walked quickly from the room. Well, there was a demanding note in Yulie's voice. Don't you see what you've done? Me? Van Effen was genuinely perplexed. What am I supposed to have done now? It was the Colonel. It's not what you have done, it's what you haven't done. She put her hands on his shoulders and her voice went soft. It's what you haven't seen. I see. I mean, I don't see. Van Effen was cautious. What haven't I seen? You clown. Yulie shook her head. Anna-Marie. Her heart is in her face, in her eyes. That girl's in love with you. What? You're not well, that's what it is. My beloved, brilliant dote of a brother. But don't believe me. Ask her to marry you now, a special license, which you can obtain at the drop of a hat, and you'd be married by midnight. Van Effen looked slightly dazed. Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you? No, I'm not. I'm absolutely certain. But she hardly knows me. I'm aware of that. After all, you've only met her, 20, 30, 40 times? She shook her head. The feared interrogator, the writer of books on psychology, The man who can lay bare the innermost secrets of any mind with one piercing glance? Well, 100% for theory, 0 for practice. You're a fine one to talk. Specialist in marriage counseling, or should I say matchmaking? 6 marriage proposals for certain. Could have been 20 for all I know, and you turned them all down. There indeed speaks the voice of experience. Don't try to change the subject. She smiled sweetly. Yes, indeed, there speaks the voice of experience. I didn't love any of them. She is deeply in love with you. I don't quite understand why. I need a schnapps. Van Effen opened a nearby cupboard. I've just brought you a café schnapps. First of all, I need a schnapps, then I need a café schnapps. Not a psychiatrist? Why do you think she's so upset? She's soft-hearted, that's why. You should make a splendid match. Soft heart, soft head. She took his head between her hands and studied his eyes carefully. The hawk-eyed detective lieutenant. What you need is a pair of glasses. And you've missed your cue, haven't you? 6 times at least. What cue? Oh, dear. That weary, hunted look makes you more criminal than cop. What cue? I wouldn't marry her if she were the last girl in the world, should have been your answer to the cue. Standard reaction, I believe. She smiled again. But of course you're not standard. Oh, shut up. A well-reasoned answer? She sat and took up her coffee. Mental myopia. I believe it's incurable. Oh, I don't know. I'm sure you'll find the answer. Van Effen was his old self, calm, assured, relaxed, and very much back on balance. I don't particularly care for cool, clinical, slightly superior, slightly amused doctors, but I have to admit you've effectively worked a cure in my case. You've cured me of any interest I might ever have had in that young lady. Or maybe that was what you wanted. I don't know. She was looking at him with parted lips and uncomprehending eyes. I don't want, I should say, help, advice, or sympathy from you, and not just because they're uncalled for, unhelpful, unwanted, or unsolicited, but because I'm perfectly capable of managing my own life without the assistance of a meddlesome young sister. I'll go check if the guard is here. He went out, leaving Yulie to stare numbly at the door he'd closed behind him, disconsolate and disbelieving, and she was still in the same position, still gazing sightlessly at the door, the same expression of hurt and bafflement on her face, when Anna-Marie came into the room. Anna-Marie stopped, looked in puzzlement at the unhappy face, hurried across the room to Yulie's chair, dropped to her knees and said, "What's wrong, Yulie? What's wrong?" Yulie looked away from the door and slowly turned her head. Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. Oh, God. Nothing. First me, then you. Tears. And you look so woebegone. Anna-Marie hugged her. Nothing wrong. Yulie, don't treat me like an idiot. I'm the idiot. I've just made a mistake. You? I don't believe it. Mistake? What mistake? The mistake of forgetting that Peter is not only my brother, he's a policeman and heir apparent to the colonel. You didn't know that, did you? Yulie sniffled. Common knowledge. De Graaf is due to retire this year, but he's in no hurry to retire as long as Peter is already doing most of his job for him. Never mind the colonel. Where's that ruffian? Yulie tried to smile. Second time tonight he's been called a ruffian by 2 different girls. I'll bet it's never happened before. He's left. Gone? Gone for the night? No, just to check on the guard. Yulie smiled again, a more successful effort this time. He may be gifted at reducing people to tears, but I'm sure he cares for us. He's got a funny way of showing it. What did he do to you, Yulie? What did he say? Do? Nothing, of course. Say? I stepped out of line, I guess, and he brought me back into line, that's all. You expect me to be satisfied with that? No, I don't, my dear. But can we leave it just for the moment, please? They had finished their coffee by the time Von Effen had returned. He appeared to find nothing amiss, or if he did, chose not to comment on it. "Guards here," he said, armed to the teeth, "and I have to go now. But your coffee another time. I am, as they say, summoned forth. Yulie, there's something you must do for me. Could you—" "Must?" She smiled. "An order or request?" "What does that matter?" Rarely for him, Von Effen was irritated. "Do what I ask, please." Note the please, or I'll take Anna-Marie away with me. My word, such threats! And if she chooses to remain here, or I ask her to stay? Rotterdam, tomorrow morning, ex-policewoman. You don't disobey orders in the police and remain on the force. Sorry, Anna-Marie, that was not directed at you. Yulie's not being very bright tonight. Don't look shocked, little sister. If you can't see I'm serious, then you become uncommonly stupid. Develop diplomatic flu for the next day or two. Anna-Marie is in as much danger as you are, and I want the two of you here together. Anna-Marie, 9:15. He went to the door and opened it, looked at the two solemn faces, and shook his head. Exit the gallant lieutenant into the dark and dreadful night. He closed the door quietly behind him. Chapter 4. The tall, thin young man in the dark and dripping raincoat would rarely have called for more than a passing glance or a comment on the fact that he did look rather unprepossessing, an impression increased by the black hair plastered to his head by the heavy rain, and that he sported an ill-trimmed black moustache. The moustache, in fact, had not been trimmed at all. He had been in an unusual hurry that morning, and had pasted it on ever so slightly askew. He was standing almost in the middle of the square when he saw her, angling across and coming almost directly towards him. Anna-Marie, her war-paint back in position again, looked as miserable and bedraggled as the young man who now stepped out into her path. Anna-Marie, is it? Her eyes widened, and she looked quickly around. Despite the near torrential rain, there were a fair number of people around, and a flower and vegetable open-air market only meters away. She looked again at the young man, who was smiling, a rather pleasant smile, despite his overall appearance. "Please, don't worry, miss. Hardly the place where anyone would think to carry out a kidnapping. You must be Anna-Marie. There couldn't be two people answering the description I was given. I'm Detective Rudolf Engel." He brought a badge from his pocket and showed it to her. "I could, of course, have stolen this. Lieutenant von Effen wants to see you. He's in his car." "Why should I believe you? Why did he send you?" "He knew where I was. He could have come to see me. What car does he have?" "A black Peugeot. You would know that, wouldn't you?" "Yes." The young man was patient. "When you've worked under someone for 5 years, you do know something about him. The lieutenant said to me, 'Miss Mayer is very suspicious.' Mentioned the Amazon, her father, the colonel, and someone's lack of courage. I have no idea what he meant." "I do." She took his arm. "I'm sorry." Von Effen, relaxed behind the wheel of his car, was this morning sporting a Homburg hat and a big black square beard of the type favoured by Sephardic Jews. He looked round as Anna-Marie opened the passenger door and looked in. "Good morning, my dear." "Good morning," he says. "What are you doing here?" "Sheltering from the rain. It's coming down in buckets. You must have noticed. Come in, come in." She sat down and looked at him accusingly. 5 meters, you said. Never more than 5 meters away. 60 seconds in every minute. That's what you said. Where were you? Your promise to look after me? Fine promise. Man proposes, God disposes. If Van Effen was remorse-stricken, he concealed it well. Besides, you were being looked after, by proxy. Don't tell me you didn't see a rather elderly gentleman hanging around, slightly stooped, grey beard, grey coat, and a white stick. He was looking after you. I saw him. That creature, he couldn't have looked after a kitten. Whatever that means. That creature is young, fit, a judo expert, and a very accurate shot. Beards, she almost muttered. Beards, moustaches, that's all they can think of. Disguises. Well, thank you, someone was there, but you broke your promise. It was politic to do so. I was close behind, and you were less than 100 meters from your rendezvous when I caught sight of no other than Mr. Paderewski following you even more closely than I was. Mr. Paderewski is shrewd, observant, and doesn't like me, which is a nasty combination. He might just have recognized me, especially when I was in close attendance on you. I had taken the precaution of taking 2 of my detectives with me, think nothing of the fact that we obviously care so much about you, and I decided discretion was the better part of foolhardiness, hence the switch. Engel said through Van Effen's open window, "Anything further, sir?" "No, not here. Don't lose sight of our friend." "Well, I've already seen him, sir. There can't be another bald, pepper-and-salt beard with a squint around." "Julius Caesar?" Anna-Marie said. "None other. I didn't tell Rudolph here what his name was. He wouldn't have believed me. A close, but not too close eye on our Julius, and make sure there are always a few people around. I'd rather lose him than lose you. Don't forget what happened to your 2 colleagues yesterday." "I won't forget, sir." The expression on his face was testimony enough to that. He turned and walked away into the rain. "Mollified?" Van Effen started the engine and drove off. "A bit." She smiled a little. "Did you have to tell him I was a coward?" "I did not." "Someone was," I said. "It doesn't matter, because I am. I don't like riding around in this car, for instance. It takes time to get seats fixed, and what's that got to do, please? I mean that this car is known. To criminals, I mean. Phooey. There's a couple of 100 like this in the city." She said sweetly, "There's a couple of 100 with the same license plates." "What's that got to do with anything? You know the license number of this car?" "More or less. Rotterdam, 3 9s. We are trained to be observant, remember. But not observant enough to notice that these were clip-on plates, not screwed. Today this car is registered in Paris with a big F at the side to prove it. I have access to an unlimited number of plates." She made a face, but said nothing. "You should be interested in more important things, such as the latest antics of the FFF. "Yes?" "There were no antics. They didn't blow the dike of the North Holland Canal. They called into both the papers and the police less than 10 minutes ago. Positively hugging themselves they are. Said they never promised they would blow the canal, which is quite true, only that there would be considerable activity in that area at 9 o'clock this morning. There were, they reported, scenes of very considerable activity, which is again quite true. All rescue and repair teams were there, waiting, as were considerable numbers of police and army, not to mention Air Force helicopters. They claim to have taken a good number of aerial photographs of the scenes, just for keepsakes." "You believe that, too?" "Certainly. I have no reason to disbelieve it." "But aerial photographs? How could that be possible?" "It would be all too simple, I'm afraid. There would be any amount of helicopters buzzing about there this morning. An extra one wouldn't be noticed, especially if, as is highly likely, it was carrying some official markings." "What was the reason behind this pointless and idiotic exercise?" "It was far from being idiotic and very much to the point. Just in case we missed the point, they spelt it out very clearly. They said that in the space of 24 hours they had reduced the country, most especially the authorities, to a state of frustrated helplessness. The so-called authorities, they had a number of cynical and very unpleasant remarks to make about the government, the police, the army, and those whose duty it was to look after the safety and welfare of dikes, locks, weirs, sluices, dams, and I forget what else, were totally powerless to do anything to stop them. All they had to do, they said, was to stop at home, stick a pin into a map, phone the papers, sit back and never go within 100 kilometers, but still guarantee that the law, the army, the repair and rescue teams would be out in full force. It was, they said, both an entertaining and gratifying situation. One can really understand why they feel that way. And not a word about their purposes, no hint as to what lies behind it all. No hint, but a suggestion that we might soon know what their demands are going to be. They didn't use the word demands, but they can have meant nothing else. Tomorrow, they said, they were going to flood a really large area of the country, and after that they would probably have talks with the government. Can you imagine the sheer cold arrogance of it all? They speak as if they're an independent, sovereign state. Next, one supposes, they'll be calling for an open debate in the UNO. He glanced at his watch. Plenty of time. 2 minutes to remove this outfit. No washing or soaking required. And 5 minutes to put on my hunter's horn uniform. I suggest coffee. She put a hand on his arm. You really are going there, aren't you, Peter? Of course, I've said so. Somebody has to, and as I am the only person who's been in contact with them, it has to be me. How else do you think the law would ever get anywhere unless it's prepared just once in a while to take the initiative? I wish you weren't going. I feel certain something is going to happen, something awful. You could be hurt, even killed, or maybe even worse, crippled for life. You know what they did to those 2 men. Oh, Peter. She was silent for a moment, then said, If I were your wife, I'd stop you. How? I don't know, she said miserably. Appeal to your better nature, love for me, something like, for my sake, if you care about me, please don't go. Something clever like that, she said bitterly. Well, you're not my wife, and even if you were, I'd still go. I'm sorry that sounds hard and selfish and cruel, but it's my job and I have to go. He put his hand on her arm. You're a very kind girl, and I do appreciate your concern. Kind? Concern? She caught his wrist and gently removed his hand from her arm. Concern? Anna-Marie? Von Effen's surprise was genuine. What on earth's wrong? Nothing. Just nothing. Von Effen gazed ahead for some moments, sighed, and said, I don't think I'll ever understand women. I don't think so either. She seemed to hesitate, then said, I don't much fancy going to a coffee shop. If you wish, we won't, but why not? I don't much care for wearing this face in public, where there are decent people around. It doesn't matter back there, and I don't think you are particularly keen on being seen among the same public with a freak like me. I know what lies behind the war paint, so it doesn't matter to me. He paused. Maybe I don't know anything about women, but I always know when they're telling fibs. I'm telling fibs? Of course you are. Well, yes I am. Can't we have coffee at Yuli's place? It's only another 5 minutes. Sure. Time I have. I know you're very fond of Yuli, but are you also worried about her? I think she's worried about me. Even though she knew you would be there, she didn't like the idea of my going back to that place. You didn't answer my question. You're not perhaps, well, just a little bit worried about her. She remained silent. The Annecy brothers. Would you believe I've never even seen either of them? I regard them as a fairly distant menace. The menace I'm thinking of is a great deal nearer to home. Well, not menace, problem rather. This is something new on me. A bagatelle, whatever it is. Give me the name of this person or problem, and I'll attend to it. Indeed, Lieutenant. Something in the tone of her voice caught von Effen's attention, and he gave her a long, speculative look. And how do you attend to this bagatelle, when the bagatelle in question is yourself? Ah, me again. I don't suppose there's any point in repeating the old complaining question. Which is what? What the hell am I supposed to have done this time? By your standards, I suppose, absolutely nothing. I detect a certain sarcasm, or is it irony? I've noticed an increasing use of it. Not becoming, Anna-Marie. You should do something about it. Well, what have I done? Reduced a lovely girl to tears, not once but 3 times. And when I say lovely, I don't just mean beautiful. I mean the nicest, kindest, warmest person I've ever met, 3 times. But it's as I said. By your standards, a bagatelle. Yulie. Yulie. Who else would I mean? Or do you have a whole collection of ladies that you go around reducing to tears? What's she crying about? I don't know what to say. I can't believe you're cruel, indifferent. But don't you care that she's upset? Of course I care. I'd care more if I knew what. I wonder. You'll think it funny. For one thing, you left last night without a good-night hug and kiss. You've never done that before, she said. Funny? It's ludicrous. My men getting hospitalized, a gang of lunatics threatening to inundate our country, another gang of lunatics wanting to hire me to blow up the palace or whatever, nations toppling, and I'm supposed to be worried about smooches? A bagatelle? Soon fix that. Of course you will. A double ration of affectionate farewells. Georgie-porgy, pudding and pie, kissed the girls and made them cry. Shakespeare? English nursery rhyme. Her voice was very curt indeed. Perhaps a bagatelle. What does matter is that she says she hurt 2 people she loves because she was meddlesome. I suppose she means you and me. Said she thought she was helping, but that she was too clever or too stupid for her own good. Well, that's her problem. A little bit of self-analysis never did anyone any harm. Self-analysis? You told her she was interfering and too smart for her own good, anybody's good. Yulie told you that? Of course she didn't. She's too loyal. Misplaced loyalty, perhaps. Yulie would never have said that. She's too unselfish to think about herself. But it sounds exactly like you. I'll say I'm sorry, very, very sorry. And of course you'll tell her that I told you to. No. I must say it's a sad thing to be held in such low esteem by 2 ladies you love. The lieutenant is pleased to be flippant, she said coldly. Flippancy? Never. You don't believe me? No, I don't believe you. I care very much about you. But as a matter of principle and in the interests of discipline, a barrier must remain between the officer class and rankers. Oh, shut up. The tone was one of pure exasperation. The principle doesn't seem to be standing up very well, von Effen said gloomily. And the barrier's flat. So much for discipline. Anna-Marie gave no indication that she had heard a word he'd said. Yulie, polite but reserved, had gone to make coffee, Anna-Marie had headed for the bath, and von Effen spoke to the guard, a man called Tayson, who assured him that all was quiet, and that the man he had relieved had had a similarly uneventful night. Yulie entered the living room just as he did. She was still quiet and unsmiling. Yulie? Yes? I'm sorry. For what? I've hurt my Yulie. You? Hurt? Oh. That's right. Make it easy for me. I know you've been upset, most likely still are. Anna-Marie told me. Did she tell you why? No, but it didn't take my analytical mind, the one you're always denigrating, very long to figure it out. In retrospect, I could have been more tactful. But things on my mind. Lots of things. Apart from those things, you're upset, Anna-Marie is upset because you're upset, and I'm upset because the two of you are upset. I've got to go out and see some desperate criminals, and I can't afford to be upset. I have to be careful, crafty, cunning, watchful, and ruthless, and I can't be any of those things if I'm upset. And I'll only be upset if you insist on remaining upset. So you'll have me on your conscience for the rest of your life if something happens to me, such as being shot in the head, thrown off a high building, or drowned in a canal. Are you still upset? She came close to him, linked her hands behind his neck, and put her head on his shoulder. Of course I am. Not because of last night, but because of what you've just said. You're the only brother I have, and I suppose I have to love someone. She tightened her grip. One of these days the gallant lieutenant is going to go out into what the gallant lieutenant calls the dreadful night. And the gallant lieutenant is not going to come back. This is the morning, Yuli. Please, you know what I mean. I feel fey, Beta. I feel something dreadful is going to happen today. She tightened her grip even more. I do so wish you weren't going out. I'd do anything in the world to stop you. You know that this is not the first time that I felt this way, I mean. It's been 3 or 4 times, and I've been right every time. Change your appointment, Beta, please, darling. I just know how I won't feel this way tomorrow. I'll come back, Yuli. I love you. You love me. I know you'd be terribly sad if I didn't come back, so I'll have to come back, won't I? Please, Beta, please. Yuli. He smoothed her hair. You lot certainly do wonders for my morale. What do you mean, you lot? Anna-Marie's been at it too, feeling fey, I mean, prophesying death, doom, and disaster. You can imagine how this cheers me up no end. Tell you what, a compromise. I promise you I won't be lured astray by any bad men or go anywhere with them from the Hunter's Horn. I'll listen to what they say, then make my plans accordingly. Basically, I think that I'll arrange to meet them again at a time and place of my own choosing, this being after I've learned what their plans are for me, or their evil intentions. So, a deal. If you promise me one of your cordon bleu lunches, finest French wines, of course, for 1 o'clock, I'll promise to be here at 1. Still with her hands linked behind his neck, she leaned back and looked at him. You will? Just said so. Your eyes are funny. About to weep salt tears for the gallant lieutenant? I was thinking about it. She smiled. I've changed my mind. I'll think about the lunch menu instead. Anna-Marie came in. She was wearing a bathrobe that was much too large for her, and a towel around her presumably still very wet hair. She smiled and said, It's difficult to move around this house without interrupting private conversations. Sorry I look such a fright. You can frighten me at any time, Von Effen said cheerfully. She really isn't too bad looking, is she, Yuli? She's the most beautiful girl you've ever seen. In my profession you don't get to see many girls, beautiful or otherwise. He looked at Yuli consideringly. You're not too bad yourself. But then I'm used to your face. It's a toss-up. And who am I to quibble in or at such company. It pleases the lieutenant to be carefree and light-hearted, Yulie, Anna-Marie said acidly. He was anything but this morning. What have you done to him? We've been conducting a mutual admiration party, Van Effen said. No, we haven't, and I haven't been appealing to his better nature either. I wouldn't know where to look for that. I think maybe we're slightly unfair to the poor man. Both you and I, it seems, have been full of bad omens and predicting all sorts of awful things that are going to happen to him. He was just suffering from some gloom and despondency, that's all. He wasn't the only one, Anna-Marie said. Your cloud seems to have lifted a bit too. You're choking me, Van Effen said. Ah! She unclasped her hands. Beta says he isn't going to do anything brave today. Just going to the Hunter's Horn, meeting whoever is there, making arrangements for another meeting, and then leave. Going to find out what their plans for him are. Thing is, he's going directly there, where he'll be guarded by heaven knows how many armed detectives, and coming directly back again. Anna-Marie smiled, her relief as obvious as Yulie's. That is good. The smile slowly vanished. How do you know he'll keep his word? A police officer's word, Van Effen began, because he's coming back at 1 o'clock, for lunch, extra special, French wines. He knows what I'm like if anyone is late for my meals, far less misses them. Besides, I'd never cook for him again. Banned for life? No, not that, I'll be back, guaranteed. Anna-Marie said, is he coming for us, or for the lunch? The lunch, of course. Us, he can see any time. Not all. And, Van Effen said, a peaceful hour. I may well be called upon to attend to something about 2 o'clock. The FFF, I mean. I thought, Anna-Marie said, that they weren't going to do anything until some undisclosed time tomorrow. I was about to tell you. I was interrupted. Yulie said, somebody interrupted you? She did. She was either being fey, like you, or getting on to me about something or other. What? Anna-Marie said. How can one remember one instance out of so many? However, the FFF promised to entertain us at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Same place on the North Holland Canal, north of Alkmaar, as promised this morning. They say the mines have been planted since yesterday, that they elected not to fire them, and defy us to find them, and also the Hagestein sluice. The what? Yulie said. A sluice. Technically, I believe, a regulable weir. Concrete structure to control the flow of water, south of Utrecht on the lower Rhine. They may attack one or the other, they say, or both, or neither. The old uncertainty principle. Well, time to dress for my appointment. He squeezed his sister's shoulders, kissed her, did the same to an astonished Anna-Marie, said, someone has to uphold the law, and left. Yulie looked at the closed door and shook her head. There are times, I feel, when someone should pass a law against him. Van Effen, attired as he had been for his visit the previous afternoon, parked his car, not the Peugeot, in a side street 3 blocks away from the Hunter's Horn, and made his way to the back entrance of the restaurant. As the Hunter's Horn was situated in a far from salubrious area, this door was kept permanently locked. Van Effen had the key. He entered, passed into the semi-darkness of the passageway beyond, and had just re-locked the door when something hard jabbed with painful force into the small of his back. Don't move. Van Effen didn't move. He said, Who is it? Police. You have a name? Raise your hands. A torch flicked on behind him. Jan, see if he has a gun. Hans fumbled at his jacket, and he felt his shoulder-holstered gun being removed. Van Effen said,
So, my hands are up, my gun is gone. May I turn around?
Very well.
Van Effen turned. Is that the way, Sergeant Kunis, to teach your men to search for weapons? He lowered his hands and hitched up his trousers. There was an ankle holster, each with its Lilliput attached to each leg. Put on the overhead light. The light came on. The man with the gun said, "Good God! Lieutenant Van Effen, sorry about that, sir." "Just as long as you didn't shoot me full of holes, Sergeant. Nothing to be sorry for. Semi-dark and with my back to you, my trademark scar and black glove weren't visible. And of course you weren't expecting me to enter this way. I'm just glad to see that you and your men are so on the alert." "I didn't even recognize your voice." Cheek padding. "I must admit it does alter the voice somewhat. How many men do you have here, Sergeant?" "5, sir. 2 with machine pistols." "And in the street outside?" "Another 5, behind first-floor windows. Another 2 machine pistols. Very gratifying. To see that the colonel places so high a value on his lieutenant." He turned to the young policeman who held the gun in his hand. "Do you think I could have my property back?" "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir, of course." The policeman was highly embarrassed. "I won't make that mistake again." "I know you won't. Go and ask Henri if he'll come here. Henri's the sad-looking man behind the bar." When Henri appeared, lugubrious as ever, he said, "I hear you've been held at gunpoint, Peter. Must have been a rather unusual experience for you. My fault. I forgot to tell the sergeant that you had your own key. Never expected you to come that way." "No harm. Customers. How many?" "3 only, and yes, they're regulars. Any more come in when you and your visitors are talking, and I'll keep them well away. No one will be able to hear a word you say." "Except you, of course." Henri almost smiled. "Except me. The gentleman who was here said they wouldn't find the microphone even if they looked for it. He asked me if I could find it, and I couldn't. Not in my own power. He said he thought it was highly unlikely that they would look anyway." "I think so, too. Switch on the recorder in the office as soon as they come through the door. I shall be off now, and make a respectable entrance through the front door. They've probably got someone watching." Van Effen was sitting in the booth nearest the door when the 3 men entered, Agnelli in the lead. Van Effen stood and shook hands with Agnelli, who seemed no less genial and friendly than he had on the previous occasion. "Very pleased to meet you again, Mr. Danilov," Agnelli said. "Helmut, of course you know." Paderewski didn't offer to shake hands. "And this is my brother, Leonardo." Leonardo Agnelli did offer to shake hands. He bore no resemblance to his brother. He was short, squat, and had black, beetling brows. The brows in themselves meant nothing. He'd just been born that way. In his own ugly way, he seemed just as harmless as his brother, which again, of course, meant nothing. Introductions over, Van Effen sat down. Agnelli and the other 2 men remained standing. Agnelli said, "This is your favorite booth, Mr. Danilov?" Van Effen looked slightly puzzled. "I don't have a favorite booth. This is, well, it's just the one furthest away from the rest of the customers. I thought you might appreciate the privacy." We do, but would you mind if we went to another?" Van Effen gave them some more of the same puzzled frown. "Not at all? But I think I'm entitled to know why. Stop. I have it. The concealed microphone. A splendid basis for mutual trust." He appeared to think briefly. "Might have done the same myself." "You're an explosives expert.
Agnelli sounded apologetic. Such people usually, always I believe, have a considerable knowledge of electronics. Van Effen smiled, stood, moved out into the aisle, and waved a hand towards the empty booth. 1,000 guilders to the first man to find the concealed microphone which I've just spent hours installing under the fascinated gaze of the proprietor and his customers. 1,000 guilders for a few seconds' work. I have a generous nature. Agnelli laughed. In that case, I don't think we need bother to move. He sat and gestured that the other two should do the same. Not joining us, Mr. Danilov? When I'm talking, Of course. I think we'll all have beer. Van Effen ordered, sat, and said, Well, gentlemen, to the point. Certainly. Agnelli smiled. That's the way I prefer it. We have reported to our leader, and he seems to approve our choice. I had hoped to see him here this morning. You'll see him tonight, at the Dom Square. The Royal Palace, to be precise, part of which, with your expert assistance, we intend to blow up tonight. What? Van Effen spilled some of the beer which he had just picked up. The Royal Palace? Did you say the Royal Palace? I did. You're mad. You're quite mad. Van Effen spoke with simple conviction. We don't think so, nor are we joking. Will you do it? I'll be damned if I will. Agnelli smiled his easy smile. You have been overcome by a bout of righteousness? A law-abiding upholder of justice and the straight and narrow path? None of those things, I must admit, but you must understand that although I operate mainly outside the law and have a past that wouldn't bear rigorous examination, in fact, any kind of examination, I'm a pretty normal citizen in most ways. I've come to like the Dutch, and although I don't know them from Adam, I've come to respect, even admire their royal family. Your sentiments do you credit, Mr. Danilov. Believe me, I share them. But I hardly think those are your real reasons for refusing. You said yesterday afternoon that you would not become involved in any operation where there might arise even the danger of risk to limb, far less to life. Is that not so? Van Effen nodded. I assure you, no such risk will arise tonight. Then you just want to cause a harmless explosion inside the palace? Precisely. And why in heaven's name should you want to cause a harmless explosion inside the palace? You are not to concern yourself with that. It is, as you may well guess, a purely psychological gesture. How am I to know it will be harmless? You'll be able to satisfy yourself on that score when you get there. The explosion will take place inside an empty cellar. There are empty cellars on either side of it. All 4 doors are lockable, and we will remove the keys after they have been locked. There are also empty cellars above. There is absolutely no danger to anyone involved. There's danger to us. The palace is heavily guarded. Word has it that the guards are likely to ask questions of an intruder after they've shot him dead. My aversion to people getting killed includes myself. Please, Mr. Danilov, we are not simple-minded. Do I look like a person who would embark upon an operation like this without every detail being meticulously planned in detail beforehand? I'll grant that you don't. Then you may rest assured that we will encounter no trouble. As an additional assurance, both our leader and I will be there with you. We have no more ambition to end up in durance vile than you have. Maybe your records are not so unblemished either. Unblemished or not, it would go hard with anyone caught with explosives within the precincts of the palace.
Very neat.
Von Effen sounded sour.
So now you know I have a record, whereas I don't know whether you have or not.
It hardly matters, does it?
If it does, it escapes me at the moment. It'll probably come to me when it's too late. What's this bomb like?
I'm not sure. Agnelli smiled. Von Effen had practically committed himself. I'm not an explosives expert. Such talents as I have lie elsewhere, more in the organizing field, shall we say. I understand that it weighs 3 or 4 kilos and is made of some material called amato.
What are the cellars made of?
Made of? You mean the walls?
What else could I mean?
I really couldn't tell you.
I don't suppose it matters. I was just trying to figure the blast effect. If the cellars are deep, and half those cellars are very deep.
So,
and with the palace on top, they'll have to support a very considerable weight. I don't know how old this particular part of the palace may be. I know nothing about the palace, but the walls would have to be pretty stoutly built. Reinforced concrete is unlikely. Dressed stone, I should guess, and of a considerable thickness. Your little firework is hardly likely to dent them. All the people in the palace will be aware of is a slight shake, if that, a tremor that wouldn't raise any eyebrows at the nearest seismographic station, wherever that may be. As for the sound factor, it would be negligible.
Are you sure? Agnelli's tone was unaccustomedly sharp.
If my assumptions are correct, and I see no reason why they shouldn't be, then I'm sure.
No loud bang?
They wouldn't hear it in the palace drawing rooms, far less out in the dumb square.
How could one ensure that it is heard?
Bring along enough spare amato, let me have a look at the walls and I'll tell you. Tell me, is it your intention just to leave the explosive there, lock the doors, throw away the keys? It will have occurred to you, of course, that there will be duplicates.
These we have.
And arrange for the bang after you're clear of the palace?
Agnelli nodded.
Then why on earth do you want me for a simple job like this? I've little enough in the way of conscience, but I'd feel downright guilty taking money for a job like this. A young teenager in his first year in a physics or chemistry lab could do this. All you require is a battery, any old alarm clock, some household flex, a full minute of mercury detonator, a primer, and you're off. Even simpler, all you require is a length of slow-burning RDX fuse. What you don't want is an explosives expert. Me. It's a matter, Mr. Agnelli, of professional pride.
This is a job for a professional. It's to be set off by remote radio control.
A teenager in his second year in a physics or chemistry lab. Can't you do it yourselves?
For good reasons we want an expert. The reasons are not for you.
You have the technical data for this radio control device?
A professional needs an instruction book?
Only an amateur would ask a professional such a stupid question. Of course I need an instruction book, as you call it, but it's not instructions I require. These systems are not difficult if you know how they work. Problem is, there are quite a number of different systems. It's not instructions I require, but data. As far as the device and the control are concerned, I need to know such things as voltage, wattage, wavelength, radio range, type of detonator, the nature of the triggering mechanism, the type of shielding, and a few other odds and ends. You have this? The data, I mean?
We have. I shall bring it along tonight.
You will not.
I have no wish to give offense, Mr. Agnelli, but only a rank amateur would suggest that I start to learn about this device on the spot. I want to be so thoroughly familiarized with the data that I can leave them all behind before I go near the place. I shall want those data at least an hour in advance. Or no deal? I wouldn't insult you by threats or blackmail. I assume that a reasonable man recognizes a reasonable request. He does. We'll send it around at, say, 6:30 this evening? Fine. Van Effen paused briefly. Well, we have been making diligent inquiries, haven't we? It really wasn't very difficult. We come now to the delicate question of remuneration, although I did promise it would be on a generous scale. You did mention the possibility of permanent employment? I did. Then let's regard this as a test demonstration. You know, efficiency, reliability, professionalism. If I measure up, let's then discuss payment for future jobs. Fair and generous. So fair, in fact, that I feel almost diffident about raising the next delicate point. I would hate for you to embarrass yourself. Let me raise it for you. This is more than generous. My nature. You have given me highly secret and very valuable information for which the police would doubtless reward me handsomely. Van Effen knew from Agnelli's brief frown, then renewed smile, that he had indeed guessed correctly. I shall not be giving this information to the police. Reasons: 1, I am not a double-crosser. 2, I don't like the police and they don't like me. I don't want to be within a long distance of any policeman. 3, purely selfish and financial. I am certain I can make a great deal more money from working for you on several occasions than I can from betraying you once. 4, I do not wish to spend the rest of my life with a hitman or hitmen only one step behind. Agnelli was smiling very broadly now. The 5th is the most compelling reason. From what you have just told me, you obviously have informers, contacts inside the palace, who would immediately alert you to the presence of the police. As there could and would be only one person who could have betrayed you, I could possibly be summarily disposed of, although I think you would find it much more elegant to turn me over to the police and suggest they have a look at the extradition request from Poland and the United States. I think I would prefer the States. I might at least get a semblance of a fair trial there. I am not wanted, of course, under the name of Danilov, but the description of villains is usually pretty thorough, and there can't be many wanted men going around with a facial scar and a ruined left hand like mine. You can understand, Mr. Agnelli, why I shall be giving the police a very wide berth indeed. I must say that you and the law don't appear to have a great deal in common. Thank you, Mr. Danilov, for having done my delicate task for me. That was exactly what I did have in mind. I am quite sure that you are going to be a very valuable member of our team. I can be trusted, you think? Unquestionably. Then I am doubly honored. Agnelli raised a questioning eyebrow. I didn't have to remove the magazines from my guns today. Agnelli smiled, stood, shook hands, and left with his 2 companions. Van Effen went to the office, listened to the playback of the recording, expressed his satisfaction and thanks to Henri, pocketed the tape, and left. As had now become his custom, Van Effen parked his car at the rear of the Trianon, but entered by the front door. A nondescript little man, seemingly engrossed in a newspaper, was seated close by the desk. Van Effen spoke to the man behind it. "I'd like a menu, please." He paid no attention to the seated man. "Thank you." He ticked off some items on the menu. "I'll have that, and that. And a bottle of Burgundy. In my room at 12:30, please. After that, I don't want to be disturbed, so no phone calls, please. I'd be glad if you would give me a wake-up call at 4 o'clock. Van Effen took the lift to the first floor, walked down the stairs, and peered cautiously round the corner. The little man had gone. He went across to the desk. "I see you've lost a valued customer, Charles." "Hardly valued, Lieutenant. He drinks one tiny Junge Geneva once every hour or so. That's his third time here since last night. He is rather obvious, isn't he?" "He doesn't seem to think so. Will you cancel my lunch, Charles?" "Already cancelled." Van Effen left the Trianon a few minutes later. His appearance returned to normal. "Well," Van Effen said, "were you worried stiff about me?" "Of course not," Yuli said. "You told us there was nothing to worry about." "Liar. You too." "Me?" Anna-Marie said. "I haven't said a word yet." "You were about to. Your concern is perfectly understandable. A Junge Geneva, large. The very jaws of death, I tell you." "Tell us about brave Daniel," Yuli said. "In a moment. First of all, I must phone the colonel. He will be consumed with anxiety about his trusty lieutenant." "It's 12:30, Yuli said. "If I know the colonel, his only concern now is what aperitif he's going to have before lunch." "You do him an injustice. And incidentally, me." He took the drink from his sister. "May I use your bedroom?" "Of course." Anna-Marie said, "I thought there's a phone there." "Ah. State secrets." "Not at all. Come along, both of you. It'll save me from having to repeat myself." He sat down on Yuli's bed, opened a bedside cupboard, and extracted a phone. Anna-Marie said, "That's a curious-looking instrument. Scrambler phone. Any eavesdropper who is locked into your telephone hears only garbled nonsense. A device at the recipient's end works in reverse and makes the jumble intelligible again. Much used by secret services and the better class of spy. Very popular with criminals, too. The original connection was to my apartment, but I can also call de Graaf on it." He got through immediately. "Good morning, Colonel. No, I have not been attacked, kidnapped, tortured, assassinated, or otherwise set upon. Quite the contrary, positively cordial. No, there was a newcomer, Romero Agnelli's brother. Genial, mafia type. Quite friendly, really, rejoicing in the name of Leonardo Agnelli. Yes, it is rather splendid, isn't it? And yes, we've made some arrangement. I am engaged to blow up the Royal Palace at 8 p.m. No, sir, I do not jest. He covered the mouthpiece and looked at the two startled, wide-eyed girls. I think the Colonel's drink has gone down the wrong way. Yes, sir, Amatol, triggered by a remote-control radio device, details of which I shall be receiving this evening. Certainly I intend to do it. They're depending on me. No, it's deep in the cellars. There will be no loss of life. Very well. He covered the mouthpiece with one hand and gave his empty glass to Anna-Marie with the other. I'm to keep a respectful silence while he communes with himself before telling me what to do. I don't need telling, and I almost certainly won't agree with what he suggests. Blowing up the Royal Palace? She looked at Yuli, who had just brought in the Geneva bottle. The palace? Blowing it up? He's mad. You're a policeman. A policeman's lot is a hard one. All things to all men. Yes, I'm listening. There was a long pause. Yulie and Anna-Marie studied his face covertly but closely, but he gave no indication as to what he was thinking, although he did permit himself the occasional thoughtful expression as he sipped some more Geneva. "Yes, I understand. Alternatives. First, you can pull me off altogether, and you have the means to ensure that I do this, so of course I would have to accept that decision. But there's a difference between pulling me off the job and putting me back onto it again. Should this prove to be the first in a series of bomb outrages, and you know better than anyone that those things almost invariably happen in cycles, then I should have to refuse to be assigned to the investigation on the grounds that I was fortunate enough to be given the opportunity to investigate this group's activities, and you denied me the opportunity." "Certainly, sir, you could ask for my resignation on the grounds of refusing to obey orders. I would refuse to resign. You'd have to fire me. And then, of course, you would have to explain to your minister that you fired me because you had made a mistake, because you would refuse to listen to me, because you wouldn't give me the chance to stop what may be a new crime wave before it started, because you had backed your own judgment against mine, and you had been wrong. Throw as many chestnuts as you like into the fire, Colonel. I refuse to pull them out, and I refuse to resign. Excuse me, sir." Yulie had sat beside him on the bedside and had both hands on his telephone arm as if trying to pull it away. "Stop it, Peter, stop it!" Despite the fact that Von Effen had prudently covered the mouthpiece, her voice was low, tense, urgent. "You can't talk to the Colonel like that. Can't you see that you're putting the poor man in an impossible situation?" Von Effen looked at Anna-Marie. From her compressed lips and slowly shaking head, it was evident that she was of the same opinion as Yulie. Von Effen looked back at his sister, and she visibly recoiled from the expression on his face. "Why don't you hear me out, instead of indulging in a repetition of last night's unwarranted interference and blundering into things you know nothing about? You think he's in an impossible situation. Listen to what I say and judge what kind of position I'm in." She slowly removed her hands and just looked at him, her expression uncomprehending. Von Effen raised the phone again. "Forgive the interruption, Colonel. Yulie says that I have no right to talk to you in this fashion, and that I'm putting you in an impossible situation. Yulie, alas, doesn't know what she's talking about. Anna-Marie, who is also here, agrees with her, but she wouldn't know what she's talking about either. In fairness to them, I must say that, judging by the way they are looking at each other, they don't think I know what I'm talking about either. You people are only on the periphery. I'm the man in the middle. An impossible situation, she says. Consider your alternative. I go ahead as planned with Agnelli and Company. You say, will ensure my safety. In the first place, you are duty-bound, you claim, to notify the royal household, using as justification the many threats that have been made against the royal family in recent months. You will have the Dam Square invisibly cordoned off by snipers. You will have anti-terrorist police squads inside the palace itself. It has apparently never occurred to you that those criminals have their moles and informants pretty thick on the ground, and that the presence of even one extra policeman will immediately be reported. I have been warned that if any such thing happened, they would know that there could have been only one source, one person, through whom this information reached the police. And I don't think, I know, that the palace security is pitiful and that those spies move freely within the gates. Lift that telephone to the palace, to your anti-terrorist squads, to any other policeman, and you might as well reach out for pen and paper and write down and sign my death warrant. That was, Von Effen was aware, pitching it rather strongly, even assuming they had penetrated his disguise, which was uncertain. But now wasn't the moment for such niceties. Ensure my safety, you'll ensure my death. Von Effen in a better world by midnight. What's one detective lieutenant less, just so long as your pettifogging rules and hidebound regulations are concerned?
Maybe, no, I'm sure that Yulie and Anna-Marie don't like me very much at the moment, but I think they'll have the grace to testify at the inquest that I did do my best to save my own miserable skin. That, of course, is the absolute worst scenario, and I've no intention of being part of it. I've been thinking during our conversation, and I've changed my mind about one thing. You've offered me two alternatives. One leads to being fired, the other to the old pine box. I'm not quite in my dotage yet, and I think it would behove me to find some form of work where I'll be faced with threats of neither dismissal nor extinction. If you send one of your boys round to Yulie's place, I'll let him have my written resignation. At the same time, I'll give him the tape recording I had made in the Hunter's Horn this morning. I hope that you and your university friends will be able to make something of it, and of the other tape-recorded telephone messages. Sorry about this, Colonel, but you leave me with no option. I seem to have run out of alternatives. He replaced the telephone in the bedside cupboard and left the room. When Yulie and Anna-Marie rejoined him, he was sitting relaxed in an armchair, legs crossed and Geneva in hand. For a man who had just made such a momentous decision, he seemed singularly unconcerned. Yulie said, "May I say something?" "Certainly. Compared to what the Colonel said, and what he is no doubt thinking at this moment, your slings and arrows are as nothing." She smiled faintly. "I haven't lost my senses or memory. I have no intention of being, how did you put it so charmingly last night, cool, clinical, superior, and handing out unwanted and unsolicited advice. I'm sorry for what I said in the bedroom. I didn't know you were in so impossible a situation. But if I go on to say that I also think you've put the Colonel in a fearful fix, you'll probably say that you appreciate that a lieutenant's life is as nothing compared to the Colonel's finer feelings. Well, I still say I'm sorry, but—" Anna-Marie interrupted. "Yulie." "Yes?" "I wouldn't bother saying sorry to him again. I don't for a moment believe he's in an impossible situation. Look at him. He's getting high blood pressure through trying not to laugh out loud." She gave him a considering glance. "You're not very active. I thought you came through here to write out your resignation." He frowned, looked off into the middle distance, then said, "I've no recollection of saying that." "That's because you never had any intention of writing out your resignation." "Well, well, we'll make a lady detective of you yet." "You're quite right, my dear, I did not. How could I? How could I leave Uncle Arthur alone to cope with the rising wave of crime in Amsterdam? He needs me." Anna-Marie said to Yulie, "If I were to say to him that he is as Machiavellian as he is big-headed, do you think he would fire me? Or just try to reduce me to tears?" Von Effen sipped his Geneva. "Fortunately, I am above such things, and you must never confuse Machiavellianism with diplomacy, big-headedness with intelligence." "You're right, Anna-Marie. I'm sorry I said sorry." Yulie looked at Von Effen with something less than affection. "And what are you going to do now?" "Just sit. Waiting." "Waiting for what?" "The phone. The Colonel." "The Colonel?" Yulie said. "After what you said to him?" "After what he said to me, you mean?" "You're going to have a very long wait," Anna-Marie spoke with conviction. "My dear children, or should I say babes in the wood, you sadly underestimate the Colonel. He is infinitely shrewder than either of you. He knows very well indeed what the score is. He's taking some time to make this call because he's figuring out a way to beat a strategic retreat without loss of dignity, peace with honor, if you will. Now there, if you like, does go a man with a Machiavellian cast of mind. After 40 years battling with the underworld, one does develop a certain cast of mind. I told the Colonel that he had left me with no place to go. De Graaf, being de Graaf, realized at once what I meant.
that he had no place to go. Yulie said, "Seeing you're so clever, would you mind? There's no need to be unpleasant. Look at me. I'm treating you with unfailing courtesy, or should I say chivalry, I suppose. What's the Colonel going to say? That, on consideration, or on reconsideration, well, he's going to give me carte blanche. The 8 p.m. assignation is on." "It would be nice to see you wrong for once," Yulie said. "No, I didn't really mean that. I only hope you are wrong." For a time no one spoke. The girls kept looking at the telephone on the coffee table by Van Effen's side. Van Effen wasn't looking at anything in particular. The phone rang. Van Effen picked it up. "Ah, yes. I accept that. Maybe I did step out of line, but I was provoked." He winced and held the telephone some distance away from his ear. "Yes, sir, you were provoked too." "Yes, I thoroughly agree. A very wise decision, if I may say so." "Of course you will be kept in the picture, sir." No, they don't trust me." "Yes, sir, here. Goodbye." He hung up and looked at Yulie. "Why aren't you in the kitchen, my girl? Distinctly smell burning. I was asked for lunch." "Oh, do be quiet. What did he say?" "Carte blanche. 8 p.m. Yulie looked at him, her face still, for what seemed a long time, but could only have been a few seconds, then turned and went to the kitchen. Anna-Marie made a couple of steps towards him, stopped, and said, "Peter, don't say it. I've already got out of one difficult situation. Don't you and Yulie put me in an impossible one." "We won't, I promise. You know that we can't help what we feel, and you can't blame us for that. But you could blame us if we did start talking about it, so we won't. That's sure." She smiled. "Now, isn't that considerate?" "Very. Do you know, Anna-Marie, I do believe I'm beginning to like you." "Like me?" She gave him a quizzical look. "So you didn't even like me when you kissed me this morning? Absent-mindedness, I suppose. Or do you just go around kissing policewomen as a matter of routine? Something to do with their morale, no doubt." "You're the first, and no doubt the last. We all make mistakes, whatever I mean by that cryptic remark." "Who doesn't trust you?" "Who doesn't—" "What?" "Something you said to the Colonel." "Ah, my criminal associates. We parted at the Hunter's Horn, professing mutual trust and faith. It didn't stop them from staking a man out at the Trianon. An irritation, no problem." "And after lunch?" "Stay here a bit. The Colonel is going to call me. That will be after we hear what, if anything, the FFF have been up to at 2 o'clock. The Colonel is convinced they will not blow up the Hagestein. Frogmen have found no traces of any underwater charges in position." Van Effen called his office and asked for the desk sergeant. "The men on Fred Classen and Alfred von Rees. They called in at noon?" He listened briefly. "So von Rees has lost our man. Chance or on purpose, it doesn't matter. I assume you have the license number. All officers on patrol, not to approach, just locate. Note this number and call me here." Lunch was an excellent but hardly festive meal. Yulie and Anna-Marie were determinedly over-bright and over-cheerful, and the harsh edges of strain occasionally showed through. If Van Effen noticed anything amiss, he made no comment. Her brother, Yulie knew, rarely missed anything. They had coffee in the living room. Shortly after 2 o'clock, a young motorcycle policeman came to collect the Hunter's Horn tape. Yulie said, "I hear that you are awaiting a call from the Colonel. After that?" "Your bed, my dear, if I may. I don't know when I can expect to sleep tonight, or even if I will sleep, so I think an hour or two might be of some value. That hour or two, of course, would be helped along by the brandy you have, unaccountably, so far failed to offer me." The Colonel's call came when Von Effen was halfway through his brandy. It was a brief call and one-sided. Von Effen said yes several times, "I see" a couple of times, then told the Colonel goodbye and hung up. The FFF blew up the North Holland Dyke at exactly 2 p.m. Extensive flooding, but shallow and no lives lost. Not according to first reports. The Hagestein Weir was not touched. As the Colonel says, he expected this. The frogmen had located no charges, and he is convinced the FFF were unable either to approach the weir or conceal charges. He is further convinced that their blasting techniques are primitive and limited only to simple operations like blowing up dikes and canal banks. "But you're not convinced of this, are you?" Yulie said. "I'm neither convinced nor unconvinced. I know no more about it than you do. Maybe the Colonel finds it preferable, more comforting to think along those lines. Maybe the FFF want the Colonel, us, the country, to think along those lines. They have all the hallmarks of being a devious and highly organized bunch. That impression, too, may be deceptive. Are they a simple-minded group trying to make us think they are devious, or a devious-minded group trying to make us think they are simple? Figure it out for yourselves, I can't. I'm going to rest lightly. Turn on the radio, would you? The FFF have, it seems, got into the habit of making a public announcement after what they no doubt regard as being one of their masterstrokes. Don't bother to wake me to convey their next dire threat. In fact, don't bother me for anything." He had barely dropped off when Yulie came in and shook him awake. He opened his eyes and, as was his custom, was almost instantly awake. He said, "This is the way you don't disturb me. The heavens have fallen in?" "I'm sorry, a letter came for you." "A letter? An exhausted man is torn from his slumbers." "It came by special delivery," she said patiently. "It has urgent stamped all over it." "Let me see." He took the envelope from her, glanced briefly at the address and postmark, opened the envelope, half extracted the contents, pushed it back inside again, and slid the envelope onto the pillow. "And I'm disturbed by this. One of my fellow officers trying to be witty. Next time, be sure the heavens have fallen in." "Let me see what was inside that letter," Yulie said sharply. She sat on the bed, laid her hand on his arm, and said in a gentle voice, "Please, Peter." Von Effen made to speak, said nothing, reached under his pillow, retrieved the envelope, and gave the contents to Yulie. It was not a letter, just a plain postcard, blank on one side. On the other side was a crude drawing of a coffin and a hangman's noose. Yulie tried to smile. "Well, it has been 3 months since the last one, hasn't it?" "So?" Von Effen sounded indifferent. "It's been, as you say, 3 months. And what's happened in that 3 months? Nothing. And no reason on earth why anything should happen in the next 3 months." "If it's so unimportant, why did you hide it?" "I didn't hide it. I put it away in full view of my little sister, whom I didn't want to upset." "May I see that envelope, please?" She took it, looked at it, and handed it back. All the others had come from other countries. This one is postmarked Amsterdam. That was the first thing you saw, and that's why you put it away. The Annecy brothers are in Amsterdam. Maybe, maybe not. This postcard could have come from any country to a friend or accomplice in Amsterdam who sent it on to this address. I don't believe that. Kid sister or not, I'm all grown up and a big girl now. I can think for myself. I can feel for myself. I know they're in Amsterdam, and so I'm sure do you. Oh, Peter, it's all too much. One set of madmen threatening to flood our country, another set going to blow up the palace, and now this." She shook her head. "Everything at once. Why?" "It is an unusual set of circumstances." "It is a—" "Oh, do be quiet. Do you have no idea what is going on?" "I've no more idea than you have." "Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure I believe you." "What are we going to do? What are you going to do?" "What do you expect me to do? Patrol the streets of Amsterdam until I find some character carrying a coffin over his shoulder and a noose in his hand?" He put his hand on her arm. "Please excuse momentary irritation. There's nothing I can do." Second thoughts, yes, I can go back to sleep. Next time, make sure the heavens have fallen. You're hopeless. She half smiled, rose, shook her head again when she saw that his eyes were already closed, and left the room. He had barely dropped off for the second time when Yulia returned. "Sorry again, Peter. The Colonel. I told him you were asleep, but he said it didn't matter if you were dead. I was to bring you back to life again and get you to the phone. He left me in no doubt that it was very urgent indeed." Van Effen touched the bedside cupboard. "He could have used the scrambler, probably using a public phone." Van Effen went through to the living room, took the call, listened briefly, said, "I'm leaving now," and hung up. Yulia said, "Where?" "To meet a person the Colonel says may be a friend. I don't know his name." Van Effen put on the shoulder holster, tie and jacket. "Things, as you said, Yulia, tend not to occur singly. First, the Dyke nutcases, then the Palace nutcases, then the Annecy nutcases. Now this. Whatever this may be. Where's your friend?" "Wouldn't you know? He's in the mortuary." Chapter 5. The old town of Amsterdam may well be unique in the attraction of its tree-lined winding canals, its medieval charm, its romance, its almost palpable sense of history, its nostalgic beauty. The city mortuary wasn't like that at all. It didn't possess a single attractive feature. It had no charm, medieval or modern, was totally and irredeemably ugly. It was clinical, functional, inhuman, and wholly repellent. Only the dead, one would have thought, could have tolerated such a place. But the white-coated attendants, while not much given to whistling at their work, seemed no different from your average office worker, factory mechanic, or farm labourer. This was their job, and they did it in the best way they could. Van Effen arrived to find de Graaf and a serious young man who was introduced as Dr. Prince waiting for him. Dr. Prince was attired in the regulation uniform of white coat and stethoscope. It was difficult to imagine what function a stethoscope played in a mortuary, possibly to check that incoming admissions were in fact dead on arrival. More probably it was just part of the uniform. De Graaf was in a dark and sombre mood, but this was not due to his surroundings, for over the long years de Graaf had become more than accustomed to mortuaries. What he was not accustomed to was having to leave his fish course and a bottle of Chablis almost untouched on a restaurant table. Dr. Prince led them to a long, cavernous, tomb-like chamber, the furnishings of which, exclusively in concrete, white tiles, marble, and metal, accorded well with the chilled atmosphere. An attendant, seeing Prince approach, opened a metal door and pulled out a wheeled rack that ran smoothly on steel runners. A shrouded form lay on this. Dr. Prince took the top corner of the sheet. "I have to warn you, gentlemen, that this is not a sight for weak stomachs." "My stomach couldn't possibly be in worse condition than it is," de Graaf said. Prince looked at him curiously. De Graaf hadn't seen fit to make mention of the abandoned fish and wine, and pulled back the sheet. What lay revealed was indeed, as the doctor had said, not a sight for queasy stomachs. Dr. Prince looked at the faces of the two policemen and felt vaguely disappointed. Not by a flicker of expression did they display whatever emotions they might have felt. "Cause of death, Doctor?" de Graaf said. "Multiple massive injuries, of course. Cause, an autopsy will reveal." "Autopsy?" Van Effen's voice was as cold as the mortuary itself. "I do not wish to be personal, Doctor, but how long have you held this post?" "My first week." The slight pallor in his face suggested that Dr. Prince was himself having some problems with his internal economy. "So you won't have seen many cases like this, if any. This man has been murdered. He hasn't fallen off the top of a high building or been run over by a heavy truck. In that case, the skull or chest wall or pelvis or the femoral bones or tibia would have been crushed or broken. They haven't. He's been battered to death by iron bars. His face is unrecognizable, kneecaps smashed and forearms broken. No doubt when he was trying to defend himself against the iron bars." De Graaf said to the doctor, "He was, of course, wearing clothes when he was brought in. Anyone been through them?" "Identification, you mean, Colonel?" "Of course." "Nothing that I know of." "It doesn't matter," Van Effen said. "I know who it is. I recognize that scar on the shoulder. Detective Rudolf Engel. He was shadowing a man known as Julius Caesar. You may remember Anna-Marie mentioning this character in La Caracha." "How do you know this?" "Because I was the person who told Engel to do the shadowing. I also warned him that there was more than a degree of danger attached, and that he was on no account to be in a position where he would find himself without people around. I reminded him what had happened to the two detectives who had trailed Agnelli. He forgot, or disobeyed, or was carried away by curiosity or enthusiasm. Whatever it is, it cost him his life." "But to murder him in this savage fashion?" De Graaf shook his head. "Even to kill him at all?" "Well, it does seem an unbelievable instance of overreacting." "We'll probably never know the truth, sir. But if we do, we'll probably find out that he wasn't disposed of just for shadowing, but because he'd found out something they couldn't let him live to report." "High stakes, Colonel." "Aye, indeed. It might help to have a word with this, Julius Caesar. Probably couldn't find him in the first place. He'll have gone to ground, left Amsterdam for healthier climes, or, most likely, shaved off his pepper and salt beard and got himself a wig for his bald pate and a pair of dark glasses to conceal his squint. Besides, even if we did pull him in, what have we got to charge him with?" They thanked Dr. Prince and left. As they were passing through the entrance hall, a man at the desk called the colonel and handed him a phone. The colonel spoke briefly, handed back the phone, and rejoined Van Effen. "Not destined to be our afternoon, I'm afraid. Office. Just heard from the hospital. One of our men there. Just been fished out of a canal, it seems." "What's he doing in hospital? You mean he's not drowned?" "No. Touch and go, it seems. We'd better have a look." "Identity?" "Not established. Still unconscious. No papers, no badge, but carrying a gun and a pair of handcuffs, so they guessed it was a cop." In the hospital, they were led to a private room on the first floor, from which a grey-haired doctor was just emerging. He saw de Graaf and smiled. "My old friend, you don't waste time, I must say. One of your men has just had a rather unpleasant experience. A very close thing, very close, but he'll be all right. In fact, he can leave in an hour or two. So he's conscious, and in a very bad temper. Name of Voigt." "Mas Voigt?" Van Effen said. "That's him. Little boy saw him floating face down in the water. Luckily, there were a couple of dock workers close by. They fished him out and brought him here. Couldn't have been in the water more than a minute or so." Voigt was sitting up in bed and looking very disgruntled. After the briefest of courteous inquiries as to his health, de Graaf said, "How on earth did you come to fall into that canal?" "Fall into the canal?" Voigt was outraged. "Fall into—" "Shh," said the doctor. "You'll just do yourself an injury." He gently turned Voigt's head. The blue and purple bruise behind the right ear promised to develop into something quite spectacular. "Must have run out of crowbars," Van Effen said. De Graaf frowned. "And what is that meant to mean?" "Our friends are being active again. Detective Voigt was keeping an eye on Alfred van Rees, and Alfred van Rees? You know, the Rijkswaterstaat man. Locks, weirs, sluices, and what have you. Unfortunately, it would seem that Detective Voigt couldn't watch van Rees and his own back at the same time. The last report, Voigt, was that you had lost van Rees. A patrolman found him again, gave me the address. I drove down and parked by the canal, got out." "What canal?" Van Effen said. "The Krokusgade." "The Krokusgade? And van Rees? You astonish me. Hardly the most salubrious part of our fair city." Voigt rubbed his neck. "I didn't find it very salubrious either. I saw van Rees and another man coming out of this doorway, and then they went back in again. Why, I don't know. I wasn't in a police car, and as far as I know, they've never seen me, never suspected I was following them. And then— well, the next thing I knew, I was in this bed. Never even heard a footstep behind me." "Did you get the house number?" "Yes, 38. Van Effen picked up a bedside phone, told the switchboard it was police and urgent, gave them his office number, and said to de Graaf, "I don't suppose that anyone will still be at number 38, but we may find something there. If that is, they didn't see Detective Voigt being fished out of the canal. If they did, it'll be as clean as a whistle." "Question of search warrant, sir?" "Damn the search warrant." De Graaf was obviously rather shaken that his old friend van Rees could be involved in illegal activities. "Effect an entry by any means." Van Effen was through to his office almost immediately, asked for a certain Sergeant Outzhorn, got him in turn just as quickly, gave him the address and instructions, and listened for a brief period. "No, Sergeant, take 4 men, 1 at the front door, 1 at the back. No warrant. The Colonel says so. Yes. Take the damn door off its hinges if you have to, or shoot the lock away. Detain anyone you find inside. Don't leave there. Radio report to station and await instructions." He hung up. Sergeant Outzhorn seems to relish the prospect. They told Voigt to call home, have dry clothes brought, go home and rest, and said goodbye. In the passageway, de Graaf said, "It can't be. Impossible. Man's a pillar of society. Good heavens, I even put him up for my club." "Could be a perfectly innocent explanation, sir." The state of Voigt's neck and his immersion in the canal seemed to suggest otherwise. Remember, I suggested in Schiphol that perhaps he was a Jekyll by day and a Hyde by night. Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe he's a daylight Hyde. As they approached the hospital entrance, Van Effen stopped abruptly. De Graaf stopped also and looked at him curiously. "One rarely sees an expression of concern on your face, Peter. Something amiss?" "I hope not, sir. Something's been nagging away at the back of my mind, but I haven't had time to think about it. Not until now." "This call you got while you were lunching, at least when you were about to have lunch, did it come from the station?" "Of course, Sergeant Bresser." "Where did he get his information from?" "The hospital, I presume. Bresser said he'd tried to find first you, then Lieutenant Falcon, and failing to find either, he contacted me. Does it matter?" "This matters. Young Dr. Prince at the mortuary is neither experienced nor very bright. For all he knew or suspected to the contrary, Engel might have fallen off the top of the Havengebouw, or been the victim of a street or industrial accident. The mortuary does not call in senior police officers unless they know or suspect that the victim did not meet a natural end. So the chances are that the call did not come from the hospital. Bress is a stolid, unimaginative man. Thinking is not his forte. Was it your idea to call me up at Yuli's and ask me to come along? You're beginning to get me worried now, too, Peter. Although I don't know why. Your name had been mentioned in the call, but whether it was Bress's suggestion you come along or mine, I'm not clear. Damn these lunches. Moment, sir. Van Effen went to the nearest telephone and dialed a number. He let it ring for perhaps 15 seconds, then dialed again, while de Graaf watched him, at first in perplexity, then in apprehension, and then with the sick dawning of understanding. He was at the front door and holding it open when Van Effen replaced the phone and came running towards him. Van Effen didn't even bother to knock on Yuli's door, which he unlocked with the key he'd fished out coming up in the lift. The living room appeared to be in perfectly normal condition, which meant nothing. Yuli's bedroom was also as it should have been, but her bathroom told a different story. Tayson, the guard, was lying on the floor, perfectly conscious and in apparent danger of suffering an apoplectic stroke, whether from rage or an effort to free himself from the ropes that bound wrists and ankles it was difficult to say. Perhaps he had been having difficulty in breathing through his gag. They freed him and helped him to his feet, for he was unable to stand. If the blued hands were anything to go by, the circulation of his feet must have been almost completely blocked off, too. Whoever had tied him had worked with a will. They helped him through to the living room and into an armchair. Van Effen massaged circulation back into hands and feet. Not a pleasant process if one were to judge by Tayson's repeated winces and screwing shut of the eyes, while de Graaf brought him a glass of brandy. He had to hold it to the man's lips, as Tayson had yet to recover the use of his hands. "Van der Alm," de Graaf said, referring to the brandy. "Universal specific, and in the circumstances, despite regulations." Van Effen smiled. It wasn't the strained smile of a man deliberately repressing emotion. He seemed quite remarkably unaffected by the turn of events. "The man who makes the regulations can break the regulations. It wouldn't come amiss, sir." They had barely sipped from their glasses when Tayson recovered enough strength to seize his, lift his trembling hand to his mouth, and drink half the contents in one gulp. He coughed, spluttered, then spoke for the first time. "God, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. Most damnably sorry. Your sister and that other nice lady—" He drained his glass. "I should be taken out and shot." "I don't think it will come to that, Jan," Van Effen said mildly. "Whatever happened is no fault of yours." "What did happen?" Tayson was so overcome with anger, bitterness, and self-reproach that his account was so disjointed and repetitive as to be at times incoherent. It appeared that he had been approached by a Dutch army major. Who would ever have harbored suspicions about an army major? Who had produced a pistol fitted with a most un-army silencer, forced Tayson to produce his key and open the door, pushed him inside, followed and advised the girls not to move. He had been followed into the room almost immediately by 3 furniture removal men. At least they were dressed in heavy leather aprons of the type much favored by their profession. What was atypical about them was that they wore hoods and gloves. Beyond that, Tayson could tell them nothing. He had been taken into the bathroom and tied, gagged, and left lying on the floor. Van Effen went into Anna Marie's bedroom, the one that had formerly been his, took one quick look round and returned. "There's a pile of Anna Marie's clothes lying on the bed and a wardrobe missing. They were tied, gagged, and carried out in it, to anyone watching an obvious case of legitimate furniture removing. They must have been keeping tabs on me, sir, about the time you made the call to me from the restaurant. They would have had a furniture van parked nearby and would have moved in as soon as they saw me departing. Very neat indeed. A most uncomfortable trip for the young ladies, but I suppose they must have been too terrified out of their wits to worry about discomfort. Ironic, isn't it, sir, that both of them this morning were full of gloom and woe and foreboding and prophecies of disaster. Feeling fey was what they called it. They were both convinced that the something terrible was going to happen to me. Unfortunately for them, they picked the wrong subject for concern. De Graaf, a second glass of Van der Alm in his hands, paced up and down. Even 40 years in the police had left him without Van Effen's ability to mask his emotions. Anger and worry fought for dominance in his face.
What are those devils up to? What did they want, and who did they want? Anna-Marie, Julie, or both?
Julie. Van Effen handed him the postcard he and Julie had looked at earlier in the afternoon. De Graaf took it, examined both card and envelope, and said, "When did this arrive?" "Just after lunch. Julie was very upset, but I just pooh-poohed it, laughed the matter off. Clever Van Effen. Brilliant Van Effen." "So your friends have returned. The Annecy's back in Amsterdam. Lost no time in making their presence known and got at you in the very best way possible."
"God, I'm so sorry, Peter."
"Feel sorry for the girls, especially for Anna-Marie. It was just her fiendishly bad luck to be here when they came for Julie. It was that towering genius, Van Effen, of course, who had insisted that she remain here for her own safety. The demand should be arriving quite soon. You will not have forgotten, sir, that the Annecy's were, and doubtless still are, specialists in blackmail." De Graaf shook his head and remained silent. "It's kind of you not to say so, sir, but you will also not have forgotten that they are specialists in torture, which was the real reason I hunted them down." "We haven't been very clever so far," De Graaf said. "Things are uncommonly confusing." "Kind of you to say we, sir. You mean me." Van Effen refilled Tayson's glass, did the same for his own, and sank into an armchair. After perhaps 2 minutes, De Graaf looked at him and said, "Well, surely there's something we should be doing. Shall we start by making inquiries among the flat neighbors, the people living opposite? To check on the modus operandi of the kidnappers? A waste of time, Colonel. We wouldn't find out any more than we already know. We're dealing with professionals. But even professionals can make mistakes." "I haven't seen any so far." The Colonel was gloomy. "Nor have I. I'm assuming that Julie was the target." Van Effen reached for the telephone. "With your permission, sir, I'll find out. Vasco, Sergeant Westenbrink, he was the only one who knew where Anna-Marie lived. They, whoever they are, may have put a tail on him and found out by methods I don't care to think about." "You think it likely? Or possible?" Van Effen dialed a number. "Possible, yes. Likely, no. I don't think there's anyone in Amsterdam who could follow Vasco without his being aware of it. By the same token, I don't think that there is anyone in the city who could be followed by Vasco and be aware of it. Vasco, Peter here. Anyone been taking an interest in you since you left this morning?" "Talk to nobody?" "Anna-Marie and my sister Julie have been taken away within the past hour, and no, we have no idea. Put on your best civilian suit and come round, will you?" Van Effen hung up and said to De Graaf, "Julie it was. Nobody's been banging Vasco with crowbars." "And you've asked him to join you?" "Us, sir. He's far too valuable a man to be lying low and doing nothing. And with your permission, sir, I'd like to try to recruit George." "Your La Caracha friend. You said yourself he wasn't very good at merging into backgrounds." "That's for Vasco. George, on the mental side, as you saw for yourself, is very acute and knows the criminal mind probably better than anyone I know. On the physical side, he's a splendid insurance policy. So, Progress. A very little, but progress nonetheless. I think it's now fairly safe to say that the Annecy brothers and the would-be blowers-up of the royal palace are working in cahoots. Or how else would the Annecies know that Rudolf Engel, who had been following one of the palace gang's intermediaries, had been done in and delivered to the morgue? The palace gang, as you call them, could have done the kidnapping, and the Annecies could have told them. Two things, sir. What possible motive could Agnelli and his friends have in abducting Lieutenant van Effen's sister? None. The Annecies have a very powerful motive. The second thing is that it doesn't matter a damn whether the Annecies gave Agnelli this address or not. The point is that they sure as hell know each other. And how does this knowledge help us, Peter? At the moment it doesn't, and it may even actually put us at a disadvantage. They're not clowns, and may well have figured out that we have figured out, and exercise extra precautions because of that. Precautions against what? I can't imagine. Neither can I. We're doing nothing. There's nothing, as far as I can see, that we can do. One or two small things, perhaps. Alfred von Reis, to start with. What's von Reis got to do with Agnelli and the Annecies? Nothing, as far as we know. But we would at least be doing something about something. I suggest 2 tales on von Reis, one to keep an eye on von Reis, the other to keep an eye on the first tale. Just consider how lucky Mas Voigt is to be still alive. Then I suggest we investigate von Reis's bank statements. Whatever for? This pillar of the Reichsvaterstaat may be giving the dyke blowers information that they couldn't get elsewhere. Selling, not giving. Could be, of course, that if he's picking up some money that he shouldn't, he might have it stashed away in another account under another name, but criminals, especially people who are not habitual criminals, and I assume von Reis is not, often overlook the obvious. Can't be done. Illegal. Man hasn't even been charged, far less convicted of anything. They've got Julie and Anne-Marie. So, what connection do they have with von Reis? None. Again, as far as we know. Although I was just thinking one of the last things Julie said to me, that how extraordinarily odd it was that the dyke breakers, the palace bombers, and the Annecy brothers should all happen along at the same time. Could be a coincidence. Could be too much of a coincidence. Or nothing. Maybe I just hate the whole wide criminal world. Forget it, sir. Just a suggestion. The phone rang. Van Effen picked it up, listened, said thank you, and hung up. This should cheer us all up. There's going to be a radio broadcast of the FFF's latest communique in about 10 minutes. Inevitable, I suppose. Your suggestion, Peter. Normally I should dismiss it out of hand, but your suggestions have an extraordinary habit of turning up something. He smiled without any humor. Maybe you share, what's the word, this precognition with your sister. We'll put those 2 tales on von Reis. My God, the very idea of putting tales on von Reis. And have his liquid assets discreetly investigated. I shall probably be arraigned before Parliament for this. Drag you down with me, of course. He reached for the phone. Let me handle this. After he had arranged matters in his customary imperious fashion and put the phone down, Van Effen said, Thank you. Tell me, sir, do your linguistic friends at the university have all the tapes, including the one I brought from the Hunter's Horn? De Graaf nodded. When do you expect them to be ready? When they're ready, one supposes. Things move leisurely in the groves of Academe. Think you could hurry them up, sir? National emergency, something like that? I can but try. De Graaf called a number, spoke to someone he called Hector, then, still holding the phone, turned to Van Effen. 6 o'clock? 5:45, if possible. De Graaf spoke briefly, hung up, and said, Very precise about our timing, aren't we? Person coming round at 6:30 to the Trianon to give me the radio data for detonating this bomb in the palace cellars. First I heard of it. One finds it uncommonly difficult to keep up with your activities. One finds it rather droll, if I may say so, to find a police officer paying the courtesy of punctuality to a criminal. Yes, sir. Do you know, personally, I mean, any plastic surgeons? Plastic surgeons? What on earth do you want with... Well, I should know better. You'll have your reasons, but... Plastic surgeons? Do you think I know everyone in this city? To my knowledge, sir, yes. Or nearly everyone. I could talk to the police surgeon. De Witt is not a plastic surgeon, sir. Ah, I have it. My old friend Hugh. Outstanding. Professor Hugh Johnson. Doesn't sound like a Dutch surgeon to me. I mean, he's not Dutch, is he? English. Trained at East Grinstead. I'm told that's the best plastic surgery unit in Europe, if not the world. Man's a genius. De Graaf smiled. Not as smart as the Dutch, though. Not specifically as clever as one Dutch lady, a native of Amsterdam, whom he met here on an exchange visit. 6 months after they got married, he found himself domiciled in this country. Still doesn't know how it happened to him. The very man. De Graaf cleared his throat in a delicate fashion. If you could give me some slight indication as to what you want. Certainly. In the guise in which I meet Agnelli, I have scars on my face and hands. Remind me to tell you what I look like tonight when we meet at the university, otherwise you won't recognize me. I want those scars to look even more realistic and, more important, to be of such a nature that they can't easily be pulled off, washed off, or scrubbed off. Ah, I see. I mean, I don't see. De Graaf pondered briefly. Don't like this at all. You are referring, of course, to Agnelli and his friends, and any suspicions they may harbour. I thought you were of the opinion that your bona fide status as an international wanted criminal was fairly secure. I increasingly believe so, sir, but they don't sound like a lot with whom one can safely take any chances. Might even find a reason tonight to prove, without seeming to, of course, the genuineness and permanence of those scars. De Graaf sighed. We live in a devious world, a very devious world. Without wishing to give offence, Peter, I must say you seem perfectly at home in it. See what I can do. Damned phone again. Van Effen picked it up, listened, and said, Send a man around with them, will you? Wait a minute. He turned to De Graaf. Sergeant Outzhorn says number 38 is deserted. Neighbors say nobody has lived there for years. Most of the furniture is gone too. Sergeant Outzhorn, he's young, enthusiastic, I told you he'd relish this assignment, and we did give him a sort of carte blanche, has been investigating some locked cupboards and desk drawers. With the aid of crowbars and chisels, I suppose. I imagine so. I also imagine that it's extremely doubtful that we'll ever have any complaints on that score. Thing is, he says he's come across some odd-looking maps, charts, and plans that he can't make head or tail of. Probably of no importance whatsoever, but we're in no position to overlook one chance in 1,000. I've asked Outzhorn to have them sent round. Do you think that en route this messenger might pick up some knowledgeable lad from the city surveyor's office who might just be able to enlighten us about those maps? Chance in 1,000, as you say. Suppose you want me to do your dirty work? Yes, sir. He spoke into the phone. Tell whoever it is that's bringing the papers round to stop by the city surveyor's office and pick up someone who will accompany him here. The colonel is arranging it. While De Graaf was issuing his instructions over the phone, he never made requests, Van Effen turned on the radio and kept the volume low. When the colonel hung up the phone, he still kept the volume low. The cacophonous racket of the latest number 1 on the hit parade was not to Van Effen's taste, but turned it up when the noise stopped. The modulated voice of an announcer took over. We interrupt this program with a special news bulletin. The FFF, about whose activities you must have all heard or read in the past 48 hours, have issued another statement. It reads as follows. We promise to breach the North Holland Canal or the Hagestein Weir, or both. In the event, we chose to breach the canal. The reason we did not damage the Hagestein Weir is that we have never been within 50 kilometers of it. In spite of this, we have to admit that the turnout of Army, Police, Air Force helicopters and the experts from the Rijkswaterstaat was most impressive. It should now not be in doubt that we can cause flooding, of a degree according to our choosing, wherever and whenever we wish, and that we can do this with impunity. The possibility of detection does not exist. The country's authorities, as we have pointed out before and have demonstrated again, are quite powerless. We are sure that the people of the Netherlands do not wish this state of affairs to continue. Neither, quite frankly, do we. We have certain terms that we wish to be met, and would like to discuss those with the responsible member of the government. We suggest that an arrangement for such a meeting, time this evening, location immaterial, be broadcast over TV and radio at 6 p.m. this evening. No negotiator below the level of cabinet minister will be considered. We suggest that our negotiator should not be apprehended, held as hostage, or subjected to any degree of restraint. Should any of the authorities be so misguided as to do this, we would warn them that mines are already in position to the north and south of Lelystad. Precisely how far north and south we choose, in this instance, not to say. The mines, in this instance, are very much larger than on previous occasions, and the repair of the breaches will be a matter of days, if not weeks. If our negotiator does not return to us by a certain hour to be agreed, then large portions of Oosterlijk Flevoland will be inundated. No warning will be given as to the time of those breaches. They will be sometime during the night. We think it almost superfluous to point out that the responsibility for the safety of the Oosterlijk Flevoland and its inhabitants lies exclusively with the government. We do not ask for a great deal, just to speak with a government representative. Should the government ignore our small request and refuse to appoint a negotiator, we shall go ahead and flood the polder. After that, when next we make a similar request accompanied by a similar promise, we think the government may deem it more prudent to be a degree rather more cooperative. We are sure that the citizens of the Netherlands would agree that for the government, motivated solely by affronted pride and stiff-necked outrage, to put this large area and those who live there at such risk, would be intolerable and unforgivable. The time to cooperate is now, not when incalculable and avoidable damage has been done. The mines are in position. That is the message in its entirety. The government has requested us, not ordered, requested, not to pass comment on or discuss this outrageous demand until they have decided what course of action to adopt. It wishes to reassure the people of this country that the government is confident that it has the resources at its command to meet this or any other threat. Van Effen switched off the set. God save us from politicians. The government, as is its wont, is talking through a hole in its collective hat. It's been caught off balance, hasn't had time to think. One charitably assumes it can think, and can do no better than trot out old, boring, meaningless platitudes. Confident, they say. Confident of what? God's sake, they can't possibly be confident of anything, far less of themselves. Trust us, they say. I'd sooner trust the inmates of a lunatic asylum. Treasonable talk, Lieutenant Van Effen, treasonable talk. I could have you incarcerated for this." De Graaf sighed. "Trouble is, I'd have to incarcerate myself along with you, as I agree with every word you say. If the government honestly believes that the people will take their meaningless assertions at face value, then they're in an even worse case than I thought. Which I may add I didn't think was possible. They are in an impossible situation. Do you think it even remotely possible that they don't recognize this? They'll recognize it all right, just as soon as they begin to think in terms of political survival. If they bury their heads in the sand, they'll be turfed out of power within a week. An acute concern about preserving the status quo, their status quo, can work wonders. They have already blundered by having the commentators say that they have been requested, not ordered, not to discuss the affair. They have been ordered, not requested, otherwise the commentator, the newsreader, would not have used the term outrageous demand. There's nothing outrageous in their demand. It's the demands that will be made when the meeting takes place, as of course it will do, that will almost certainly be outrageous. Any discussion about this matter can only be speculative, the Colonel said heavily, so it's not worth the speculation. We have other and more urgent matters to attend to. There's a matter I should be attending to at this moment, Van Effen said. I have an appointment at the Trianon. Well, a kind of appointment. There's a fellow there who will be expecting me, but doesn't know that I'm expecting him. One of Agnelli's stakeouts. He's expecting to see me in my full criminal regalia. He's under the impression that I've been asleep all afternoon, and which might have been no bad thing, and I mustn't disappoint him. The phone rang. De Graaf answered it and handed it to Van Effen. Yes, Lieutenant Van Effen. I'll wait. Why should I? He held the phone some inches from his ear. Some clown advising me to avoid damage to my eardrums and to... He broke off as a high-pitched scream, a feminine scream, not of fear but of agony, came from the earpiece. Van Effen jammed the phone against his ear, listened for a few seconds, then hung up. De Graaf said, What in God's name was that? Yuli. At least that's what the man said. Well, his words were, Your sister is a bit slow in cooperating. We'll call again when she does. Torture, the Colonel said. His voice was steady, but his eyes were mad. Torturing my Yuli. Van Effen smiled faintly. Mine too, remember. Possibly. The Annecy brothers' speciality, but it was just a shade too crude, too pat, too theatrical. God, Peter, she's your sister. Yes, sir. I'll remind the brothers of that when I meet them. Trace the call, man, trace the call. No point, sir, I have good ears. I could just detect the faint overlay hiss of a recorder. That could have come from anywhere. And it's what makes me think it's a phony, put-together job. Call made. 2 reasons, perhaps, although I can only guess at the first. I don't think they thought that I would even suspect that the call was not what it purported to be, that I would be so upset over my sister's kidnapping that I would take anything in its connection at face value. Second thing, of course, is that they're not after Yuli, they're after me. This, at least to their highly suspect way of psychological reasoning, is part of the softening up process. De Graaf sat in silence, rose, poured himself another Van der Oom, returned to his seat, thought some more, then said, I hardly like to bring up this point, Lieutenant, but has it occurred to you that next time, or maybe the time after next, the Annecies may decide to abandon the psychological approach and say, Surrender to us, Lieutenant Van Effen, or your sister will die, and we'll see to it that she dies very slowly. Would you do it? Do what? Give yourself up to them. Of course. My appointment at the Trianon is overdue, sir. If there is any message for me, would you call me there? Stefan Danilov, if you remember. How long do you intend to remain here, sir? Until I see those maps or charts or whatever that Sergeant Altshorn found, and until I can get Lieutenant Falcon here to take over. I'll put him in the picture as far as I can. You have all the facts, sir. One would hope so, the Graaf said rather enigmatically. When Van Effen had gone, Tayson said curiously, I know it's not my place to speak, sir, but would the lieutenant really do that? Do what? Give himself up. You heard the lieutenant? But that would be suicide, sir. Tayson seemed almost agitated. That would be the end of him. It would be the end of someone, and that's a fact. The Graaf didn't seem overly concerned. Van Effen returned via the rear entrance to his room in the Trianon, called the desk and asked for Charles. Charles, Van Effen, has our friend returned? Good. He will, I know, be in a position to hear every word you say. Kindly say the following into the phone. Certainly, Mr. Danilov. Coffee immediately and not to be disturbed afterwards. Expecting a visitor at 6:30. Let me know when he's gone. Some 30 seconds later, Charles called him to inform him that the lobby was now empty. Van Effen had just completed his metamorphosis into Stefan Danilov when the phone rang. It was de Graaf, who was still at Yuli's flat. He said he had something of interest to show Van Effen, and could he, Van Effen, step round? 10 minutes, Van Effen said. When Van Effen returned to the flat, he found Tayson gone and his place taken by Lieutenant Falcon. Falcon was a short, stout Rubicon character, easy-going and a trencherman of some note, which may have accounted for the fact that although he was several years older than Van Effen, he was his junior in the service, a fact that worried Falcon not at all. They were good friends. Falcon was at that moment surveying Van Effen and speaking to the colonel. A reversal to type, wouldn't you say, sir? Cross between a conman and a white slaver, with just a soupçon of Mississippi riverboat gambler thrown in. Definitely criminal, anyway. De Graaf looked at Van Effen and winced. Wouldn't trust him within a kilometre of either of my daughters. I don't even trust the sound of his voice. He indicated the pile of papers on the table before him. Like to sift through all of those, Peter, or shall I just call attention to the ones that interest me? Just the ones that interest you, sir. God, that voice. Fine. Top 5. Van Effen examined each in turn. They showed plans of what were clearly different levels of the same building. The number of compartments in each plan left no doubt that it was a very large building indeed. Van Effen looked up and said, And where's Van Race? Well, damn your eyes. De Graaf was aggrieved. How the hell did you know those were plans of the Royal Palace? Didn't you? No, I didn't. De Graaf scowled, which he did very rarely and with difficulty. Not until that young architect or whatever from the city surveyor's office told me. You do rob an old man of his pleasures, Peter. De Graaf regarded himself as merely approaching the prime of his life. I didn't know, just guessed. As I shall be inside the building within 3 hours, you can understand that my thoughts turn to it from time to time. Van Race, my old and trusted friend. De Graaf, understandably, sounded very bitter indeed. Put him up for my club, by God. Should have listened to you earlier, my boy, much earlier. And we should have expedited the examination of his bank account. No bank account? Gone. Gone. And so one supposes has Van Race. 4 million guilders, the Graaf said. 4 million.
Bank manager thought it a highly unusual step to take, but, well, one does not question the motives and the integrity of a pillar of the community. Blackballed, the Graaf said gloomily. Inevitable. There are other clubs, sir. Schiphol, I assume, is still not open for operations. You assume wrongly. The gloom remained in the Graaf's face. Heard 10-15 minutes ago. First plane out, a KLM for Paris. Took off about 20 minutes ago. Van Rees, clutching his millions, relaxing in the first class? Yes. And no grounds for extradition. No charges against him. In fact, no hard evidence against him. That we'll get the evidence, I don't doubt. Then I'll go and get him. When this is over, I mean. Your illegal penchants are well known, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. Meantime, I suggest that my penchants, your blackballing, and the fact that Van Rees is at the present moment probably entering French airspace are not quite of primary importance. What does matter is that Van Rees, who has by this time passed over to the dike-breakers all they'll ever want to know about sluices, weirs, and locks, so that they won't even miss him now, was also tied in with the would-be palace bombers. And we are as convinced as can be that the Annecy brothers are in league with the bombers. It was Yulee who first expressed the possibility of this idea, how too much of a coincidence can be too much of a coincidence, although I must say, with all due modesty and not with hindsight, that this possibility had occurred to me before. Your modesty does you credit, Lieutenant. Thank you, sir. Well, what we're faced with now is the probability, I would put it as high as certainty, that we are faced not with 3 different organizations, but only with one. That should make things simpler for us and easier to cope with. Oh, of course, of course. De Graaf gave Van Effen the kind of look that stops a long way short of being admiring. How? How? Van Effen pondered. I don't know. Heaven help Amsterdam, de Graaf muttered. Sir? De Graaf was saved from enlarging on his brief statement by a knock on the door. Falcon opened it to admit a tall, lean gentleman with greying hair, rimless glasses, and a faintly aristocratic air. De Graaf rose to his feet and greeted him warmly. You, my good friend, so good of you to come and to come so quickly. At great inconvenience to yourself, I have no doubt. Not at all, my dear Chief, not at all. The patients of a plastic surgeon do not expire upon the spot if not attended to immediately. With a 6-month waiting list, one can squeeze in the odd patient here and there. De Graaf made the introductions. Professor Johnson, Lieutenant Van Effen, Lieutenant Falcon. Ah, Lieutenant Van Effen. The Colonel has explained your requirements to me. Rather unusual requirements, I may say, even in our at times somewhat bizarre profession. We tend to be called upon to remove scars, not inflict them. However, he looked at the scar on Van Effen's face, produced a magnifying glass, and peered more closely. Not bad. Not bad at all. You have quite an artistic bent, my dear fellow. Wouldn't deceive me, not when you spent all your life studying thousands of different scars of every conceivable variety. But a layman is not a plastic surgeon, and I doubt very much whether any layman would question the authenticity of that scar. Let me see the dreadful wound concealed by that glove on your left hand. He did some peering. By Jove, even better. You are to be congratulated. Very convenient to have it on your left hand, isn't it? But a trifle suspicious to the nasty criminal mind, perhaps? You are, of course, right-handed. Van Effen smiled. You can tell just by looking at me. I can tell that left-handed persons don't carry barely concealed pistols under their left armpit.
Too late for a transfer now, sir. I'm already identified as being a left-hand glove wearer.
Yes. Well, I see. Your scars more than pass muster. The trouble, I suppose, is that you suspect that those scars might be subjected to some kind of test, such as with a scrubbing brush or even a hot soapy sponge.
A hot soapy sponge is all that is needed.
Normally, you understand, the perfect non-removable scar would take some weeks to achieve. I gather, however, that time is not on your side. Ah, Colonel, is that Funda Aum, I see?
It is indeed. The Colonel poured a glass.
Thank you. We don't generally advertise the fact, but members of our profession, well, before an operation, you understand?
Operation, said Von Effen.
A trifle, Johnson said soothingly.
He took some brandy, then opened a small metal case to reveal a gleaming array of surgical instruments, most of them of a very delicate nature.
A series of subcutaneous injections with a variety of inert dyes. There will be no wheals, no puffiness, I promise you. There will also be no local anesthetic. Takes better that way. He looked very closely at the facial scar. Must have the position, size, and color as before, you understand? Your left hand is unimportant. Nobody, I assume, has seen that scar. I can give you a much more satisfyingly horrific scar than you have now. Now, if I could have some hot water, sponge, and soap.
25 minutes later, and Johnson was through.
Not my proudest achievement, but it will serve. At least no one can pull or scrub those scars off. Have a look, Lieutenant.
Von Effen went to a mirror, looked, nodded, and came back.
First class, sir, a dead ringer for the one I had painted on.
He surveyed his apparently horribly mangled left hand with melancholy admiration.
I've really been through it. After such a marvelous job, sir, it seems ungrateful to ask, but how permanent are these scars likely to be? Not permanent at all. Those dyes are of a completely different chemical composition from tattoo pigments. Absorption time varies 2 or 3 weeks. I shouldn't worry, Lieutenant. They're really quite becoming. De Graaf and Von Effen met Professor Hector van Dam, Professor Bernard Spahn, and Professor Thomas Spanrath in the living room of Van Dam's house. They didn't look at all like professors, or more accurately, what professors are supposed to look like. They looked more like a combination of prosperous businessmen and solid Dutch burghers, all curiously alike, all overweight, all cheerful, and all with slightly flushed cheeks, which might have come from the overheated room or the large bottle of wine which circulated freely among them. Van Dam spoke. Well, gentlemen, we think we have the answers you seek. Not too difficult, really. We have in this country linguistic specialists, both Occidental and Oriental. Especially Oriental, we have had vast experience of dealing with Asiatic languages over the centuries, as fine as you will find anywhere in Europe. Professor Spanrath has come up, especially from Rotterdam. No Oriental knowledge in this case. I may start, perhaps, with my own small contribution. He looked at Von Effen. This gentleman you met in some cafe with the unusual name of Helmut Paderewski. He is not Dutch, and he is most certainly not Polish. He is, specifically and unquestionably, Southern Irish. Even more specifically, he is a Dubliner. My qualifications for making so confident an assertion? A year as a visiting scholar and lecturer at Trinity, Dublin. Bernard. Professor Spahn made an apologetic gesture with his hands. My contribution, even smaller than Hector's, was pathetically easy.
I am told that the other two gentlemen the lieutenant met in the same cafe with the splendid, if slightly unlikely, names of Romero and Leonardo Agnelli are dark-haired, dark-eyed, and of a rather Mediterranean cast of countenance. Gentlemen of such appearance are not exclusively confined to an area south of the Alps. They are even to be found, as you must know, in our own predominantly fair-haired and fair-complexioned society. The Agnellis are two such. You are quite certain of that, sir? Van Effen said. I know Italy well, and Lieutenant Van Effen. Professor Van Dam was shocked. If my colleague— Professor Spahn held up a placatory hand. No, Hector. The lieutenant's query was a legitimate one. I gather that the inquiries in which he and the colonel are engaged are of a most serious nature. He smiled a deprecatory smile. As a mere academic, of course. Anyway, Lieutenant, rest assured that those gentlemen are as Dutch as you or I. My life on it. And at a guess, an educated guess, mark you, from Utrecht. You're amazed, perhaps, by my perspicacity. Please do not be. My qualifications? Impeccable. I'm a Dutchman. From Utrecht. Your turn, Thomas. Spanraft smiled. My qualifications are strikingly similar to Hector's. This lady who makes all these mysterious phone calls. Young, beyond a doubt. Educated. Perhaps even highly so. Northern Ireland. Specifically Belfast. My qualifications? I too have been a visiting scholar and lecturer. Queen's, Belfast. He smiled. Good heavens! I may even have taught the young lady. If you did, de Graaf said heavily, you didn't teach her the right things. De Graaf turned to Van Effen, who was driving a Volkswagen that evening. As it was not impossible that he might be called upon to drive one or more of Agnelli's group that evening, it had been deemed more prudent not to use the Peugeot, where the presence of a police radio might have been inadvertently discovered. Car papers and insurance were, of course, made out in the name of Stefan Danilov. What do you make of this Irish connection, Peter? I have no idea, sir. We know, of course, that petty criminals have in the past sold Russian and other Eastern Bloc weapons to the Irish Republican Army. But these, as I say, were petty criminals operating on a relatively petty scale. This, I feel, is something much bigger. The IRA never had any organization worth speaking of in this country. The FFF definitely have. Where can I contact you later on this evening, sir? I wish you hadn't mentioned that, de Graaf said gloomily. Earlier I had hoped to spend it in the bosom of my family. But now, if the government does decide to send an emissary to parley with the FFF... Good heavens, Peter, we completely forgot to listen to the 6 o'clock news. The broadcast, rather, that was to state when and where the government would hold this parley. We've only to lift a phone. It's of no significance. True. This emissary I mentioned, who do you think is the logical choice? The Minister of Justice? No other. My lord and master, whom you have frequently, actionably and accurately described as an old woman. Old women like to have their hands held. Who do you think would best play the part of nursemaid? You'd make an admirable choice. In fact, I'm happy to say that you would be the inevitable choice. Don't forget to take an umbrella big enough for both of you. Rain had begun to fall, and fall so heavily that the Volkswagen's wipers failed adequately to cope with it. You should consider yourself privileged, sir, to have a ringside seat at what may at least be a minor turning point in history. I'd rather have my own armchair by my own fireside, De Graaf reduced visibility even more by drawing heavily on his cheroot. "But whatever seat I'm in tonight, it'll be a damn sight safer and more comfortable than the one you'll be in. Not that I would suppose for a moment that they have armchairs in the palace cellars." De Graaf, apparently concentrating on increasing the blue fog inside the car, lapsed briefly into silence, then said, "I don't like it, Peter. I don't like it at all. Too many ifs, buts, and question marks. I have to admit that I'm not all that madly keen on it myself. But we've agreed. It's our only way in. And there's another thing I don't like too much, and makes me more than glad that your friend gave those scars a degree of permanence. I mean, they may have reservations about me that I didn't suspect before." "What makes you suspect now?" "A rather disquieting remark that one of those gentlemen let drop a few minutes ago. Professor Span, it was. He said he came from Utrecht. He is firmly of the opinion that the Agnelli brothers come from the same place." "So?" "It may have escaped your memory, sir, but Vasco, Sergeant Vestenbrink, also comes from Utrecht." "Damn it," De Graaf said softly. The implications had struck him immediately. "Oh, damn it all." "Indeed. Cops and criminals generally have a working knowledge of each other. Two things may help, though. Vasco spent much of his time in Utrecht working under cover, and he's been in disguise, sort of, since he took up residence in Krakadom. Imponderables, sir. Imponderables. Your continued existence would seem to me to be another imponderable," De Graaf said heavily. "There is no call, yes, sir, I know, over and above the call of duty. Let's just say in for a penny, in for a pound, or, if you like, a calculated risk. By my calculations, the odds are on me." He pulled up outside De Graaf's house. "I am glad that I'm not a betting man." He peered at his watch. 6:17. "If I want to reach you in the next hour or so, you will, of course, be in your room in the Trianon." "Briefly only, sir. For about 40 minutes, from, say, 6:45 onwards, I'll be in La Caracha." "The devil you will! La Caracha? I thought someone was delivering some data or whatever it is in the Trianon at 6:30, and that you were going to study that." "I don't have to look at it. I know how to operate radio-controlled detonations. When I explained to them at length the difficulties involved in radio detonation, that was for their benefit and my benefit. Their benefit to convince them that I really was what I purported to be, a whiz-kid in explosives. My benefit to find out how much they really know about the subject, which appears to be singularly little. Work that one out, sir. Why so highly organized a group is anything but organized in what would appear to be a very, if not the most, vital department. That's one of the reasons why I said that by my calculations the odds are on me. I think they may really need me and be prepared to lean over just so slightly backwards to give me the benefit of the doubt. But the real reason for whatever optimism I have lies in La Caracha. You may remember I asked Vasco to meet me in Yuli's flat. I changed my mind about that. I think that the further he and I, in my capacity of Danilov, keep away from the flat, the better. So I've arranged to meet him in La Caracha. I also took the liberty of phoning George and asking him if he would be interested in giving me a little assistance. He said he would be more than pleased. I did not, I repeat not, sir, co-opt him in your name. I thought there were some things you'd rather not know about. Officially, that is." "I see. You have a point. I sometimes wonder, Peter, how many things I don't know about, officially and unofficially. But now is not the time for brooding. I mean, you haven't the time. And how do you propose to have those two help guarantee your continued existence?" "They will, I hope, be keeping an eye on me. A close eye. Vasco, as I think I've mentioned, has no equal as a shadower, and George, well, he has other virtues.
So I've noticed. May heaven help us all.
Agnelli's messenger arrived punctually at 6:30, less than 2 minutes after Von Effen had arrived back in his room at the Trianon. A man, Von Effen reflected, ideally suited for his task. A small, drab, unremarkable non-entity of a man, who could have been first cousin of the other non-entity who consumed so remarkably few young Yenevas in the close vicinity of the reception desk in the lobby. He handed over a yellow envelope, said that someone would be around to pick him up at 7:45, and left, less than 20 seconds after his arrival.
No, Sergeant Westenbrink said. He was seated with Von Effen and George in a small private room in La Caracha. I don't know the Annecies. The two that you didn't put in prison, that is.
Do they know you?
I'm sure they don't. I never came into contact with them. They left Utrecht about 3 years ago. I'd forgotten. Either of you hear this broadcast that was supposed to be made to the FFF?
It was made, George said. Minister of Justice's house, 8 p.m., guarantees of immunity. I assume the government believed in the threat to turn the Oosterlijk Flevoland into a new sea.
Well, doesn't concern us at the moment. You are sure that you want to come in on this, George?
George seemed to reflect.
Could be difficult. Could be dangerous. There might even be violence. He frowned, then brightened. But one does get so tired of serving Rode Koolmeteropens.
So, if you'll be kind enough to have your car outside the Trianon, or shall I say in the discreet vicinity, by 7:40, might leave in my Volkswagen, might be in the car of whoever comes to pick me up. I don't for a moment think you'll lose us, but in any case, you know we'll be heading in the general direction of the Royal Palace.
George said, Does our chief of police know about us? Our plans?
He knows about you too, and that you'll be keeping a very careful watch, I hope, over me. The rest know. It would never do for us to go around breaking the law.
Of course not, George said.
At precisely 7:45, no other than Romero Agnelli himself came to collect Von Effen from the Trianon. Chapter 6. As far as one could tell, Romero Agnelli was in high good humor. But then, as far as one could tell, Romero Agnelli was always in high good humor. Even the torrential rainfall drumming on the roof of the car had no effect on his spirits. The car was Agnelli's, a large, and Von Effen had been glad to note, fairly conspicuous green Volvo.
Dreadful night,
Agnelli said.
Quite dreadful. And worse still to come, I'm sure.
Bad time of the year, this. Always a bad time. Gales, spring tides, north wind. Must listen in to the 8 o'clock forecast. Agnelli, Von Effen thought, was uncommonly interested in the weather conditions. Busy day, Mr. Danilov?
If you can call sleeping being busy, yes. Then I've had a busy day. Late in bed last night. Late this morning, actually. And I didn't know what hour you'd keep me up to tonight. You have not, Mr. Agnelli, been too free with information about your plans.
Would you have been in my situation? Don't worry, we won't keep you up late. That data I sent round, it proved useful?
Everything I required.
Von Effen pulled out the yellow envelope from under his coat.
Returned with thanks. I don't want to be found with that in my possession. Where's the radio?
In the boot. In perfect condition, I assure you.
I don't doubt it.
Nevertheless, I shall want to see it. I trust the Amato, primers, and the rest are not in the boot." I nearly looked at him in amusement. "They're not? Why?" "I'm thinking of the detonator, usually made of some fulminating powder, commonly a mercury derivative. Delicate. Doesn't like being jounced around. And I don't like being around when it's jounced around." "They're in a room we hired off the Calverstraat." "Would it be presumptuous of me to ask why the radio isn't with the explosives?" "Not at all. I want to trigger off the device in the palace from the Dom Square itself. Perhaps you wonder why." "Wonder or not, I'm not going to ask. The less I know, the better all round. I'm a great believer in the need-to-know principle. So, normally, am I." He switched on the car radio. 8 o'clock, forecast. The forecast, which came through almost immediately, was not encouraging. Wind force 7 north, veering northeast, increasing, heavy rains, temperature dropping. Then followed some technical jargon about stationary depressions, and a confident, if gloomy, assertion that the weather would continue to deteriorate for the next 48 hours. "Sounds bad," Agnelli said. His expression did not appear to reflect inner concern. "Lots of people, especially the middle-aged and older with longer memories, won't be feeling any too happy, especially with the recent comments about the decayed state of the dikes. Same conditions as caused those dreadful floods back in the 50s, and the dikes are in no better condition now than they were then." "Putting it a bit strongly, isn't it, Mr. Agnelli? Think of the huge storm surge barriers they've built in the Delta area in the southwest. And what guarantee have we that the North Sea is going to be considerate enough to launch its attack against the Delta area? Little point in locking your front door if the back door is falling off its hinges." Agnelli parked his car in the Faubourg, reached into the back seat and produced 2 large umbrellas. "Not that these are going to be much help in this downpour. Just wait a few seconds until I get the radio out of the boot." Just over a minute later, they were standing outside a door to which Agnelli had his own key. Beyond lay an ill-lit and dingy passageway, its floor covered with cracked linoleum. Agnelli furled his umbrella and gave a coded knock on the first door to the right. 3 taps, then 1, then 3. The door was opened by the man calling himself Helmut Paderewski, who made an unsuccessful effort to restrain a scowl when he recognized the person accompanying Agnelli, who appeared not to notice it. "Helmut, you have met," Agnelli said, and led the way into the room. Unlike the corridor, it was brightly lit, and was large and furnished in surprising comfort. Leonardo Agnelli gave Von Effen a nod and a smile. Leonardo apart, there were 4 other people in the room, all young, all pleasant-looking and very respectable. 2 men and 2 girls, all looking like refugees from some university honors course, the type that would have more than passed muster in any Parisian Grand Salon. They were also of the type that, in the past decade, had not only been members of, but had organized and controlled so many politically motivated criminal groups in Germany and Italy. They were considerably more formidable than your common or garden criminal, who was concerned primarily with the accumulation of as much wealth as possible in the shortest time possible, but who would rapidly abandon all thought of ill-gotten gains if personal danger threatened. Fanatically dedicated people who would stop at nothing to achieve their own cherished utopias, no matter how bizarre, sick, and undesirable these utopias might appear to the vast majority of their fellow men and women. They could, of course, have been genuine salon intellectuals, who sought no more of life than the opportunity to discuss Proust and Stendhal, Hegelian and Kantian philosophies. But seekers after the higher truths did not commonly assemble in such clandestine fashion, especially not in the close vicinity of 16-kilo blocks of amatol explosive, which von Effen had at once observed neatly stacked in a corner. Agnelli indicated the two young men. Job and Joachim. They have other names, of course, but are not using them at the moment. Job and Joachim, oddly alike in that both were tall, slightly stooped, and wore horn-rimmed glasses, bowed slightly, smiled, but refrained from reciprocal comment when von Effen said he was delighted to meet them. Agnelli turned to a sweet, smiling, dark-haired girl. And this is Maria, who has also for the moment forgotten her surname. My, von Effen said. Imagine forgetting a name like Agnelli. Agnelli smiled. I didn't think you would be the man to miss much, Mr. Danilov. Yes, my sister. And this is Kathleen. Kathleen, petite and slender, had blue eyes, dark hair, and a slightly humorous, slightly wry expression, which in no way detracted from the fact that she was very pretty indeed. Kathleen, von Effen said, but that's an Irish name, and if I don't give offense, you're every man's concept of what an Irish Colleen should look like. You know the one in the song, I'll take you home again, Kathleen. She made a mock curtsy. You choose to flatter me, kind sir. No offense. My mother is Irish. I'm quite proud of it in my own Celtic way. Professor Spanraft's putative ex-student, von Effen knew. And beyond doubt, the girl who had spoken over the telephone to the sub-editor Morelis and others. It was promised that I would meet your leader tonight, von Effen said. He is not here. He asked me to convey his apologies, Agnelli said, an urgent appointment that he couldn't break. If one were in any way courteous, von Effen reflected, one did not break appointments with ministers of justice. Those are all your group? No, Agnelli waved a hand. Those are all that are with us tonight. Pity I won't be able to further my acquaintance with them, von Effen said. They may be with us, but I won't be with them. He turned towards the door. I trust they enjoy their trip to the cellars. I'm sorry, Mr. Agnelli. Good night. Wait a minute. Agnelli, no longer smiling, was totally taken aback, his face registering his lack of comprehension. A minute, not a second, not in this company. Von Effen looked around the other equally startled and puzzled occupants of the room, his eyes and mouth dismissive and more than slightly contemptuous. If you imagine that I was going to move into hostile territory, and no matter how good your inside information may be, the possibility of danger is always there, carrying explosives, and with this bunch of amateur rubberneckers traipsing at my heels, you have to be out of your mind. He reached for the door handle. Get yourself another demolition expert, preferably from a lunatic asylum. Is that what it is? Agnelli smiled in relief. My dear fellow, those people are not coming with us. Do you think I am from a lunatic asylum? Only you, Leonardo, and myself. Then what are all those people doing here? And don't tell me it's none of my business, it is. I value my freedom above all things, and my freedom is endangered when unnecessary risks are taken. Don't you know that danger lies in numbers?
Don't you think it's stupid to have your people holed up so near a place where you intend to carry out an illegal act? Don't you ever operate on the need-to-know principle?
This is not our base, Mr. Danilov. One night only. Agnelli was slightly on the defensive, slightly uncomfortable. Those people are here simply as observers.
Observing what?
The effects of the explosion.
Effects? The walls of Jericho come tumbling down. There'll be nothing to observe.
Psychological effects, reactions, guide to our future plans.
Effects on whom? The crowds thronging the dumb square?
Van Effen looked at him incredulously.
That rain's torrential. There won't be a single living soul in this square tonight.
He looked slowly round the unsmiling faces.
Sunday school kids on a Sunday school picnic. Cheap thrills? Or the feeling that they're not making a contribution, not really participating unless they're on the spot? God help us. Let me see all the gear you have.
Enough moral ascendancy, Van Effen thought, was enough. Certainly, Agnelli tried, not too successfully, to hide the relief in his face.
Yup.
Yes, Mr. Agnelli. Yup opened a cupboard and brought out some boxes which he set on the carpet and proceeded to open. Primer, detonators, battery, the trigger mechanism. The setting on this here is activated by...
Yup.
Yes?
Are you detonating this device?
No, of course not.
Why not?
Because I'm not an expert. Oh, I see. Sorry.
Discomfited, Yup withdrew.
Van Effen looked at Agnelli.
You have the key for the radio box?
Yes, of course. He handed it over. Please excuse Leonardo and myself for a moment. Both men left by a side door. Van Effen unlocked the metal lid of the radio container and studied the controls on top of the radio. He turned the power on, touched a knob here, pulled a switch there, calibrated the gauges on a couple of dials, and adjusted 2 wavelength bands. No one watching, and everyone was watching, could doubt he or she was in the presence of an expert. He then studied the timing dial on the triggering mechanism, produced pad and pencil, made a few rapid calculations, then straightened, obviously satisfied. Nothing to it, really, is there? Kathleen was smiling.
Agreed. Can't imagine why I'm here.
He stooped, locked the lid of the radio container, and thrust the key into an inside pocket. You do trust people, don't you? Kathleen said.
No. Especially kids. But if you remove temptation from the reach of kids, then they can't possibly fall into it, can they? I have no wish to be blown up in the cellars of the palace.
He turned as Agnelli and his brother re-entered the room. Both were dressed as policemen, Romero Agnelli as an inspector, his brother as a sergeant. Van Effen surveyed them.
You make an excellent inspector, Mr. Agnelli. Really most becoming. Your brother looks the part too, except for one thing. He's really at least 5 inches too short for the police force.
Short legs only, Agnelli said comfortably. He's as tall as anyone when he's seated behind the wheel of a police car.
You surprise me. About the police car, I mean, you have, come into possession of one?
Not exactly. We have, shall we say, a car that looks exactly like a police car. Not too difficult. He looked at his watch. A police car is expected at the palace in about 20 minutes.
Expected?
But of course. We have friends and we have made arrangements. Yup, be so kind as to pack the equipment, will you? He indicated 2 grey metallic cases that stood nearby.
So, you just drive up and walk inside?
Van Effen said. We believe in keeping things simple. Of course.
Of course. No reason required. Naturally, you just walk in.
Yes. He indicated the 2 metal cases Joop was loading with equipment. With those.
Again, of course. You declare the contents?
Electronic detecting equipment for locating hidden explosives.
I didn't know there was any such thing.
I don't believe there is. However, in this silicon chip, computerized and electromagnetic age, people believe anything. The explosives we're looking for have, we believe, been secreted in the basements somewhere. Underworld tip. So we go to the basements to look.
You have your nerve,
Van Effen said. Not really. Calculated risk, and we calculate that the risk is not very high. People don't normally publicize in advance the fact that they intend to do something which is the precise opposite of what they intend to do. And with those uniforms, the police car, and the impressive set of credentials we have, we don't expect to experience too much trouble. We've even got a set of papers for you.
That's fine. Papers don't matter a damn to me. Nor does the fact that you haven't gone to the trouble to find me a uniform.
What? No uniform. You're a civilian expert. The papers say so.
Let me finish. You two may, and very probably will, get off with your minimal disguises. But how am I going to disguise my scarred face and the fact that I have a crippled hand? My description will probably be in every paper in the country tomorrow.
Agnelli looked closely at the scar on Van Effen's face. If you'll pardon the cruel remark, that really is a beauty. Joachim, this to one of the 2 young men. What do you think? Joachim, Mr. Danilov, is an art school student and also a makeup designer for theatrical groups. He requires quite a large case to carry all his stock in trade. As you can imagine, in an organization such as ours, we find our friends' specialized gifts invaluable. Do you have anything against beards, Mr. Danilov? Joachim said.
Not as long as they don't make me look worse than I already am.
I have several in a suitably auburn shade. In your case, I'm afraid it would have to be a beard of rather luxuriant style. I know the one. I'll apply some paste.
Just so long as I can get it off again.
48 hours and it will fall off. Joachim left the room. About that black glove, Mr. Danilov, Agnelli said.
I'm afraid there is nothing they can do with that.
How can you be sure?
How can I be sure? If you'd a hand like mine, don't you think I'd have tried anything, everything, to camouflage it?
Van Effen let just the right note of bitterness creep into his voice. Nevertheless, perhaps I might see it. Agnelli's voice was gently insistent. I promise you I won't say, good God above, or swoon or anything of the kind. Van Effen, being ostentatious without appearing to be, turned his back on the rest of the company and peeled off the black glove. He held his hand up to within a foot of Agnelli's face. Agnelli's normally mobile face became still. He said, I promised you I wouldn't say good God or anything of the kind, but, well, I've never seen anything like it before. How in heaven's name did this happen?
Van Effen smiled. Legitimately, believe it or not.
Someone made a mistake when we were trying to cap an oil fire in Saudi Arabia.
One trusts he paid for this mistake.
There and then, he was incinerated.
I see.
In which case, one might almost imagine you've been lucky. Agnelli took Van Effen's wrist and touched the scars with his fingernails.
That must hurt.
Not the slightest. Skin's paralyzed. Stick a row of needles into it or slice it with a scalpel. Wouldn't feel a thing. It would be unfortunate, Van Effen thought, if Agnelli took him at his word. It's unimportant. All that matters is that I can still oppose finger and thumb. Joachim came back, and Agnelli said, "Do you mind if Joachim looks at this?" If he's the sensitive, artistic type, I should imagine he'd be better off looking elsewhere. Joachim looked, and failed to hide the revulsion in his face.
That's awful. How can you bear to go about like that?
I don't have much option. It's the only left hand I've got.
Joachim said, "You'd better put your glove back on. There's nothing anyone can do about that."
"Time to go," Agnelli said. "Helmut will meet you and the others down in the dam in about half an hour, perhaps 40 minutes. Don't forget the radio." "The radio?" Van Effen said. "You're going to operate the radio in this monsoon?"
"We have a minibus. Where's the key to the radio?"
"In my pocket," Van Effen said. "I thought it might be safer there."
"I'm sure you're right."
They left, taking the metal cases with them. Agnelli stopped at a door close to the entrance, opened it, went inside. He reappeared, leading a Doberman Pinscher, which had about it the homicidal appearance shared by many members of its breed. It was reassuringly muzzled. "Is that animal as fierce as it looks?"
"Never to find out.
However, he's not here for the purposes of either defense or attack. Doberman Pinschers can be trained to smell out explosives. Use them at airports.
Fact?"
"I know it's a fact. Has this dog been so trained?"
"Quite frankly, I've no idea. For all I know, his olfactory nerves may be completely paralyzed."
"I'm beginning to believe that you might even get away with this," Van Effen said. They made the best time they could through the drenching rain and were back at the spot where they had parked the Volvo in the Forborgval. Van Effen had his hand on the door when he realized that it was not, in fact, the car in which they had arrived. It was, unmistakably, a police car. Van Effen got into the back seat beside Agnelli and said, "You leave your own car here and come back and find a police car in its place. You know, I now do believe that you are going to get off with it after all. You do have your organization."
"Organization is all," said Agnelli.
Everything went off as Agnelli had confidently expected. They were expected at the palace, and their credentials received only the most cursory inspection. They and the car were so obviously official that a more detailed examination could only have seemed superfluous. Besides, it was raining very heavily indeed, and the guards were very anxious indeed to get back to the shelter just as soon as they could. Agnelli led them to a doorway which was so completely shrouded in darkness that he had to use a pencil torch to locate the keyhole of a door, a keyhole for which, as he had promised, he had the key. He also had a succession of keys which he used 2 flights of stairs down to open a succession of cellars. He knew the location of every door, every light switch. "You lived here?" Van Effen asked. "I've been here a couple of times. One has to be fairly meticulous about these things." He led the way through a completely empty cellar into another equally bare cellar and said, "This is the place? Not too difficult, was it?" "I find it hard to believe," Van Effen said. "They do have security systems here." "Excellent ones, I'm told. But security is a relative term. There is no security net that can't be breached. Look at Buckingham Palace, for instance. One of the tightest security shields in the world, but as has been proved several times in the past year or so, any semi-intelligent person, and indeed, as has also been proved, those of a considerably lower IQ, can go in and out whenever they feel so inclined. Well, Mr. Danilov, it's yours." "Minutes only. Open this far door for me. If you have the key." Agnelli had the key. Van Effen produced a tape and proceeded to measure the thickness of the walls. He said, "How come all these cellars are so empty?" "They weren't a few days ago. They were pretty well filled with old furniture, archives, things that you expect to collect in a royal palace over the years. Not that we were concerned with the well-being of those antiquities, most of which were just ancient rubbish anyway. It was no part of our plan to burn the palace down." Van Effen nodded, said nothing, went out, accompanied by Agnelli, and climbed a flight of steps to work out the thickness of the ceiling. He returned to the cellar, made a few calculations on a piece of paper, then said, "We'll use the lot. Those walls are stouter than I would have expected, but the resulting bang should still be quite satisfactory." "Always a pleasure to watch an expert at work," Agnelli said. "No more than it is to watch a journeyman bricklayer at work. He does his 5 years apprenticeship. I've done mine." "There's a difference, I suggest, between dropping a brick and dropping a detonator." "A skilled tradesman never drops anything." Van Effen busied himself for not more than 2 minutes, then said, "I think I recall you saying that you did have the duplicate keys for the cellars we've just passed through." "I did, and I have." "So no one else can get near this place?" Agnelli shook his head. "So, finished." Their departure was no more eventful than their arrival had been. Less than 10 minutes after Van Effen had inserted the detonator into the primer, they parked their car just behind a dimly lit minibus. As they stepped out, a figure emerged from the shadows. He came up to Agnelli. "All well, sir?" "No problem, John." "Good night, sir." The man got into the police car and drove off. "More organization," Van Effen said. "Formidable." The 5 people they had left in the room close by the Voorburgwal were all seated in the minibus, which, being a 14-seater, was considerably larger than its name suggested. Van Effen and Agnelli sat in the wide seat in the back. Van Effen said, "May one ask how long you expect to wait here?" "Of course." Agnelli had become more than his usual smiling self in the past few minutes. He was now positively jovial. He had shown no signs of strain inside the palace, but strain there must inevitably have been. "Not quite sure myself, to be honest. A few minutes, perhaps, certainly no more than 20. But first one must beware lurking and suspicious policemen. Leonardo? Catch." He threw something to his brother, then stood up himself and shrugged his way into a long grey raincoat. Then he sat, reached below the seat, pulled out a machine which looked like, and was, a radio transceiver, flicked a switch, which made a red light glow, then brought up a headband with one earphone which he draped over his knee. He reached down again and brought up a microphone, the lead of which was presumably attached to the transceiver. "Sorry I have to keep you waiting," he said, almost apologetically,
but I, in turn, have to wait a call. More organization, Van Effen said. Quite admirable. But there is one area in which your organization falls down. Inevitably, Agnelli smiled. In what respect? No heating in this vehicle. An oversight. Maria, it's by the radio. Agnelli reached under the seat, and, not without some effort, brought up a large wicker basket which he placed on the seat between Van Effen and himself. He opened the lid to reveal a rather splendidly appointed picnic basket. What you would have expected, Mr. Danilov. A picnic basket for the Sunday school picnickers. If we cannot have external warmth, at least we can provide some of the internal variety. The contents of the basket tended to bear out his claim. Apart from 2 rows of gleaming glasses and packets of sandwiches neatly wrapped in cellophane, it held a very promising variety of bottles. We thought we might have something to celebrate this evening, he said, again almost apologetically, and I do think we have. A schnapps, perhaps, Mr. Danilov? Van Effen said, I unreservedly withdraw my remarks about your organization. Agnelli hadn't even had time to begin to pour the schnapps when the transceiver buzzer rang. He clamped on the headpiece and acknowledged the call, then listened in silence for almost a minute. Then he said, Yes, they are foolish. They have no place to go. So a little persuasion to tip the balance. Call me back in 1 minute. He took off the headpiece. Well, who's the volunteer to press the button? There were no volunteers. Well then, I suggest you, Mr. Danilov. You are the man who prepared the charges, so, of course, we'll all blame you if the explosion turns out to be a damn squib, or, alternatively, the palace falls down. So perhaps it's only fitting that you press the button also. That way the rest of us will all feel blameless while He wasn't given time to complete his sentence. Van Effen stabbed the button, and less than 2 seconds later, deep and muffled like a distant underwater explosion, but very unmistakable for all that. To anyone with normal hearing, the sound must have been audible up to a kilometer away. The reverberation from the detonating Amator rolled across the square. Van Effen took the bottle from Agnelli's unresisting hand. Agnelli, not smiling and with lips parted, seemed to be seeing something very far away, and poured himself a schnapps. Seems I'll just have to congratulate myself. A nice loud bang, but the royal walls still stand, as guaranteed. My health. That was splendid, Agnelli said warmly. He was back on his own usual smiling balance again. Perfectly splendid, Mr. Danilov. And no damage after all that noise. Unbelievable. Perhaps a little royal wine spilt on the royal tablecloth? Van Effen made a dismissive gesture. I don't want to seem unduly modest, not in my nature really, but that was next to nothing. Next time, if there is a next time, something a little more demanding, perhaps. There'll be a next time, that I promise, and a little more exacting, that I also promise. He paused to sip some schnapps as the others, obviously excited and elated, turned to congratulate Van Effen, then held up a hand for silence as the buzzer rang again. Ah, you heard it also, did you? Very, very satisfactory. Mr. Danilov is a man of his word. He was silent for almost a minute, then said, Yes, I agree. I'd been thinking along those lines myself. Most fortuitous, most... Thank you. 10 o'clock, then. He replaced the headpiece and microphone,
then leaned back in his seat. "Well now, time to relax."
"You relax," Van Effen said, "not me. If you're not moving on, I am."
He made to get up, and a puzzled Agnelli caught his arm. "What is wrong?"
"There's nothing wrong with me. It's just, as I've told you, that I've got a very acute sense of self-preservation. As soon as the police come to their senses, if they ever lost them, they're a pretty efficient bunch hereabouts, they're going to start questioning everyone within eyesight of the palace. I should imagine, no, I'm certain, that a minibus with 8 odd characters such as us parked in a rainstorm in the dam would be a prime target for questioning." He shrugged off Agnelli's hand and rose. "I've an acute aversion to being questioned by the police. A criminal, and we are criminals, has to be some kind of retarded lunatic to remain in the vicinity of his crime."
"Sit down. You're right, of course. Foolish of me. One should never let one's guard down. Helmut?" Paderewski, who was obviously in full agreement with Van Effen, drove off at once. Back in the room they had so recently vacated, Agnelli sank into an armchair. "Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Schnapps would be fine. Now, perhaps, Mr. Danilov, we can relax."
"Safer than where we were, but relax? For me, no. Still too close. Instinct? Plain cowardice? I just don't know. Anyway, I have an appointment tonight, 9:30.
Agnelli smiled. "You were pretty sure that you were going to keep that appointment?"
"I never had any reason to doubt it. No, that's not quite accurate. I never had any reason to doubt that the arranging of the explosion was a simple matter. I had ample reason to question your ability to get us in and out undetected. But then I had no reason beforehand to be aware of your rather remarkable organizational ability. I'll have no doubts about you again."
"Nor we of you, not after tonight's performance. I had mentioned the possibility of finding a permanent niche with us. That's no longer a possibility, it's a guarantee if you're still of the same mind."
"Of course I'm of the same mind. Tonight you had a free demonstration. Now I would appreciate some steady employment."
"The point I was about to raise. I think you are now entitled to be taken into our confidence." Van Effen looked at him in silence, took a thoughtful sip of his schnapps and smiled.
"Not, I feel certain, your full confidence. You are not about to tell me your ultimate aims. You are not going to tell me how you came together. You are not going to tell me how you are financed or by whom. You are not going to tell me where you stay. Although if we're to work together in however limited a capacity, you'll have to give me some intermediate contact phone number. You're not even going to tell me why, in what would appear to be an otherwise highly organized setup, you require my services at such a late date."
Agnelli was thoughtful. "That's a lot of things you seem to be certain that we're not going to tell you. How come?"
Van Effen let a little impatience show. "Because that is precisely the way I would behave myself. The need-to-know principle. I'm sure I don't have to remind you of that again. What I do believe is that you are about to let me into your very limited confidence about your immediate operational plans. No abnormal prescience on my part. You have to, if that is to say, I'm to be of any use to you."
"Correct on all counts. Tell me, Mr. Danilov, are you in a position to acquire explosives?"
"Good God.
Is that so extraordinary a question to ask of an explosives expert?
My astonishment was not at the fact that you asked me. I'm surprised that such an organized group should embark upon what I take to be an ambitious project without the essentials to hand.
We have some of what you call the essentials. We may not have enough. Are you in a position to help?
Directly, no.
Indirectly?
Perhaps. I would have to make inquiries.
Discreet, of course.
Van Effen sighed. Please don't be so naive. If it were possible to obtain explosives without official permission in the Netherlands, you would already have done so.
Sorry, silly remark. But we have to protect ourselves. Your contact would not, of course, obtain supplies, if he could, in a legitimate fashion.
I'm not being indiscreet in saying that to the best of my knowledge my contact has never been involved in any legitimate dealings in his life. He would regard it as an affront to his professional code. He is also, incidentally, the only man in the country who knows more than I do about explosives.
Sounds like a person whose acquaintance it might be useful to make.
Agnelli studied his glass, and then looked at Van Effen.
Not by any chance your friend Vasco, the person who introduced us at the Hunter's Horn?
Good Lord, no.
Van Effen creased his brow and compressed his lips.
Vasco is hardly what you might call my friend, Mr. Agnelli. I got him out of bad trouble once, and have employed him occasionally on some none too demanding errands. But we are not soulmates. I'm quite certain that Vasco knows nothing about explosives, has no access to them, and would find it difficult to obtain a child's cap pistol in a toy shop.
Agnelli turned to his brother and shrugged. Had we known that, Leonardo, you wouldn't have spent so much time looking for him this afternoon.
Vasco frequently disappears, Van Effen said. Has a girlfriend in Utrecht, I believe. You are seriously trying to tell me that you were also seriously thinking of engaging Vasco's services?
Not exactly, but
he comes in the front door and I go out the back, and that's that, Van Effen said. He's unstable, unpredictable, and highly dangerous, whether he means to be or not.
I don't quite understand what you mean by that.
And I don't quite understand you. You mean you've never even bothered to check on him, his background?
We didn't check yours.
You didn't have to, Van Effen said bleakly, not with all those extradition warrants hanging around.
Agnelli smiled. That was this morning, and this morning has been forgotten. You obviously know something about Vasco that we don't.
Obviously. He's bad. Poison. He's the classic example of gamekeeper turned poacher. He's treacherous and a man full of hate. He hates the law and the society that law protects, or is supposed to protect. He's that most dangerous of criminals, an ex-cop gone wrong.
A policeman?
Agnelli's surprise, Van Effen thought, was splendidly done.
Police?
No public accusation of wrongdoing, far less a trial, dismissed without explanation, although doubtless there would have been an explanation made to Vasco. Just try making some discreet inquiries at the Utrecht police station about a certain ex-sergeant Westenbrink, and see what kind of dusty answers you get. My friend George is a different kettle of fish entirely, a firm believer in honor among thieves, an honest criminal, if such a contradiction in terms exists.
This George is your explosives friend? Von Effen nodded. He has a second name?
No.
Do you think he'd work for me?
George never works for anyone. He might be prepared to work with someone. Another thing, George never works through anyone, not even through me. He's a very careful man. His police record is clean and he wants to keep it that way. He talks to principals only, and then it must be face to face.
That's the way I like it. Do you think you could get him to talk to me?
Who knows? I could ask him. Not here, though.
Why not?
Because I'd advise him against it. He knows I wouldn't do that without reason. Where can I contact you?
I'll contact you. At the Trianon.
I won't make any comments about how touching your trust in me is. Tomorrow morning.
Tonight, 10 o'clock.
You are in a hurry. No point, I suppose, in asking you the compelling nature of this deadline you so obviously have to meet. Besides, I told you, I have a 9:30 appointment.
10 o'clock. Agnelli rose. You will of course try to see your friend immediately. I'll put a car at your disposal.
Please, Mr. Agnelli, don't be so naive.